meeting's being recorded. So if you can just click the Got It button, if that's popped up on your screen. Okay. Now, I do have a tendency when I get excited to talk really quickly. Okay. I used to be a university lecturer, and I would talk very passionately about what I was teaching, which was international law. And I would always tell my students to raise your hand and get me to slow down, because it will get worse and worse and worse. And I am from the United States, so I do have a slight West Coast accent. I don't think I have it, but people tell me I do. And it tends to be more pronounced. And if I get really excited, it slides into a Southern drawl, which I have no idea about. Total cultural appropriation. I'm not at all from the South. I had a Southern roommate once, maybe that did it. But anyway, so please, if I do get too excited, just tell me to slow down a bit, and I will do my best. Those of you who are Quakers are quite familiar with me saying that in pretty much every context I'm ever in. Right. Okay. So Colin has proposed a procedural motion, which I think, Colin, do you want to read it, or are you comfortable with me reading it?
It's not actually a procedural motion. It's my suggestion to add the list of issues for IPAN to be concerned with for 2025. So it's just, there's a list of issues with and they're sent around, and I'm proposing to add promote Australian policies to prevent nuclear war, including support for the TPNW and for no first use policies.
Colin, we were thinking we're going to take that on later, but the one I was thinking of was about that in the interest of diversity and representation, each state, in the interest of diversity and representation, each of the states may have preference in reporting their state's main priorities in each of the 3 areas: priorities, strategies, and action. Speakers should be brief, limited to 2 minutes, with a 1-minute extension granted by the chair on request, before opening up to discussion to the broader membership, which would also be limited to 2 minutes. So what the procedural motion, as I understand it, is trying to do is make sure that those people who are here from the states and territories who are bringing with them the preferences of their constituency have a chance to talk first throughout the day as we take on that, the priorities, strategies, and action.
There's
Jonathan?
another Colin, Margaret.
Sorry, I think I'm the wrong column.
Sorry, Colin.
Colin Hughes.
Must be the other column.
I see. Okay, now I see. You got your name at the end. Okay, got it. So is that what it was about, Colin, on the procedural motion?
Yes, look, it's just that all the state reps have actually not necessarily representing their own views, they're representing the views of their constituents. And I just think that we should quickly run around each state to make sure that we're getting the state representation before opening up to the government, to the general membership, and also the fact that we should limit all talks to less than 2 minutes.
Jonathan. You're muted.
Sorry, I took it down. I was just letting you know there's 2 Collins. Sorry.
Yeah, and 2 Andrews, I see. Thank you for that in the chat. My apologies. David? No? Lost him. Okay. So
when you said David,
there was a David. No, sorry, David. Take a Bob. There's a David Gray. So we have 2 Davids too. David Gray. Did you want to make a comment?
I know it's a big group, and I would just like to say that I will have to go soon. I have grandparent responsibilities, particularly a birthday party, and and to attend. But I wanted to just say that I have two things that I'm particularly concerned about or would like to contribute. And I'm happy to wait, but I have to leave the meeting, basically. I'm from Western Australia, by the way, and, you know, got up before 7 o'clock to switch on the computer, reboot the internet. So that's my personal thing.
Okay. What time do you have to leave, David?
Not exactly sure, but certainly within an hour.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get through this one procedural thing that
Yes.
we've put out on the table to see if we're in agreement with that, and then we can I've got one other thing I need to get through quickly, and then we'll see that. The other option too, David, too, is so we make sure we've got a record of it, is to pop it in the chat. And that way we can record it both ways. We'll have it both written, and we'll have well, we can make a slot for you to make a comment. Colin.
You have a procedural, you have a procedural motion before the chair. Could we please put the procedural motion without allowing any more debate? Yes,
okay. Yeah, thank you. I wasn't sure if David's comment was relevant to the procedural motion before us, but thank you. Okay, so now I'm not familiar with IPAN processes, and they're different from Quaker processes, so I understand that there's a procedural motion. So we need a second, is that correct? Yes, no. Is there a second on this motion?
Yeah, I'll second. Annette.
Thank you, Annette. Okay, then all in favor? How do you do this usually? A hand, raise of hands or? Yep.
Yeah, or use the
thumbs up.
the
Thumbs up.
react
Yep,
button.
thumbs up or hands.
Oh, I don't know.
So you just use the reaction button at the bottom of your screen, and either a thumbs up or a hands up. All right, let me switch over to the other page. Oh, somebody's got, oh, look at Annette. Oh, and David. Thumbs up everywhere. Lots of thumbs up. I like that one. Okay. All right. Well, it seems to me that of the people who are expressing an opinion, the majority would agree about this. So that's the procedure that we'll use. I've actually built that into my annotated agenda to allow for the state representatives to go first in each of those areas, priorities, strategies, and actions, to have 2 minutes, and then for discussions among the other members to also be limited to 2 minutes. Kind of condense things down a bit. Okay. Good. Another issue that we've been asked to bring to today's meeting is an email from Sam Brennan, who's a senator from David Shoebridge's policy advisor on Defense and Veterans Affairs. Now, I want to bring this up now because it's an action item and we need to figure out what we want to do with it. Jonathan or Ross, is there something we need to? I'm just conscious you guys are managing sort of scribing and text stuff, and I want to make sure I'm not missing something. Jonathan?
Not missing anything.
Okay. Your hand was up and I wasn't sure.
Sorry, that was in the last. Yeah.
Okay, no worries. Right, so David Shoebridge's policy advisor on Defense and Veterans Affairs has sent out an email saying that he's advising the senator on related issues for Senate estimates, which is the 24th to the 28th of February. He's inviting people to let him know about issues or concerns which he could include in the briefing. The deadline is no later than the 10th of February. Today is the 1st of February, so it's not far away. Andrew, one of the Andrews, has raised the suggestion that IPAN put forward questions about AUKUS. So the reason I wanted to raise this now is because obviously it's time sensitive. It's not part of our strategic discussion. So there are a couple of options that we thought about. One would be to have a room available, a virtual room available during lunch. And people who wanted to work on this, putting some questions or concerns to David Shoebridge's advisors, Sam Brennan, could put that together to bring it back to the group. Or a small group could elect to meet at another time on this. That's assuming that IPAN actually wants to put forward some comments, concerns and issues to Sam Brennan. Annette.
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea to have a room open. Just have the Zoom open during the lunch break. I know Bevan has already put some questions together to send and has already sent them, but it would be really good to hear from a range of people about the issues that we'd like, the questions that we would like raised in Parliament. So is that okay with everybody if we those that want to can meet during the lunch break to formulate questions to send through? Yeah. Okay.
And Ross, that wouldn't be a problem, just staying open for lunchtime so that the keeping the virtual room open so people could come and work on that project if they wanted.
Yeah, because I think we're not up to the breakout rooms then, are we? So that'll just be this main Zoom will just stay running.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, that sounds really good. Excellent. That sounds pretty exciting, actually. a bit of immediate action in the middle of the day. Okay. So I'm just trying to think here. I'm really conscious of, I think it was, I can't remember now who it is, who has to leave early. What we're going to do is, I'm sorry, I just can't remember who it was that's leaving early for a birthday party. Sorry, are we?
David Gray.
David Gray. I think that might have been it. David, do you want to tell us really briefly about what it is, very briefly, because we kind of want to move on to something else? The code of behavior first. Good point. I'm looking at my chats and Annette's reminded me that we should probably do the code of behavior first. That's really helpful. Thank you, Annette. So one of the things that you've all been to tons of meetings, probably in the last 24 hours, and they often have some sort of a code of behavior or a way of treating one another, either in real time or in virtual time, in order to bring out the best in each of us. So a group that is respectful, mutually respectful, is able to listen with both ears, 2 ears, 1 mouth, is more creative, is more productive, and actually we learn a lot from each other. So we're really fortunate in that we were gifted as a courtesy, a series of guidelines that we thought would be really useful for today. So Ross, could you pop those guidelines up, please? So these are guidelines for mutual respect, courtesy of the ETU. So thank you very much. I'll just go through them really quickly because there's, for a lot of us, the way that we take in information is through how we hear. So treat everyone, including officers, CC members, employees, affiliate and individual members, participants, invited guests, and members from other organizations with dignity and respect. Ensure that your own behavior does not cause offense, humiliation, intimidation, or misunderstanding. Think before you make personal remarks or voice personal opinions that may impact the right of others to feel welcome, comfortable, or safe. Accept personal responsibility for challenging all forms of inappropriate behavior to ensure everyone feels respected and maintains dignity. And call out the unacceptable behavior of others in a respectful way. So one of the codes that I've come across several times is that because these issues that we're going to talk about, people are really passionate about, we really care about them, and to put the passion into the project, into the topic, not into the individual, is a really good way to remember to do that. it is a tricky thing because there's a lot of anxiety and frustration going around right now. And so learning how to kind of hold on to that, set it aside a little bit and focus on the positives that we can do. How can we build a more peaceful and independent Australia? How can we make the world a better place is really a critical thing that we want to be doing during the day, and to do it respectfully and listening to each other carefully. So thank you, Annette, for that reminder that that should come next. Righto. Okay, so I'm just conscious that somewhere there's a birthday party, which actually sounds like a great deal of fun. David, in just a few sentences, could you tell us what it is you wanted to bring today before you leave? David Gray?
Yes, I just unmuting. I've just put them up on the little comments. I wanted to say that I think everyone needs to be clear that allowing ports or other places, places where you keep, where nuclear weapons are present, offers up the possibility not only of becoming a nuclear target, but the lesser known fact is that a successful nuclear attack upon any of such places holding nuclear material can trigger a fusion reaction, thus escalating the danger by orders of magnitude. There's a book by Annie Jacobson, Nuclear War, and there's a subtitle, where she has a scenario, puts forward reasonable scenarios without going into detail. This book covers a scenario where California's, I think it's the Seoul nuclear power station in California, is hit by a nuclear missile. And that's part of the escalating thing, which creates, a very terrible scenario. But it is based on, quite a decent amount of research and interviews with scientists and former generals from the inside of the deep state of the USA.
Okay.
So she is, her book is really important to read,
Okay.
I think.
Yep.
And but in the context of Australia, we're offering, various places where not only where US nuclear submarines or airplanes containing nuclear weapons are based. And this is a really important issue, which would resonate if the Australian population understood that this was true. Now, the second thing I wanted to say was that the former Prime Minister, Malcolm Fraser, wrote a book, when he was still alive, in which he details the issues surrounding our relationship with the USA, and he makes very strong arguments for retaining our independence and sovereignty in decision making. And because he is a sort of, everyone realizes that Malcolm Fraser sort of went a bit left wing after he retired, but nevertheless, he is a former conservative Prime Minister of Australia, and therefore quoting him does give weight to arguments that are where the policies that IPAN are trying to promulgate.
Yeah, so David, those sound like really interesting resources. Could you pop the titles and authors into the chat so we can all have them? I'm just really conscious of
they're definitely. I can do. I've already have Annie Jacobs' book
Good.
is in the chat thing.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you
And,
for that.
So
I-
there,
Yeah,
thank you.
no. Yeah, thank you very much for doing that. And this kind of goes for others too. If you have a resource that you want to share, if you can pop it into the chat, that'd be really useful. Now we're going to do something that's really scary and really, really tricky for me, not necessarily for you. And that's that we're going to do big breath self-introductions. I know this is so scary for me because I have to find a way to kind of curb the conversation, shall we say, because we want to have as much time as possible to identify the priorities and to actually start building a campaign or two, right? So what I thought we'd do is we'd go around and if everybody could say their name and the state that they're from, so we get an idea geographically where people are. If you're representing that state, to let us know you're the state representative. If you're representing another organization, to do that. We don't need to know about the organization, just the name is fine. And here's where it becomes tricky for you. One word about how you feel about the state of affairs. So one word. I know this topic, we all just want to talk and talk and talk and talk. And I'm thrilled to have that opportunity. This is not the moment to do it, okay? So I'm going to give you a little bit of time to think about what your word might be. And I'll go first just to give you an example, okay? So what we'll do is that we'll just pass to someone else. So if you aren't called on, please put up your hand so people can identify who else they need to call on. So name, state, affiliation, if you have it, and your one word, okay? Now the one words are important because I'm hoping that we capture them and that will kind of give us the spirit of not just the day, but the spirit of IPAN going forward for 2025. Okay, so I know some of you think this is a trivial task, but it actually underpins what it is this organization wants to do for the year. So it's your momentum, it's your spirit, okay? So I'm Margaret Clark, I'm in Canberra, I'm from the Quakers, I'm your facilitator, and my one word is optimism. Ross.
Ross Gwither. I'm in Queensland and I'm in the organisation Just Peace in Queensland. My one word is excited.
And then Ross, if you can pass to someone else.
Well, maybe it should just go around Jonathan.
Okay.
Jonathan Pilbrow.
You're muted, Jonathan.
Jonathan Pilbrow. I'm in Brantwood, Alice Springs. I work part-time for IPAN in the executive officer role. I'm also part of the Alice Springs Peace Action think tank, and my one word is overwhelmed.
Okay, if we just go around that, on my list, Annette would be next.
Right, yeah. Annette Brownlee, I'm the chair of IPAN. I live in Brisbane and I'm one of the members of Just Peace Queensland. My one word, I suppose, really is worried, to be honest, yeah, with the situation.
Thanks. Derek.
Derek Burke, IPAN South Australia, and my one word is dangerous.
Okay.
And also there's another member of IPAN SA here.
Worried.
And name?
Ruth Russell.
Okay, thanks, Ruth. Colin Darros.
Yeah, so from Wajak Numa, Bilberman country in Western Australia, and the Western Australian co-rep with Alan, and my word is oblivious.
Okay. Bert and Mark.
Yeah. Hi, this is Bert Blackburn and Mark Williamson from Bunurong Country, Gippsland, Victoria, representing CICD and the Melbourne Unitarian Peace Memorial Church. I guess concerned in exclamation marks is my word.
Okay. Bert?
No, look, I think Mark's covered it pretty well. Thank you.
Okay. Bevan? You're muted.
Did you say David?
Kevin Ramsden. I'm the Gadigal, Land of the Gadigal People, Sydney. I'm editor of the IPAN's monthly publication Voice. My word would be hope.
Okay, thanks, Bevan. Lynn? You're muted, Lynn.
I want to unmute. Oh, there we go. Sorry. Linda Forbes. Pardon me. Hunter Peace Group, Newcastle. And my word is critical.
Okay, critical. That's a good one. Thanks, Lynn. Sheila? You're muted, Sheila. You're muted.
Jesus.
I'm sorry, I missed what we were supposed to be doing because I was trying unsuccessfully to post a comment. Is it about the world situation?
One word. So your name?
Evolutionarily predictable. I'm an evolutionary sociologist. I'm also editor at candybetter.net, which is always seeking authors. We're very pro-peace and
okay. All right, great.
Melbourne.
Okay, thank you, Sheila.
People.
Great, thanks, Sheila. Andrew Fullerton.
Oh yes, I'm Andrew Fullerton. I'm from Naarm, Melbourne. I'm just an individual member of IPAN. I don't know about. Can't really think of a word. Really, just yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Andrew. And there are no just individual members. So thank you.
Yes,
thank
yes,
you for being here, Francis.
My name's Frances Long, Quakers Australia. I'm at Maganjan, Queensland. My one word, it's a hyphenated one, spirit-led.
Ah, very good. Colin Mitchell.
Hi, I'm from South Australia, member, convener of Labour Against War in South Australia. And
I'm sorry, Colin, I couldn't catch your word.
Anxiety.
Right. Yes. Very good. Thanks, Colin. Ken?
Yeah, Ken Blackman. I live in South Coast, Victoria. Bunurong Country. Excuse me. I'm mixed up with Palestine, pro-Palestine, anti-AUKUS, and climate action locally in Melbourne. My mood of the times word is febrile, which means feverish.
All right, that sounds good. Peter.
I'm Peter from Gunner Country in South Australia, and I'm involved with IPAN SA, and my word would be alarmed.
Alarmed. Okay. Thank you, Peter. Alarmed. Elliot.
Hi there, Elliot, individual member from Melbourne, and I am concerned.
Concerned. Yes, I think that would be a well-felt one. Rita?
Rita Camilleri from Melbourne, Victoria, affiliate Pax Christi Australia is the organisation, and my word is urgent.
Ah, urgent. Oh, that's a good one. Ellen. You're muted, Ellen. Yeah, trying to find that microphone.
Sorry.
Okay.
And to make it even worse, Rita just used the word that I had in mind, which is
sorry.
good that we're all on the same page.
That's
but
okay.
Yep, Ellen from WA just started as the state rep. So yeah, looking forward to to working together.
Great. Well, great to have you. Renfrey.
Yes, I'm in South Australia. I'm one of the South Australian state reps from IPAN. I think the state of the world is frankly terrifying.
Ooh, terrifying. That's a good one. David.
David Gray, me?
No, sorry, David Higginbottom. You must remember my surnames.
So I've been interested in this topic, I guess, since the Club of Rome.
Okay.
So it goes back that time. So that gives me my word, which is determined.
Determined.
Yeah,
Ooh.
comes from that.
I like lots of action items going on here. Thanks, David.
But I just wanted to say one other thing. I actually have the embarrassment of saying I was a lobbyist.
That's okay. Nothing wrong with that. Well, I was, so at least there's two of us. Thanks, David. David Perkins. Oh, another David.
I'm involved with IPAN group in the ACT. I'm a retired unionist. I recently joined the Greens, and I suppose the word, I don't know, Monty Python's Black Knight, biting.
Excellent. Okay, Ron, in your iPad, what is your word? Ron, you're muted. It can be hard to figure out where that mute button is, I know. Is it in your bottom strip? You use your cursor to the very bottom on the left-hand side. There's a mute button there. I don't think we can unmute you, can we? There you go. Yay. So Ron.
Yeah, I'm from Anti-AUKUS, Victoria, and I'm a member of IPAN and a local climate change group. My word is worry.
Worry. Worry. Yep. Shirley.
Yeah, I'm Shirley from Naarm, Melbourne. I'm a retired trade unionist, member of IPAN Vic and the Anti-AUKUS group and Spirit of Eureka. My one word actually follows on to what Margaret, Bevan and Ross, and I think somebody else said. Optimism, excitement and hope. So my next word would be independence.
Independence. Okay. That was sneaky though. I like the way you linked to the three into kind of hyphenated words there. That I just want to point out though that's stretching the rules. We're aiming, but I do appreciate it. You're a trendsetter, Shirley, and in this case, I'm not keen. Adrian Glenmorgan, what's your one word?
My word is spirit-led, actually, Francis. Sorry, I got that myself. I'm the Executive Secretary of Quakers in Asia West Pacific, and I live in Fremantle, just near the America's latest nuclear weapons base.
Thanks, Adrian. David Gray.
I'm an IPAN member in Western Australia, in the lovely town of Guildford, established in 1828. And I have made a submission to the IPAN inquiry a couple of years ago. And this whole thing about the defence activities has been an interest of mine and a major concern of mine over time.
And what's your one word, David?
My one word for today is underinformed, and I'm referring to the Australian population here.
Okay. All right,
the lack of
underinformed.
information that's coming out about,
Okay.
you know, how many Australians know about the forced posture agreement,
Okay.
etc. You know,
Right. Okay. So underinformed or uninformed is your word, David. Great. Excellent. Thank you. Andrew Gaines.
I live in the Blue Mountains outside of Sydney. I'm an NSW rep. I'm with a group called Stable Planet Alliance, and I'm committed.
Committed. Oh, excellent. Thank you, Andrew. That's a great word for all of us. Andrew, the other Andrew, another Andrew in Queensland, ETU.
Yep, is that me? Well, he took my word, but I'm Andrew. IPAN rep from Queensland, just you, and the ET representing the ETU as well. Jagera from Jagera, Yagara, and Yagara peoples. My word was committed, but I'll say heart-led.
Heart-led. Oh, that's very, that's great. Thank you. Thank you very much, Andrew. Catherine Kelly.
I'm in Ngunnawal Ngambri country in ACT. I'm a member of IPAN, the public officer, and my word is engage.
Engage. Another good action word. Eileen Whitehead.
Good morning. I'm from Perth, IPAN member. Yes, communication.
Communication. Excellent. Janet. Janet.
Out the front door.
If you're not speaking, could you please turn your microphone off? Just a reminder, because it makes it easiest for everybody to hear. So it really should just be me and Janet, I guess. Janet. I think you're muted.
So that.
It's
called a nut.
Chris, could you mute yourself, please, Chris Hawk? Okay, Janet, do you want to unmute? And you're not sure if you can unmute. Have you found the ribbon at the bottom of the page? And the far left, that's usually a pretty easy way to click. No. Okay. Maybe, Janet, if you could put it into chat, put your one word into chat, that would be until we can get you back. Lee Patrick.
Good morning, everyone. Lee Patrick from Mount Lawley in Western Australia. An independent member of IPAN and a Quaker from Mount Lawley. And my word for today is love.
Is love. That's wonderful. And now I don't know if everybody noticed in the chat, which is very active, Janet's put her one word in, overwhelming. I think she's probably in good company with that one. Bob Mackinson.
Bob Mackinson, individual member in Sydney. I'm not representing, but we'll have a watching brief and we'll report back to Mobilise Against AUKUS and War, a local group here, and the Search Foundation. One word, I like Black Knight, I like determined, but I think my word will be angry.
Angry. A great motivator and pushes everybody ahead. Justin. You're muted.
Thank
Justin.
you. Yeah, thanks, Margaret. I'm Justin in Larrakia country, that's Garamilla, Darwin. My word is chrysotунity.
Ooh, that's a good word. Rosalie.
Thank you. I'm Rosalie. I'm in Bantua, Alice Springs. I'm with ASPAT, Alice Springs Peace Action Think Tank. And I think my word was terrified, because I do really feel terrified. But actually, even just sitting here, I'm just downgrading my terror to alarm. Just seeing there's so many people who are so concerned. So I've downgraded from terror to alarm.
Excellent. So we've all done something productive today. We've we've lowered the fear level down, which is good, because once you're not so frightened, you're able to engage. Deborah McLaughlin.
Oh, hi. I'm Deb McLaughlin, and I'm part of the Union of Australian Women in Queensland, which is a member of IPAN, but I'm also involved in other peace activities and the anti-AUKUS work in Palestine, etc. I guess someone else has taken the word I was going to use, which was determined, so I'll just use solidarity.
Solidarity. That's a good word, a good one for us.
Thanks.
Diana Rickard.
Right. Okay. I'm here. Being secretive, but that's because my Wi-Fi thing is never stable.
Right.
I'm from outer Darwin, rural area. I'm very proud of being rural area, Larrakia country, the former CC rep for up here. I am with TIPA, Top End Peace Alliance. I am a lifelong unionist and learner, and my word is a hyphenated word, so but I'm going to use it. It's highly challenging.
Highly challenging. Great. So thank you, everyone, and for using your one word. And we didn't have, what amazed me was we had a little bit of duplication, but not a lot. And in those times when people said, oh, my word's already been taken, they had another word. And they weren't, what I really want to draw out is that they weren't all words of pessimism and fear. They were actually, a lot of them were words of power, of strength, of confidence, and of action. And I think that underpinning the rest of the conversation is really important. Now, and that's reminded me, has everybody had a chance? Because when I was going through it, I didn't see anybody, I didn't miss anybody, but I easily could have. So if you didn't get a chance to put your hand up, and we will do that.
Chris Hawke joined, but I'm not sure. Are you still there, Chris? No.
Nope. So congratulations. I think that those words are really, really powerful stuff. Jonathan, do you have your hands up?
I was just alerting to you that Chris Hawke had joined, but I can't see him now.
Okay, great. All right, so we're now up to, we're just about on time, a little bit over. We're going to have about 10 minutes for morning tea. When we come back, we'll look at what campaigns are all about in a very short one slide. We're going to hear about the ideas that have been submitted for campaigns for 2025, and we'll narrow them down to identify 1, 2, or maybe 3 campaigns we want to work on, but really try and narrow it down. We're going to look at whether or not some of these ideas are more tactics than they are campaigns, if some could be collapsed or combined. We'll have a discussion around that. Now, most of you have got the list of campaigns that have been suggested or ideas for campaigns. You probably also are aware that in all the email interchanges in the last few days, that there have been some new ones coming up. So we'll have pitches, short pitches from each of the people about each of those campaign ideas. So you'll have a chance to hear what, in brief, what those campaigns might look like. And then we'll work to narrow it down so you've got just no more than 3 campaigns, preferably less than that. So Jonathan or Annette, is there anything that you need to add before we send people out for a short morning tea?
I was just going to say there are a number of apologies. I don't know whether you want us to list them or just Peter's got a few, I've got some. Whether I just put them in the chat or... Yeah,
why don't we do that? I think that would be fine. It's good to know who would be here if they could be here. And I'll obviously record you. I'm sorry, I've got puppies who are not well, so they're really noisy. So anything else, Annette? Was there anything you wanted to add?
No, I think this is really just a bit of a stretch and move around.
Yep.
Sooner we get back to it. No, it is only
Yep.
10 minutes, so
Yeah.
it's be good to see everybody back raring to go.
Yeah, so at about 11:05, is that about right, guys? Yeah, about 11:05, so a bit of a stretch and grab a cuppa. Thanks, everyone.
Andrew Irvine, I just sent you a message on the chat. Can you give me a call?
All righty. Looks like people are slowly coming back. Okay. So I can't remember what time we said we'd all be back by about now, yeah? Okay. Well, I think we'll start, and Jonathan will pop in any minute, no doubt. So the next part of our job is to talk about the campaigns that IPAN want to undertake in 2025. So it's an exciting part of it, because this really helps us think about what it is we see as priorities for the organization. You decide what priorities are for the organization for the year. It doesn't include the business as usual sort of stuff, although the business as usual stuff may be used to help drive some of the campaigns, depending on what you choose. And I guess one question I have, because of who's in the room and all the amazing things you folks have done, is I'm really curious if how many people have been involved in a campaign. If you can put your hand up, your electronic hand up, and we'll see, or any hand for that matter, I guess, who's been involved in a campaign. Sort of expecting to see a flood of hands waving in the sky or posting them. Now, here's my bigger question. And thank you for that. You can take your hands down. How many of you have been involved in campaigns that you thought were successful, that actually did what they intended to do? Wow, that's really good. Oh, I see some human hands going up along with, oh, David was involved in one that was very, very successful. That's great. Okay, now hands down. Now this is the confessional one. How many of you have been involved in a campaign that was not successful, that was a bit of a bust? Adrian, Lee, okay, Leslie, Bob, Bevan, Ken was in one that was, sorry, let me see if I can fix the box. Not really fix them. Shush, you two. All right. So, oh, okay, we've got a lot of honest people here. Now, I would have to put one up. I headed up a campaign for a national organization in the United States that was not just a bust, it was an almighty bust. It was a catastrophe. But a few weeks after the campaign was over and theoretically buried, I got a phone call from the head of one of the organizations we had not been able to engage with, who said, you know, we were pretty impressed with what you did. It was a bit of a bust for you guys, but we're interested in talking to you. So it did have a positive outcome at the end. It wasn't exactly the outcome that we were aiming for, but on the other hand, it helped us build an alliance that we couldn't have gotten any other way. So campaigns can have surprisingly positive outcomes. Lee, was there something you wanted to say, or?
Sorry, I actually just didn't put my hand down, but
that's okay. I just don't want to.
But
no, that's okay. I just wanted to make sure I hadn't missed something there.
I don't know. Did you want to hear anything or nothing?
No.
Done. Lowered.
Yeah. Okay, Elliot.
Oh, sorry. Margaret, I was just going to clarify. Are you talking about if we've been our experiences in IPAN campaigns or just any sort of campaign?
Any campaigns.
Oh, got it. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Thanks for that clarification. So we thought, hi, Sheila. We thought it might be useful to have a little bit of a slide, which Ross is going to put up any minute now, with a bit of a definition or a bit of an explainer about what goes into a campaign, what a campaign is. And this comes from the campaign or protest article, which I think was sent around to everybody. So campaigns have attainable goals, which it doesn't mean that they need to be attainable now and with your current capacity. So it might be that one of your objectives or one of your tactics is to actually build your capacity or to build your skill base in order to make that goal happen. So that's one of the points the authors make. Goals with meaning and impact on people's lives can be more useful. They should set up the movement for future wins. The authors identify several different tactics that can be used in campaigns, and they point out that a diversity of tactics is usually more successful. So they can be creative. They can be the usual sorts of blockades and street speakouts. Tactics are designed to keep pressure on the target, whoever or whatever that may be. They do point out that some tactics are education and outreach to public, which can include your specific allies and your specific allied groups, but also the general public. So they don't have to be just one type or another type. They also include petitions and marches, which mobilize support and can show power or numbers. So sometimes what you really want to do is just do a visual of how many people feel the way you feel. Campaigns take time to build, and that makes them different from one-off actions. So you might have a campaign that is actually a 3-year campaign. The Quaker Peace and Legislation Committee right now has a campaign that's the 3-year campaign, and we're just starting our 2nd year. So they can go more than 1 year. Campaigns make sure that the pressure stays on the politicians or the other targets until the win is gained. Campaigns have an endpoint. What I like that the authors point out is that campaigns do not always need wide organizational bases to win. So you can do small campaigns or even big campaigns with small groups. The example that they give is the Indian National Congress did an all-out campaign every couple of years and then returned to their regular political activity in between. Disrupt Land Forces does the same sort of thing. They do a big action every couple of years, and then in between times they do normal political pressure. And that's an interesting tactic for organizations to keep in mind, especially when you're thinking about the resources you have available to you. You don't want to burn out your membership, and you don't want to burn out your finances if that's important. And so having regular, consistent ones, but not every year, might be something that groups might want to do. Another point that the authors talk about a lot, which I thought was really, really useful, is that campaigns are experiential, they're learning. They're also multi-generational, right? So it's often those of you, and I know there are many of you who were involved in the Vietnam moratorium here in Australia. You know, it's kind of working with the next generation of activists, using the tools that the next generation uses. So a lot of social media and things like that that didn't really exist, obviously, during Vietnam. Local campaigns can be replicated. And this is one that I've been involved in the past that I found really useful, is you do kind of one campaign in one place and then you multiply it across the country or a region. And that can be a very successful tactic. Campaigns can take the offensive, where protests usually keep us on the defense. So protests are, which I thought was an interesting difference that the authors pointed out. Campaigns put us more in charge. We decide the goal and we push for the goal. And then campaigns also target specific key allies, can make all the difference. And the example that the authors give is how the small boat tactics impacted the change of the East Coast longshoremen in the project that they were talking about. So I'm assuming or hoping that at least some of you have read the article, but those were some of the key points that came out of the article. You've also had a lot of other things about campaigns and objectives and strategies and tactics, which you've had a chance to read. So what we want to do now is we're going to hear short pitches, if you will, from various people who have put forward ideas for campaigns for IPAN for 2025. And what I'm going to ask you to do, and I apologize if this comes across like I'm being a bit of a running a nanny state here or something, or telling you how to, what's the Australian phrase that I love? Suck eggs, I think. How to do your job is that if you've got pen and paper, write down notes to yourself as you're hearing the different pitches. And keep in mind things, does this sound to you like a tactic or strategy more than a whole campaign? Is this something that you do to push something else along? Are some of these quite similar and maybe they could be combined? Does something sound more like business as usual? Or is there something else going on here? Or yes, this is a great campaign. I would really want to be involved in this, okay? And that last one is really important because after we go through all of these, we're going to, after we go through all of these, we will have a discussion. The first groups, of course, the first people who will talk in those discussions will be the state representatives, as we agreed to this morning. But we're going to have a chance to talk about them, and then we're going to have a chance to try and narrow it down to 1, 2, or maybe 3 campaigns that IPAN wants to do in 2024, 2025. And there's pros and cons to both. So keep that in mind so that afterwards, when we have the discussion, you'll have your notes in front of you and you'll know what you want to say, okay? So now I've got my list in front of me, but I don't have names for everyone. So I'm hoping that whoever agreed to talk about the different ones will sort of speak up. I'm really going to ask people to please keep to a short time frame, a couple of minutes at most, because we do have.
Which one?
The first one.
We do have 13 of them to work our way through. And so we do want to have just 2 minutes, excuse me, 2 to 3 minute pitch on all of them. So it's very, very doable. And the first one that I've got is an IPAN campaign for Australian independence from the US Alliance. Okay, so key points from each of the pitches. So this first one is the IPAN campaign for Australian independence from the US Alliance. And I've got down Derek to talk about that. So am I correct?
Yes, you're correct. Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. IPAN has had the term independent in its title since its inception since 2012. The organisation decided that the issue of peace and independence were inextricably linked. To avoid the march to war, Australia must be independent from the United States dominance. Over the years, IPAN has considered a number of approaches to the US alliance. At one time, it was suggested that US bases such as Pine Gap could be put under international control, such as the United Nations for arms verification. Another was to give the US notice to close down Pine Gap by a specified time, or else Australia would withdraw from the alliance, such as ANZUS. Unfortunately, none of these are adequate to the task of peacemaking and reducing militarisation of Australia by the US. In fact, we have only seen an escalation in military capability by the US in Australia. In addition to Pine Gap and Northwest Cape US bases, Australia has now been burdened with US Marine Station Darwin, AUKUS 1 and 2, Force Posture Agreement, B-52s hosted in Tyndale, Northern Territory, US nuclear submarines to be based in HMS Stirling and sometime in the future on the East Coast. Now, IPAN has to be more decisive in challenging these new circumstances and the false narrative that the Australian comprador government and state apparatus circulates. At every opportunity, Defence Minister Miles justifies AUKUS 1 and 2 both as achieving interoperability and interchangeability with the US military on the one hand, but also maintaining Australia's sovereignty on the other. This is utter sophistry and should be called out for what it really is, total subservience. What in fact The Labor and coalition governments and the state apparatus are actually doing is turning Australia into a proxy to fight US wars of aggression. As John Lander, a former ambassador to China, has stated, the US not fight China, but have Australia fight China on its behalf. Getting other players or countries to fight as proxies has been US military strategy since the disasters of Afghanistan and Iraq wars. Australia regularly abdicates sovereignty of our defence and intelligence services. During the cancellation of the French submarine deal and its replacement by AUKUS nuclear submarine machination, a retired US admiral just happened to be Assistant Secretary of the Australian Department of Defence. Australia's Defence Intelligence Organisation merged in 2024 with the US Defence Intelligence Agency to form the Combined Intelligence Centre. Like a grateful toady, Defence Minister Richard Marles hailed it as a significant step forward toward what he called seamless intelligence sharing. You'll get an American perspective into the American system seen from Australia, and that is not insignificant. This obsequiousness is a constant refrain that needs to be cut through and exposed as a complete betrayal of Australia's independence and sovereignty. The Greens recently declared a policy of its time for an independent Australia, and AUKUS recognises this fact. With Australia behaving like America's sheepdog and so willing to march off to war, it is imperative that a campaign for peace requires withdrawal from the US alliance. A withdrawal from the alliance will only be achieved by the struggle to achieve Australian independence and sovereignty. Since Australia's modern history, it has never been sovereign. From dispossession and loss of sovereignty of the First Nations starting in 1788, then in 1901 when a federated constitution was granted, but still a dominion of Britain, subsequently after the Second World War up to the present. The US became the dominant force in Australian polity. This country has not been independent in reality. Okay, that's essentially the pitch. The idea of this campaign is to be an overarching policy that would also be adopted in every other campaign.
Okay.
Undertake. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that, Derek. And I really appreciate your ability to really stick to your time frame. I'm going to try and use a stopwatch to be a bit more concise, but there are several things there I really appreciated in just because you were the first speaker, you were clear and I really appreciated that. And I think we'll stick with our 3 minutes. So you were within that. So thank you for that. So the second one I have on my list is an election strategy campaign at the federal election for peace and independent issues. I'm not sure who's pitching that. Jonathan, do we have a pitch person?
Derek?
David Perkins.
You can have it.
All right.
Okay, sorry. I'll share my time with Catherine. We combined in the ACT to put a discussion paper up. I apologise for its late receipt. I assume most people haven't read it. Just by background, as a unionist, I've been involved in marginal seat campaigns since 1994, sometimes on a long-term and sometimes on a full-time basis. I've never been at the head in organising actively, but I've been very active on the ground. So the discussion paper states that election times are an opportunity where, for a brief period of time, public at large is open to debate about important policy issues. It's clamorous. There's lots of political parties and interest groups all trying to capture the attention of their particular issue at the same time. There are 4 options that I can see. There's a minimal option that IPAN accept that in the great clamorous contest with our poor resources in human and financial terms, there's little impact that we're likely to make, and we shouldn't do much. And whatever resources we would otherwise commit, we should put into education to shift people to the cause of peace. There's a second option which would involve, and I'll read it to you, at a national level, analyse parties and candidates' policy positions and/or statements, pose key questions and invite written responses, and then publish report cards in electronic form, bracket, perhaps print option if there's an on-ground capacity for distribution, close bracket, issue national press releases on key issues and hold press briefings aided by expert opinion and organise publicity stunts to try to attract legacy media coverage, but also to promote intensively on social media. That's option 2. Third option is an on-the-ground type of campaign. I've detailed what it would involve, and that is, given our limited resources, simply targeting 4 seats, Albanese as the leader, Dutton as the leader, Miles as the Defence Minister, and Hastie in West Australia as the Shadow Minister for Defence. There's 4 states, New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria, and Western Australia. To do that effectively, you need both human resources who are prepared to put quite a bit of time and some considerable financial resources. That's option 3. Option 4 is lifting the stakes again higher in electoral strategy terms. Query whether, well, yeah, we're actually trying to convince people to change their position and the way they vote. And option 4 is to target Albanese and Miles as the sitting Labor members, the leader of the Labor Party, and Miles as the Defence Minister, and also identified winnable seats that are held or winnable by independents. And again, that involves resources on the ground and financial resources, and quite a lot of them. My caveats to both 3 and 4, that those campaigning electoral strategy options, is you can only do it if you actually got the volunteers and the resources to do the work. If for reasons of economy, you'd produce flyers and in printed and electronic form centrally. The local groups should be given as much leeway as necessary within IPAN policy to conduct their local campaigns. It would be, I think, pretty important to have a full-time national coordinator. I think it's very, very rough back of the envelope stuff. I think the minimum expenditure would be $5,000 to $10,000.
Okay, David, you want to any 1 or 2 last sentences?
Yeah, well, finally, I think my personal view is what works is option 2, with the caveat that nothing should prevent campaign activities by IPAN groups that are consistent with IPAN policy and objectives.
Okay.
Catherine might like to comment.
Catherine, 1 or 2 sentences maybe?
Yes, I think we might be out of time, but I just think a report card could be a very effective thing in a number of electorates. And I would also say that we need some part-time social media people to work on our campaigns, whatever they are.
Great, thanks, Catherine. Okay, so that's idea number 2. Idea number 3 is a campaign to achieve AUKUS agreement and FPA termination with 1 year's notice. I'm not sure who's talking on that one.
That's me, Margaret.
Okay.
Put that one forward as a campaign. And I like what Derek has shared with us, and also what David and Kathy have put together. I think that were we to decide that working on a specific campaign to see the AUKUS agreement and the forced posture agreement cancelled, particularly the AUKUS agreement does have a clause in it with 12 months notice, any one party can cancel the agreement. And chances are it would be one of the others, the US or the UK, because we know that there are, there is a possibility that they could pull out themselves. But I think that's a campaign that would actually flow from what I see, what Derek shared as a goal, and also what David and Kathy have shared as strategies or tactics that would come into this campaign around cancelling AUKUS with 12 months notice. The forced posture agreement has a longer agreement where longer time frame for cancelling, I believe. So that's I'll leave it at that. Bevan's shaking his head. What about?
So 1 year notice of termination for the FPA also.
All right. Okay. So both AUKUS and the FPA have that clause, which I think is something we could work towards.
Well, great. Annette, thank you very much. Just for the record, you used 1 minute and 40 seconds. Well done. Good. So that's another campaign idea. The fourth campaign idea I have is Stop Israeli Occupation and Genocide in Palestine. I'm not sure who's talking on that.
I can if nobody else would like to.
Yep, I don't have a name against it, so Catherine.
Yes, I think we should be calling for, I mean, it's clear that the genocide is happening in Gaza with nearly 50,000 deaths and hundreds of thousands of injuries and even more, virtually large proportion of the population of Gaza being homeless now. It's also transferring to the West Bank with the Israeli attacks on the Jenin refugee camp, which are a repeat of what they did on a smaller scale back in 2002. So this has been going on for 76 years. If you see the maps of how Israel-Palestine has changed, Israel was, a small part of it to start with, or a bit less than half, and it's now over 80%. The whole land is Israeli, and the whole lot of it is under Israeli control. It's just settler colonialism on a modern scale and terrible scale. And I think a campaign should call for us to put sanctions on Israel to stop any sort of trade or military, especially military contracts with them, and to expel the Israeli ambassador. That's all.
Great, thank you, Catherine. Okay, the next one I have is put an end to nuclear weapons and nuclear power and nuclear waste dumps in Australia. Again, I don't have a name for this one. Is there anybody speaking on that? Jonathan or Annette, do we have a name against that, or no?
Margaret, I think some of these were sort of basically brainstormed from the CC meeting towards the end of last year. So
yep. Okay.
Is it similar to Colin Mitchell's suggestion?
That's all I have. I've got put an end to nuclear weapons, nuclear power, and nuclear waste dumps in Australia. And it does get captured in some of the others, but I'm just kind of working my way through the ones that have been put up. Lee Patrick.
Maybe can I speak on that, please?
Okay. Am I right?
Shanazia, maybe can I speak on
well,
that?
I had asked Lee Patrick had her hand up. Lee, were you going to talk about
I'll
that?
be very quick, but I'd love to hear from Shanaz
Yeah,
too.
definitely.
I think Western Australia here, we're very isolated. We're already running at so many different areas. We're trying to do mining, we're trying to do environment. We're losing everything really fast. And this is where a lot of the power from the US sits. And we've already lost it, So I think the thing is that desperately we need the rest of Australia to realise that we can't do this on our own. All of these things are happening here, and the people of Western Australia remain asleep because there's no marketing. And the marketing that's out there is coming in a way that's too confrontational, and people are already terrified. Okay. So, there's a lot of stuff going on there. So
okay, all right. Thanks, Lee. Shrat?
Hi, everybody. Sorry, I'm late. At the moment, the part of the reason that I'm late is we're doing a cycle from Melbourne to Canberra as part of an anti-nuclear campaign, working in conjunction with FO, Melbourne Anti-Nuclear FO, Beyond Uranium Canberra, and New South Wales IPAN. I'm currently doing the last bit of the recon of that mission in conjunction with local Aboriginal people who've offered to support the event with barbecues, accommodation, and places to put signage up around town, and happy to accommodate us around Tumut for 2 days. So the Aboriginal people around the southern mountain areas of New South Wales are all currently being engaged with that. Okay. They would like to join the cycle because part of the cycle overlaps the first Aboriginal guy to walk to Parliament from this area here. His name was Jimmy Clements, and he walked to Canberra through the mountains, through the snowy mountains, to tell the government that they weren't allowed to build a parliament there. And he was also met by the Duke and Duchess that visited in 1927. So we want to connect the anti-nuclear stuff to the ongoing Aboriginal resistance. Okay. And that's been planned for the 5th of March to the 1st of April. Okay. The intention is to redo the 2018 Nobel Peace Prize ride, of which Mr. Albanese was a speaker at the end of that ride, of the riding the Nobel Peace Prize, cycling it through the country. And we're hoping to be finished by the 1st of April to commemorate Fools for AUKUS.
Okay. All right. Yeah, thanks for that. That update sounds really interesting of what's going on and the rides and the reasons behind them. And I guess in a way that does kind of help put the topic, of course, for this particular suggestion was putting an end to nuclear weapons. And that's certainly an interesting and creative part of that possible campaign in that space. Andrew, did you want to say something about this particular suggestion that's been put forward for a campaign?
Yeah, just briefly, we were doing a little bit of work from an ETU perspective in Queensland in relation to similar to our Shut the Gates campaign, where it's a Not for Nukes campaign, where you can put signs on your gate to show support, collective support across communities, to try and work on those areas such as our port, our water, not for nuclear, our jobs, not for nuclear. So working into all of those communities to show, it's like wearing that red ribbon as a unionist to show you support each other. Okay. So I can share some of that information. We've got some designs. Good. We're going to run it out into some of the areas of Queensland that have been particularly around nuclear power, around Toronto Power Station and others, and that's where we're going to start. So that those people in the community who do feel, and I take Lee's point, who do feel isolated, and regional people feel that as well, know that there's support out there and they can see people who are taking a stand.
Okay, so again, I think those are really useful insights. And at this part of our discussion today, what we're working to do is just to have short pitches from the people who brought forward these ideas. And then we're going to have more of a time for discussion later on. And I'm just conscious of time a little bit here because we still have quite a few more ideas that are fairly pithy to go through and have the pitches about. David, were you involved in the putting together a pitch for this? David Gray? Or do you want to hold on to your thoughts until after we've had all our introductions of all our ideas?
Well, I'd just like to say about nuclear power, a separate campaign against nuclear power. I think in the context of the forthcoming federal election, I think it's more important to focus it within the context of the alliance with the USA and the nuclear dimensions of that. I mean, it is nevertheless true that, so it's at least partly a defense-oriented thing. Each nuclear power station, as I said before, is a nuclear target. Right. Why would we have nuclear power when if nuclear war does emerge, every nuclear power station is a nuclear target? Okay. So I think the nuclear thing should be subsumed underneath, trying to remove the back off the American alliance, because that is leading to a nuclear future anyway. Right.
All right. Thanks for that, David. I think that's really useful. Catherine, if it's a short thing, and then I want to draw a line under this and go on to the next pitch. You're muted.
Just quickly, Palestine should be related to Pine Gap too, because Pine Gap is almost certainly being used to transfer information to the US for targeting people in Palestine.
Great. Thanks for that, Catherine. That's a really good example of how some of these things are tied together. So I want to go on now to the next short pitch, 3-minute pitch. And this one, the suggestion for a campaign that I've got in front of me is to promote and work towards Australia adopting a policy of self-defense. And I just want to highlight that we're not quite halfway through the pitches. So we still got quite a few to go. So if people who are doing the pitches could take a page from Derek's example and Annette's and the others to be as concise as you can. I'd appreciate that very much. So we have more time to narrow down these options to the 1 or 2 that we want to do. Right, so who is talking about promoting, working towards Australia adopting a policy of self-defense?
Well, Derek's the convener of the working group.
Okay, thanks, Bevan. Derek?
Well, I'm caught off guard here because I'm certainly convener, but I wasn't prepared for this, and I'm sorry. Yeah, essentially, and I'm talking off the top of my head now. Because of the US alliance, all our military has been orientated towards expeditionary operations overseas led by the United States. And this is all part of getting out of the US alliance and having an independent course for self-defense. And a self-defense would be based on a defense or a military that would only defend the continent and its immediate waters, and will certainly not undertake any overseas operations. And within all that, diplomacy would be our first method of resolving conflicts. Help me out here, Bevan, if I miss anything. Followed by a reorganisation of our military, which is really operated on the basis of integrating ourselves with the US military and fighting overseas wars. So that would be a fundamental change of the Australian military. Also, it's not one of isolationism. We would, in having a policy of neutrality, we would try to engage with the non-aligned movement, and especially with our immediate neighbours who are involved with the non-aligned movement, because military alliances are preparation for war, and the way to counter that is to participate in groups like the non-aligned movement. And finally, the last one escapes me now. Sorry, Bevan, can you come in here?
Oh, well, the policy which IPAN has through its working group developed over several years,
yeah,
and tested with military people and others, also has a strand that Australian industry needs to be developed under public ownership to support defence and other operations, because at the moment it's controlled economically by the United States, and we need to have a sovereign capability to support what we do if we stand up in the world as an independent country. And the defence policy stresses that industry has to be appropriately developed under government control, not allowing the military industrial complex any place in the scheme. They would have no place not a job for making profit out of. It's just for support, and that would be a strand, one of the strands of the independent defence policy.
Okay. Thanks, both of you. Sorry to put you on the spot like that, but you did well. Thank you very much. Now, I do want to point out that I do actually have on my screen an annotated agenda that I'm working off of. And what I'm trying to do is add things onto it as we go along. So if you hear me or see me typing away, I'm not surfing the internet looking at cute animal pictures. But there are some things that are coming up in the chat that I want to add to it, that I want to add to our conversations later on. So I'm trying to keep abreast of things. So number 7 that I have is for a campaign suggestion is to support partnerships for peace with countries in the Pacific.
Well, it's a pity that Adrian has to leave right now, Adrian Glamorgan, because that's an area that he works in. But some years ago at one of these planning meetings in IPAN, we did develop a working group to look at creating partnerships with our regional neighbours, both Asia and Pacific. And I guess it's not actually a campaign as such. It is something for us to sort of keep in mind when we're developing a campaign. So, as I said before, these have been brainstormed at a CC meeting. Might just go on to, unless if someone else wants to comment on that, I would go to the
I'd like to.
Okay.
IPAN has been instrumental in forming the Pacific Peace Network, PPN, and that is a get-together of activists, peace activists around the Pacific and Pacific Rim, and it has some interesting programs, which I think IPAN should be well involved in supporting. One which is in the pipeline at the moment is the possibility of gathering signatures from the people in all these Pacific Rim countries like Japan and South Korea and the Philippines and Australia, New Zealand, etc., to call on our governments to step back from preparations for World War III, to take a neutral attitude to that possibility, and to keep out of a war between the US and China. This is a pretty important initiative if it develops further, which certainly IPAN should support.
Yeah, thanks, Bevan. And I think that is about partnerships, whether it's in the Pacific or anywhere else. But that's an important area of my work, as I pretty much convene that Pacific Peace Network. But in terms of it being a working group, we did establish a regional Asia Pacific working group at a previous planning meeting, which really does involve mostly working with the Pacific Peace partners. So thanks, Bevan.
Okay, thanks, Annette and Bevan. That was really useful. Kind of similar in a way is to build for a campaign is to build broad peace movement across Australia and the Pacific, to engage and collaborate with organizations across the country.
I think that's not a campaign in itself, is it? It's okay. It's a decision that we make whenever we're with all our activity, that we seek to work with others, to partner up on our activity, and the Pacific Peace Network is a good example of that.
Okay. So does that, I mean, I think that makes sense to me. It is seeing it as sort of an intersectional type of IPAN activity rather than a standalone campaign. Is that a few nods? I'm seeing a few nods from different people. I'll look at the other page.
I think other examples, of course, are working with, the organisations that are affiliated to IPAN, as well as organisations outside of IPAN. So, we have an affiliated organisation, for example, the Medical Association for Prevention of War, MAPW, but we have done very little to actually run joint campaigns, and I think that's really what was behind that item being listed.
Yeah, so that's another point that when we we have more of the in-depth discussions about which campaign we choose when you pick the one or two that you want to do, is that maybe one of the objectives, one of the things you want to do is to build partnerships with MAPW or other affiliates or other organizations. So again, not really a campaign on its own, but more an important thing to think about when you are building these campaigns. Rita, is there something you want to add to that?
I think it fits in with what we've been discussing. And I would like to quote Shirley Winton in an excellent paper that she produced, if I may. I feel people who don't know about IPAN or what we're doing say, well, why do you want Australia to be independent? Why? What's wrong? You know, and I think this paragraph of Shirley's is spot on. Australian independence is not isolationist, nationalistic, or chauvinistic. Quite the opposite. We aim for an independence from the USA because achieving our independence will contribute towards globally weakening US imperialism and its military aggressions. It is our contribution to peace in the world. And I think the end aim is peace in the world, and it's our contribution towards it. Thank you.
So there's at least one person in the chat who's asked if you can put that quote in the chat.
Sure.
Right. Thanks, Rita. Okay, great. I want to move on now, kind of draw a line under that conversation, which was really useful. And I think it reminds us all about some of the things that were in you'll see it when we go to do the campaign template is engaging with allies, non-ally supporters, affiliates, and others. So it's really important. The next one I have down is probably fits in the same category as the other two in some ways. It's the Talisman Sabre in July and August 25.
Yep.
I think this was another one that kind of came up during the coordinating conversations.
Yep.
Yep. Okay.
And again, you know, it's not a campaign in itself, but it's an opportunity to be active around the campaigns that we've got running. You know, Talisman Sabre is such a huge military exercise, and the Pacific Peace Network has been highlighting that, and the Hawaiian one alternate years since our activity.
So it's really something that IPAN would naturally be involved in and would want to make an effort for, but maybe not a standalone campaign. Colin Mitchell, did you have something you wanted to say about Talisman Sabre?
No, I just wanted to put forward my suggestion for issue IPAN should, I think IPAN should be campaigning on in the coming year.
Okay, well, I've got, if you can put it in the chat.
Well, it's in the chat. It's in the chat.
Okay.
Simply, it's promote Australian policies to prevent nuclear war, including support for the PPNW and for no first use policies.
Okay. What I'll do is I'll just cut and paste and I'll add it as number 14 to our list. How's that? And we will work our way down to that. So let me just put that in. Okay. Great. Thanks, Colin. So
want me to talk to that or anything?
Well, when it comes time, we're on number 10 and yours is number 14. So we still have a few to get to. So I've just added yours. Ready? There we go. Okay. So Talisman Sabre, something to look forward to and something IPAN will definitely want to be involved in. Rita and Colin, could you lower your hands and then
I'm
Colin
sorry.
that's okay. We'll come back to you, Colin Mitchell, when later on when it comes time to talk about that. So number 10 on my list is militarization of education.
I think that might be something I put forward. So if that's okay.
Yeah.
I don't represent the Medical Association for the Prevention of War, but we had QPLC had a very good webinar on this, and we have a small group here in Queensland trying to work towards lobbying the state minister. I just wanted to mention something. The Department of Defence, quote, to influence the STEM school curriculum to meet defence future needs. It's normalising weapons industry in schools. This is primary and secondary schools. And although it's a state-by-state basis, on a state-by-state basis, because different departments have different sponsorship deals, we can actually look at some of the policies have been changed slightly after pressure. The MAPW have brought out, and this links in with combining with other groups, they brought out and they're updating it at the moment, something called Miners and Missiles document. And I haven't looked at it myself very carefully, but it's a very good document, and we're going to try and lobby our minister here eventually with excellent skills that you've taught us, Margaret, as well as other things. And so that's a kind of a state-by-state basis, but also it can be joined with MAPW and an ongoing campaign to get the weapons industries out of schools. Thank you.
That's good.
Thanks, Frances. Yeah, you haven't read Missiles and Miners. It's a real humdinger of a report. Okay, so that takes care of number 10. So number 11 is IPAN Peace Campaign, which has got quite a few components to it. And David Higginbottom has agreed to talk on that. So if I could ask David to
talk, yes.
to speak.
Okay, I guess what I'm proposing is a little bit left field. It's more of a strategy than actually a campaign idea. But it's come out of my discussions I've had regarding Ukraine, Russia, Palestine, Israel, and it's the issue that really is too many people who are involved, too many people who see a benefit in, well, they either see they identify with individual sides, or they see a benefit to themselves from taking an interest in it. So, for instance, you have premiers getting interested in submarines because it's going to be a huge development for their state. You get people, unionists, interested because it's going to be jobs for them. You're going to get, so every time we pick an individual issue, even though we feel passionate about them, we take on a body of people who see that they will going to get benefit out of it. And this body spreads right across the organisation. So we're probably old enough to see the benefits in a different way. So really, this is instead of what I'm suggesting is instead of trying to change existing policies, we should focus on a progressive and visionary agenda with universal appeal, and that will take the focus off those individual fights which we feel all passionate about, but we can't change. So rather than tackling specific issues, what I'm trying to suggest, or what I am suggesting, is that we progress a broader peace agenda which ignores the current initiatives that are being taken by government at this stage. So what I'm suggesting is we focus on how to try and change the environment that we're working within, rather than battling each individual activity, each individual initiative, because it just becomes a fight which we can't win, and we're really taking on the military industrial establishment. We're taking on the security services. We're taking on universities who get funding from these bodies. We're taking on ASPI. We're taking on IPA. We're taking on the rest. But if we formulate a peace agenda, a longer term peace agenda. No one can disagree with that. It's very hard for anyone to fight back against that idea. So if we focus on what do we need to do to try and change the environment to introduce a peace agenda, then we will actually may run a chance of success. If we do that, we change the environment and we change the need to have these initiatives, defence initiatives. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Defence initiatives being taken front and centre.
Okay, so what I heard, David, around this is that it's sort of changing the atmosphere to be more of a peace agenda, a peace atmosphere. But you also said that you didn't really think this was a campaign, that it was more something else, but not a campaign. Was that?
Yeah, it is. I see that as a strategy, but I guess there is obviously specific things that we can do.
Yeah, so I see Jonathan's doing some screen sharing here. So these are some of the specific things that David sent as part of how to change this framework a little bit, or significantly, I suppose. So I guess, yeah, that gives you an idea of some of the things that David's proposing as part of his idea, which may or may not be a campaign, but is certainly in there. So
those ideas become a campaign. But
okay.
the strategy behind it is a strategy, I guess.
Yeah, so, I got it.
So there are no doubt a lot of other things that we can do that would become a campaign as such and add to that campaign that I haven't thought of or haven't had experience of. So, but, you know, I mean, part of the background to this, I'm sorry to take up the time, but I'll just quickly just make the point that Foreign Affairs has got people and they exchange people with America, with UK, they have people from different places, they have embedded people in the organisations. So my suggestion about creating a new branch into Foreign Affairs is actually to tackle that influence that we're having. I've been in, well, I used to handle security services for one particular client, and I am aware of the way security services tell you things that you can't repeat.
Yes. Yep.
It is that environment that we have to take on. Taking on each battle in itself, to me, is we have to get involved in, and I've been involved in those battles. But the focus of IPAN is how do we change the, sorry, I'm suggesting we focus on how do we change that environment. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm passionate.
Yes, no, look, and I totally understand. I think we could all spend a huge amount of time on any one of these topics. Okay, so I would really could do with just a 2-second wiggle break. We've got 1, 2, 3 more to go through. So if we can just all put our hands up, shake our hands, wiggle our backs. You lot are just not participating the way, but just something to stretch, enable me to stretch my back, okay? So that I don't feel like the only funny one stretching their backs. It's what happens when you decide to go backpacking and kayaking in your mid-60s. It was fun though. Okay, so number 12 on my list is the US grip on Australia politically, militarily, economically, and culturally blocks Australian aspirations for independence. How to break this grip? Bevan is the name I have against this one.
Look, this item has been included now in the first item that Derek spoke to. It really is about the turning the back on the US alliance involves, of course, breaking the grip which the US has on us militarily, politically, economically, and culturally, which has compromised our sovereignty. And the campaign has to involve withdrawal from AUKUS and termination of the FPA, closure of Pine Gap, closing HMAS Sterling to foreign warships, including nuclear subs, blocking having B-52 bombers at RAF Tyndall, and ending the stationing of US Marines in Darwin. And this is all part of breaking the grip that the US has on Australia, and it's also cultural and economic. I hope to speak later on about what we might do in terms of webinars and involve other stakeholders in the area of getting some cultural independence, or a fair go for Australian artists and entertainers, which is dominated in the live music industry by this US multinational Live Nation Incorporated. And on the economic side, working with trade unions to redevelop Australian industry under government ownership, public ownership, to overcome the grip that the US corporations have on our economic life. But I think this item really is contained within that first point that Derek spoke to. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks very much, Bevan. I do have a section at the end of the day, if we have enough time, called the Commons. And it's where a lot of things are kind of in there that have been kind of coming into the organizing group that we might want to talk about if we've got some time. Okay, the next one is promote Australian policies to prevent nuclear war, including support for the TPNW and for no first use policies. And this was David Gray's, who I think has had to leave for this party. But he did speak to it earlier in the day, which was one reason I asked him to speak, because I knew he wasn't going to be able to stay. So am I right, David? Are you there somewhere?
No, I'm the person to put that forward.
Oh, did you? Okay, sorry. Gosh.
Yeah, that's
all right,
okay.
Colin, off you go.
Yeah, I just, so you've heard what the proposal is. I just feel that IPAN should be speaking a lot more about nuclear war. We talk about the threat of war, and we just mentioned that could be a nuclear war, but we need to highlight the threat of nuclear war much more than we do, I think. And trying to promote the idea that the Australian government should be working to prevent nuclear war, the way the Labor Party did in the past, when Gareth Evans was Foreign Minister. Labor had pretensions to actually be a peacemaker in the world and try to prevent nuclear war, support measures which reduce nuclear risk. So I'm suggesting we should lobby public as well, but also the government, to specifically focusing on, the TPNW, the prohibition of nuclear weapons, but the organisation IPAN is focusing on that. But there's much more that the Australian government could be doing, which is much easier for the Labor Party to support policies like no first use policies. And this is really important. China has got a no first use policy. There's a big campaign around the world, including in America, for the US to adopt a no first use policy for its nuclear weapons. Australia is in a key position to support those policies, and thereby we'd be implying that we think that the US should join China in a policy of no first use of nuclear weapons, something which is vital in preventing nuclear war. It's a political thing which would lower the temperature in the event of hostilities between China and the US by quite a few degrees. And it would help to promote the taboo against the use of nuclear weapons. It's something that Gareth Evans is still trying to promote to this day. And around the world, he's been speaking in favour of it. But this is a worldwide campaign, and China, in a number of forums recently, has reiterated that it wants the US and other countries to join it in the no first use policy. It just is something that is very easy for the Australian government to do. They would just have to announce that they support that politically. So I think it's something that IPAN can be really, it would be really helpful if IPAN promoted that through the newsletter and through its leaflets and contact with the public, because unfortunately the public don't know much about this no first use idea. Perhaps I'll leave it at that.
Thanks,
and you
Colin.
see on the screen, see on the screen at the moment the website, the No First Use Global. That's nofirstuse.global.
That's great. Thanks, Colin, very much. And thank you, Jonathan, for putting up the, or whoever put up the website. That's really, really handy. Could whoever do that also drop it into the chat, the link, so people can have access to the link?
Okay.
Bye, Janet. Thanks for coming.
That was me. I'll do that.
Thanks, Jonathan. I appreciate it. Okay. So that's really excellent. Thank you very much for that. And my apologies, Colin, for getting confusing things. I apologize for that very much. All right. Finally, we have armed neutrality faces the fear that Australians have of China and therefore need US to defend Australia. We need a huge paradigm shift and a 3-year plan. So I forgot to write down whose idea that was.
Be best if Bevan speaks to that. I'm not sure whether it was his suggestion, but it fits.
It's the last one that came in.
Bevan, does it fit for you? Where are you, Bevan?
I don't think I put that one in. I don't think.
No.
I mean, I would support it. I mean, it's something we've got embedded in our alternative defence policy. That in adopting that policy of simply the ADF defending our territory, not going into overseas wars, and the country adopting a position of neutrality in such a US-China war. I mean, the Australian people in 2 opinion polls have supported that. A majority in the Lowy Institute and the Essential Research polls in 2022 and 2023 showed the majority of Australians, I think it was 67% in the Essential Research poll, said we want to stay out of a US-China war and we want to be neutral in that situation. So to adopt, to include that into our policies and our campaigning is to be at one with a majority of the Australian people. This is not something way out on the left. The Pacific Peace Network will be promoting that idea in its campaign. That's all I'll say on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Bevan. Right. Annette.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that sounds very much like a campaign working towards Australia adopting a neutral policy, joining the neutrality
non-aligned movement.
Non-aligned movement. Thank you, Bevan. Yeah, NAM, non-aligned movement. Yeah.
Okay, so that in a way kind of kicks us off to the next task. Yes, Jonathan. You're muted, friend.
Right, yep. Can I just, I guess, make some comments and draw a couple of things together and kind of suggest something complementing particularly David Higginbottom's proposal. And I just want to share something, if I can, from an article that people can read, that David Livingstone, who's a former he wrote an article in Sydney Morning Herald a couple of years back, former diplomat, and he talks about the fact that Australia is neglecting the Pacific, in particular Indonesia, and talks about the need for Australia to work with the countries of its region to promote peace, stability and collective protection. And that our security environment really should be linked with Indonesia and the North from where we are now rather than the USA. And I wonder whether, as part of David Higginbottom's proposal around kind of that big picture and changing the environment, that we come up with an alternative how the world should look, and that we can get our security and our peace from our region, but we actually develop a proposal about what that actually looks like, so that AUKUS and the FPA and other things aren't necessary, because Australia gets what it requires in terms of peace and security from its region. And, you know, I guess it's about that, the vision of putting forward an alternative. If we don't like AUKUS, we don't like the FPA, but what do we actually want in place? And so for me, I see kind of a link between the Pacific Peace Network and kind of David Higginbottom's proposal around actually painting the picture of what an alternative regional peace and security framework, for want of a better word, could look like.
Thanks, Jonathan.
And so I guess I'm not suggesting it as a separate campaign in its right, but I'm suggesting that could be incorporated into some of the other ideas discussed.
Okay, thanks for that, Jonathan. Now, we've covered off the 13, 14 ideas that have been put forward. We identified that some of them were just, yes, Ron, is there something in particular? Ron, you've got your hand up, was there? You're muted. Sorry, Ron. Ron, you're muted. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Okay.
There we go.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Just a couple of comments. What Bevan said just before about the fact that the majority of Australians don't want to get involved with being tacked on to either America or China in the event of a war between America and China is, I think, to me, a very important point. And it goes to the very point of Australia having a more independent, resilient policy in terms of foreign and defence matters. To me, how do you get the public, in the broader sense, to accept that particular policy? Now, to me, one of the ways of doing it is, if we look at AUKUS and the incredible commitment that Australia has made in terms of the money that we're going to spend on these nuclear submarines, I think that's a good point to start at, because a lot of Australians are struggling financially. They can't understand why we would spend so much money on these nuclear submarines when a lot of Australians are finding it hard to make ends meet, when a lot of Australians are seeing the government more and more in debt. They've got major financial problems. We don't invest enough in education, in health, etc. And we're sacrificing all that to spend all this incredible amount of money on these weapons, which are very questionable in terms of actually doing anything to defend Australia. And I think that's a point that we maybe, in a broader campaign, we can use that as a vehicle to make people aware of how important it is for Australia to be more independent. That's the point that I'm trying to get across, that I think that is so critical, because we've got major parties against us. We've got the media, which no one has mentioned so far, is very much against us. They don't want to talk about AUKUS. They don't want to talk about Australia being an independent country at all. They do everything to discourage that, including the ABC.
Okay. Yeah, and I think there has been quite a bit of chatter in the chat around different types of social media and communications and things like that. And I think those parts are really interesting tactics that can help drive objectives and can help, provide some architecture.
I just think that would be a good ploy to use.
Okay, Yeah, thanks for that. Certainly I'm raising points that are important for Australians. I kind of want to shift us a bit because I'm really conscious of time here. And what we need to do is we need to actually narrow down these 14 ideas to the 1, 2, or maybe 3, but preferably 1 that IPAN wants to work on for 2025. And I hope everybody's keeping an eye on the chatter, because clearly people are starting to sort of put some ideas together. There's one from Colin. He says what we've been talking about can be included under 4 headings. An independent Australia includes AUKUS on neutrality, non-aligned movement, anti-nuclear power risks, war reform, election campaigns, a peace agenda, and building partnerships in Gaza, the immortality of war. We've also heard about David Higginbom's idea could provide a bit of a framework or some scaffolding for other projects. We've heard that some of the things on the list were just ideas that were brainstormed during the CC, and don't really need to have their own campaign. And that would include things like Talon Sabre. The Pacific, building relationships across the Pacific is more of an intersectional thing. Building alliances with other groups is more of an intersectional thing. The election campaign strategy, there's been a lot of talk in the chat about that, and that if we don't get people elected, if Australians vote for the coalition, it'll be a very different environment than if we stay where we are. What about the Teals and the Greens and the second and third parties? So the website, the chat is just brimming with ideas, and I'm trying really hard to think about how to rein them in a bit. Ross, did you want to say something here?
Could I just say a brief thing in terms of how we go about deciding which are the priority campaigns? I think in that regard, it's really critical that we keep in mind that IPAN is a network of about 50 organisations, some of which are very small, 3, 4, 10 people, other of which are up to 70,000 people in terms of some of the unions which are in IPAN, as well as about a couple of hundred individuals. And when we're looking at the campaigns, I think we have to keep in mind it's not only what we think that this group here are important, but what do we think will those organisations in IPAN will engage with? Because if the campaigns are to succeed, they need to have engagement on a broad scale from a range of people both in our affiliates and in our individuals. And I think that has to be a key part of how we decide which are the key campaigns we follow on with.
Which is a really good segue, Ross, and Colin, I'll come back to you in a second, because we did make the commitment at the beginning to hear from each of the state representatives. So I purposely set it up that we'd hear all the campaign pitches, and then we'd hear from the state representatives as a priority. So is that okay with you, Colin, if we go to the state representatives? Great, thank you very much for that. Thank you, Elliot, for all your contributions in the chat. It's been, if you haven't been keeping up with Elliot and Ken Blackman and others who have been putting a lot in, as well as many of you, please do take a look. So next, because we did make this commitment to hear from the state representatives, my apologies now, I'm not really sure who's a delegate from the states and who is. So if people who are representing their states could just pop their hands up, and then we can hear from each of you. So Andrew, are you here as a state representative? So right now I've got Ron, are you a state representative? Because we want to hear from the state representatives first.
I'm a state representative, Andrew.
Okay, Andrew.
And my proposal is let's take a short break so that I and others have time to gather our thoughts. There's a huge amount of thoughtful stuff coming through, and so short break.
How do people feel about that? I think it's a great idea. I feel like my head feels like a chaos at the disco or something right now. Okay, how about 5 minutes?
Well, we're due to break now anyway, time-wise.
I think I've got lunch at 2:40. Or 12:40 rather.
Another 20 minutes or so.
15, okay.
Yep, so maybe a 5-minute wiggle break.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll hear from the state reps.
Margaret.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's Shirley. Just so that you
Sure.
Rita Camilleri will give a report from Victoria.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Shirley. Yeah, Annette, thank you very much for your comment there. The campaigns that will be led nationally, not to ignore what's happening in the state or local activities. I think that's a really important one to keep in mind. And it's also not to do away with business as usual for IPAN. You know,
maybe when it comes back, you could just reinforce that.
Yep.
Andrew, Irvine, just for your information, I think Barbara Hartley has joined now. She had to go to the university to use the computer there. So it's
Would Barbara like to speak then, or is that?
Barbara would not like
no. Just to let you know, really, that's all.
More than do
Barbara,
I.
yeah, you might like to, you know, kind of add anything to what Andrew's going to share. Barbara, and just for everyone's information, Barbara and Andrew are the Queensland state representatives.
Margaret, I'm just wondering, as we wrap this session, whether it's worth listing the 14 or however many more appear, but then culling. I think what Colin suggested is 4 main groupings is helpful, but I think we probably need some group agreement on that. But whether if there's some that we knock off quickly to say, look, they're not a campaign, or someone else is already running it, just that we. And I do wonder that we need to give people time over lunch to think about it, and then we come back and vote after lunch.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's just my suggestion. Given time's going to be pretty.
Yeah, that's a really good idea, Jonathan. So I think what I'm hearing is that first, we do want to hear from the state representatives. So we're going to make that the first thing. Again, 3 minutes for each. And then if you look in the chat, Annette's reminded all of us that what you guys are deciding today is what campaigns will be led nationally by IPAN. This is not to undermine or ignore what is happening in state local activity. Ideally, the agreed campaigns would complement the local activities. So that's what we're here about.
Yeah, and I think while we term it IPAN led, I think that could have an asterisk, which is IPAN might help initiate, but I would hope that we end up having them co-led by other big players, whether it's MAPW, whether it's unions, whether it's Pax Christi, whoever that's doing a lot of work in the area. Quakers, that we actually have a broad partnership approach with all of these, which will quadruple, if whatever our resources and our people.
Yep. So I think that's a good one for us to keep in mind. Right. So and then we'll have a lunch break, and then we'll come back and we'll decide which campaigns we want to do.
And
yes,
so
yeah.
You have the list of 14, do you?
I do, but not on a sheet I'm comfortable sharing in front of me anyway. But first, I really want to come back and hear from the state representatives. Sure. So we do have with us, we're fortunate enough to have people who are going to speak from their state's perspective. So it's not their personal positions or opinions, but it's actually representing the conversations that have happened around the state IPAN groups. Okay, so again, when you hear these people, it's not just them speaking their own opinions, it's actually them representing their constituency, if you will. Okay, so I know Andrew's giving one from South Australia, then I've got another Andrew from Queensland, Ellen from WA, I think Shirley's also helping out with the Queensland one. Some discussion after the state representatives. We'll see how we go time-wise, but yeah, I think that's it's something we do want to have. Right, okay, so Andrew Gaines from South Australia, am I right?
New South Wales.
New South Wales.
If Shanaz is still here, she's also an NSW rep.
Okay.
I'm a new rep. I put out a Bevan suggestion, a bird call to have a meeting with New South Wales people. That turned out to be Bevan and I, so I can't give a group feedback. But I will make one comment. Even though I have a list of possible campaigns, what we might do is synthesize a bunch of them into, I think I've mentioned that already, but not stay with a specific suggestion, but synthesize into something that makes sense to all of us. Over and out.
Okay. All right, that sounds short and sweet. Now let's see, how about Andrew from Queensland?
Okay.
So you and Shirley are sharing your, Barbara. Is it Barbara? Anyway, go ahead, Andrew.
Okay, so I've been a rep for next to no time, but in that time we've had some meetings, and we've also had, there was a peace group meeting last weekend, which I couldn't attend, but Annette's given me some notes in relation to that. And I did have some feedback from some members of IPAN in relation to some areas that they wanted me to raise. So I'll start with what came up last week. Some of them have already been discussed, but AUKUS and the nuclear related issues, of course, they're going to be ongoing. East Coast nuclear subbases, which hasn't been decided yet in relation to AUKUS, but Brisbane is still on that shortlist, along with, I think, Newcastle and Kembla or Wollongong. The Hiroshima anniversary is an area we'd like to obviously have some activity around. The Talisman Sabre, as Annette has already discussed. And also I had one from a member of IPAN in Queensland, a woman called Liz Ridley, who suggested that under Section 8B relating to supporting the aspirations and struggles of First Nations people, I would like to table and support the inclusion of a request from Liz for IPAN to support protests against the abolition of the Queensland Truth-Telling and Healing Inquiry by the new LNP government. If we're looking at peace, some of the areas that we need to make peace in our treatment and our long-term colonisation of Indigenous and First Nations people across the country. So I'd like to table that one as for consideration. That may be more in conjunction with other aspects of it, but it is a uniquely Queensland issue. I get that in relation to truth-telling and the Healing Commission being one of the first things that was canned by a heartless LNP government in Queensland. The other area that I'd like to look at, again, I discussed a little bit previously, is something that the affiliate, the ETU, also in conjunction with the Australian Conservation Foundation and the Queensland Conservation Foundation, is in the area of that Not for Nuclear campaign that we will be rolling out into areas that are going to be affected by it, particularly around nuclear power. So I don't know whether Annette or any of the other Queensland reps have got anything to add to that, but that's probably my report. Oh, okay, thank you.
Margaret's you're muted.
Thank you. It's because I always have it muted, and anyway, yes. Ellen Morrison.
Great. Yeah, I loved the suggestions from everyone so far, especially Queensland with the Indigenous truth-telling. Even if we don't have the exact same issue here, we do need to work for, Aboriginal rights, seeing as we need peace internationally and at home. And yeah, if we're oppressing them so much, it's not going to be a very peaceful society. So let me get up the report from WA. Colin and I are the new reps. We've both just started, and we sent out a email survey to members, and we got a really good response. So this is them summarised. Issues: number 1, AUKUS, the nuclear risks, making Oz a target, the huge cost, and who is AUKUS really serving. So that's a huge issue here, especially with the base in Rockingham, just south of the city. And we do have a strong Stop AUKUS group active there, so it would be good to work with them on that one. Number 2, Australian sovereignty or sovereignty. We need to divest from US-UK dominance, independent foreign policy, and I think Eileen had this suggestion to increase Australian manufacturing and increase trade with Asian neighbours, so we can have that real sovereignty. Issue number 3, peace not war. Close all US bases and joint facilities. Strength from looking after our citizens, and war powers reform. Quite a few people suggested that one, so yeah, that's a really big issue. And then number 4, Gaza. It was just a big wake-up call for a lot of people, seeing how horrible that is over there, and just adding some morality back to the foreign policy. So yeah, that's a big one. Strategies, issue-based public meetings with keynote speakers and prepared resources. So focus on different things and get the community involved. We had some great speakers at the national conference in Perth, so keep contact with them and organise some public meetings. Number 2, better media, press releases, fact sheets and billboards. Possibly need to look into those options. Number 3, using members to disseminate information, lobbying politicians, letter writing, social media, ringing talkback radio, using the above fact sheets in targeted campaigns, possibly rotating them, on a basis. We'll see, how much we can do and what's effective. Number 4, election issues, possibly weekly campaign in the 5 weeks leading up to the election based on top 5 issues. So I guess what we could, propose the independents take a stronger stance on or the like. 5 bi-monthly targeted campaigns. So, yep, again, just targeting those issues for a while and raising the awareness of them. Then we come to what people are prepared to do, contribute to writing about topics, task-focused basis. So ask people to write about a specific topic. Focus groups and social media, that's a good one. And yeah, put people into those national subcommittees. Monthly local meetings for new and old members, social meetings, and discuss issues. So Colin and I were thinking in WA of having monthly coffee meeting at a different coffee shop once a month, and possibly using that as a time to hand out leaflets before or after, get to know each other and talk about the current issues. So, yep, that's it. Did I miss anything, Colin?
Right. Thank you so much, Ellen. That's really a great collection of actions and things. Wonderful. Renfrey, which state are you representing?
Right, I'm in South Australia, and South Australia likes to bill itself as the defence state. Defence industries are economically very important here, and the Labor Party is gung-ho to attract military industries to South Australia. So naturally, IPAN is very much interested in this and following on it, and we've been holding a series of protests over the past few years around it. Now, that indicates for us that the issue of AUKUS is going to be absolutely dead centre. There are already a couple of organisations operating in Adelaide, oriented specifically towards AUKUS and the submarines. And much of the submarine construction is going to be conducted in Adelaide. There's a group in Port Adelaide, near the site where this construction is going to take place, a local group which is quite active. There's also a citywide AUKUS group. Members of IPAN are very much involved in this activity already. What IPAN can do is to provide a good deal of the informational backing to these organisations and to the general campaign against AUKUS. We can point out that AUKUS is absurd for Australia, that its purpose isn't Australian defence, it's backing up the war drive against China. That's absolutely absurd from Australia's point of view. China is our greatest trade partner. And there are many other powerful arguments, which I'm sure we're all conscious of. AUKUS is already very unpopular among Australians, and there's excellent potential for building that campaign. So that's the general tenor of our thinking, and it would be very good if AUKUS, if IPAN as a national organisation could back us up. We're very willing to take the lead in this.
Thanks very much, Andrew. That's really, really good. And I think a really good reflection of the concerns of that area. Now, are there any other state representatives? Anybody from Victoria, Tasmania, the ACT, the Northern Territory? Nope. Oh, hand up. Yes. David Perkins.
And also Victoria.
Rita has
You're
her hand
muted.
up.
You're muted, David.
Sorry. From the ACT, this is my first meeting on the CC as a representative. We have an active committee, about 10 to 12 regular participants. We meet fortnightly. We did have some discussion in the lead up to putting the discussion paper on electoral strategies, the 4 strategies. We have, because of age and resources in my assessment, though Catherine might correct me, a limited capacity to put leather on the footpath in terms of full-scale marginal seat campaigning. That's it. Catherine, you might like to add or subtract.
Catherine, do you want to add a couple?
Just a short thing. We have been working with a group called ACT Network Opposing War recently in organising some small events at AUKUS conferences mainly. Had one before Christmas. We were organising another one for the 19th of February, where there's a conference at the Hyatt about AUKUS, I think it's Pillar 2. And also on the World Beyond War Day on the 23rd of February, which is an International Day Against Military Bases. We're having a rally at the US Embassy on that day as well. So that's in association with other groups, mainly the young groups and some Trotskyite groups and some Palestinian people. But that's another thing we've been doing.
Okay, great. Thanks for that. And that's a really good example of IPAN people working with other groups. Now, I heard a voice saying that Rita Camilleri was also a state representative. Is that true, Rita?
Yes, I'm one of two. Ron Beer is the other person.
From Victoria, right?
Yes, both of us are from Victoria. And Shirley has done a lot of work in Victoria as well. And just briefly, our last meeting was December, I think. And what we decided would be our priority in the coming months would be the work of raising awareness out into wider communities and working with other organisations and groups such as Labour Against War and unions that are usually very helpful. And we aim to link the enormous expenditure that AUKUS is undertaking to the cost of living for ordinary people and preparing for war. We would like to produce fact sheets for wide distribution in communities and workplaces, hand out sheets and these flyers at shopping centres, etc. And this will be our main focus in the 2 to 3 months leading up to the elections. And this is something other people can do as well. And secondly, public forums. We hope it will take us about 3 months to prepare for a really good public forum. So we're going to be working on that. And also at the same time, research and discussions into AUKUS and its implications for both Australia and the region in the context of the US-Australia alliance. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rita. Is there anyone from Tasmania or the Northern Territory who's a state representative or wants to become one?
Okay. Justin,
yes.
still on?
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't see any hands. So
Sorry, Jonathan. I'm not speaking. I'm just wondering if Justin is still on as NT Darwin rep. Yep.
Yeah, good day, Jonathan. I'm here, but I've got nothing to add right now.
Okay.
No worries.
Thanks, Jonathan. Thanks, Justin. Right. Okay. So now I just want to thank the representatives for providing such interesting insights. I must say the idea of meeting in coffee shops is very appealing to me, which may just be my need for another hit of caffeine. Nonetheless, when that was mentioned, I thought, I could do that. All right. One thing I do want to just put on the table, no discussion, no decisions, just putting it out there, is how many people, not only in the state representatives who just spoke, but also on the chat and what things people have said, is the need for information that they can distribute to the public in different ways. And I think there's a fair amount of that out there. There can be some national things going on. Sheila's just mentioned IPAN podcasts on current events using various speakers known to IPAN. Of course, IPAN has a really wonderful webinar series that they've done over the years, which I've been fortunate enough to go to a few of those, as well as The Voice, which always has a lot of really good stuff in it. Rosalie, what did you want to?
Well, thank you. Look, not having a Northern Territory representative, I just want to thank Jonathan for his amazing work for Alice Springs. The Northern Territory's got a capital in Darwin, where there's great work going on, and also in Alice Springs. We're the heart of the weapons of Australia, with the port of Darwin and Pine Gap in Alice Springs, and yet we've got this tiny population. We're only 1% of the population, so we actually need all the support we can have from other states, because we're few people with a vast amount of work to do. And thanks to Jonathan and Justin and anyone else who's doing it.
Thanks very much, Rosalie. I appreciate that. Okay, so yes, thank you, Annette, for that. What I am aware of, and I'm just trying to have several thoughts in my mind, so I'll do the first one first, and then I'll back up to the others. One is that what we'll be doing after we come back from lunch is we will be kind of narrowing down what we heard, are the pitches for the ideas, into the 1, 2, or 3 campaigns. And I think I've sent Jonathan a slide that we might use to help us kind of narrow that down, because as a group, you've identified a few things that really don't need to be considered as a campaign because they fit something else and things that can be rolled together. And so we can just do that visually, so you'll have an idea of which ones we don't need. We've also decided earlier today that we would have a lunchtime break to eat, most of us. But if you want to be a part of the Senate estimates questions, helping develop the Senate estimates questions, that would go to David Shoebridge, but could also go to independents and even individual representatives for Senate estimates around questions of, well, in this case, defense and Veterans Affairs. They're the main things that his David Shoebridge's policy advisor, Sam Brennan, is putting together. So we agreed to do that. And so we'll work on those, getting that slide up ready for you when you come back. So does that'll kind of make sense? If you want to work on the Senate estimates questions, grab your lunch, come back. This room will still be open, so it's the same link. I'm sure no one would be offended if you had lunch, a working lunch, and develop some questions. I understand there's some draft ones that are floating around that can be worked on. Go through your notes about the pitches that you heard and what you think how things might work for you. I do want to foreshadow, though, that once you've identified your plans, your 1, 2, or 3 campaigns that you want to work on, then the fun work begins. Okay, then you really start thinking about your objectives and your audiences and all these other things. One thing you might want to take a look at, if you don't have it already to hand, is a template that I think was circulated about campaigns. That kind of gives a series of prompts about how to build these campaigns, what we want to do. And we want to get as far along on that as we can today as a collective. So the big level things, not the little level things, but the big level things, and make sure we wrap up with an idea about who's going to take these forwards, how the working groups come together. I do want to make sure to leave time in the afternoon session to look at those working groups and identify, make sure you're comfortable with them, that they're still fit for purpose, that they're still doing what you want them to do, especially as you identify the campaign for 2025. Okay, so I know in the chat someone's already raised the suggestion that that you guys have a working group a time limited working group specifically on the elections, to drive all the points that people have made about getting the right people in the game. So I've added that to the working group list. So that's one of the things we want to do. I did provide some space at the end of the day, as I mentioned, for a common spaces, which if we don't get to it, we don't get to it. But I know that it's important to at least raise one of those points And that's what the dates are for IPAN that are important for IPAN going forward, as you know now. So fairly packed afternoon. I encourage you to please take this time to have a break, get some food, do some walking around, clear your head a bit, think about what you want to do. Right now we have us coming back at 1:30. So it's not a really long break, but we need all the time we can get in the afternoon, especially because we were sort of hoping to have identified the campaign this morning. But conversations are really good, and I think they'll help us identify what the campaign or campaigns are. So if everybody could jetson off, put the kettle on, put the food in the microwave, and those of you who want to work on the Senate estimates, do come back into the room, and we will see you all at 1:30.
Can you just, how many minutes is that? We're not all on 1:30, so that'll be 34 minutes.
34 minutes.
Okay. Would you like me to share what you've sent me, the slide?
If you
People can have a look at it over lunch.
Yeah, well, yeah,
I've
okay.
added the points, the non-alignment and the point I raised. It may be, I'll try and get it down to a size that can fit onto one page. All right, enjoy lunch.
Okay.
Margaret.
Bye, Lee. Yes, who I can't see a
It's
hand.
Ross. Sorry, it's Ross here. I just
Hi,
had to
Ross.
do something there, so I missed out on a bit of that. So I don't know yet what the three or whatever number of
We haven't gotten that far.
because I need to get the names of those campaigns so I can put them on the breakout rooms.
Right. Well, right now we haven't gotten that far.
Okay.
Because remember, the original plan was to get that far by lunch, and we didn't get that far.
We're going to be doing some more after lunch before we get to breakout.
Yeah, we're going to have to do it. That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Fine.
Okay. Thanks, Ross.
Now, Margaret, you're showing the video, the 4-minute video.
I'll be really honest with you. I think it's probably a great video. We are really, really running behind. So I don't know. Do you think the video will help us move forward with figuring out which of the campaigns people want, or?
Well, it'd probably go after that.
Okay. Yeah,
I think it's 4 minutes. I think it's
okay.
4 minutes well spent.
That's fine. I guess the other thing, and I know the room is going to be used for this by the Senate estimates folks, so I don't want to take it up. One thing is, my understanding is that you guys, IPAN, doesn't need to have the campaign totally blocked out by 4:30 or by whenever. I mean, if we're only in one room, if it's just one campaign, then we've got really until that 4:50. But yeah, it's just, I think it may take a while to identify which campaign you want to run.
Yeah, I think the important thing is that we've decided on the campaign. And
yeah, I think that's the most important thing of all.
Basis of an understanding of how we build the campaign and then steps and bringing others on board. And
yeah, I think that's pretty important. All right. I don't want to take up the space for the people who want to work on the set and estimates questions. Okay,
so should I not share on the screen will they need the screen?
They might need the screen. I don't really know, because I think there's some draft questions going around.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to go and have a little break.
Yep.
All right. Thanks, Margaret.
So do you want to, take that off? I don't have any of the information about this Senate estimates suggestion.
No,
so
it was, it's just we regularly every 6 months we try and compile a question to go to the Senate. So it's not an unusual thing for IPAN to do.
Okay. All right.
Good. The day before. And then I can play Winifred's video when you're ready. I'll just jump on the it's on the IPAN website. So
okay. So and you want to do that after the campaign's been identified?
Yeah. And as you introduce the template that we can have a quick look. Yep.
Okay.
All right. Enjoy lunch. See you soon.
What time do we come back?
30 minutes.
1:30.
Great. Thanks.
If I don't appear, feel free to call me in case I have a little nap.
Are we doing the Senate estimates now, are we? Is that what we're doing, the questions?
I'm leaving it to you guys because evidently this is something IPAN does fairly regularly. So
I've never done it before, but I just wanted to raise a general one. And I've got to go because I've got to go get some lunch. But the one I wanted to raise is, and what format do the questions take? Because I think David Shoebridge is both the defence spokesperson and the Veterans Affairs. What I wanted to do was create a link, and I'm going to defer to you, Jonathan, if this is something that we do often. Create a link between the cost of AUKUS, which is that $30 million a day, and the outcome of the Veteran Suicide Royal Commission, and what money could be used to pay reparations for the failure of the military to look after our soldiers.
Yep.
So it's a double one in essence around the 4.6 to $9 billion we're paying to the US, and how would that go? How would that be able to be used to do some of the reparations out of the Veterans Affairs Royal Commission? What it does, it puts it into context around the money that's going away from Australia into the US. How could we frame a question around that David could take forward?
Yep.
And even if we don't get a response, that's better in some aspects because they can't justify it, but it also gives us an opportunity to have media release or something similar offered.
Look, I think today, if you get the general gist of the direction of the questions, the wording can be nuanced.
I've written down some stuff. I've got to go, but I can send that to you, Jonathan, directly.
Yeah, sure. And there's someone else. Someone else sent them in.
Anyway.
There's some here in the chat that from Colin Hughes. Senate estimates question: President Biden, when he announced the AUKUS agreement with Morrison, promised there would be no nuclear weapons on any vessels visiting Australian ports or being serviced in Australia. Will the government categorically, confirm that's not the case? It's just slipped from my screen. There we go. So Colin's done a couple.
Yep. No.
Yeah. Look, I think we can nuance them, and I'm happy to work with Sam to put them in the right
format that we can ask the question. In relation to that is create a nexus between what we're not funding in Australia as against what we are funding for the US military alliance AUKUS, which we get nothing for, and which is putting us in that nuclear space.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're two separate questions. You're wanting to kind of connect them, and I think you can connect them with the third, which is, could the funds spent on AUKUS be used to
Absolutely.
Support?
Because they've said one of the areas that they didn't approve out of the veterans' suicide was reparations. They haven't put any money into.
I wonder whether Jackie Lambie would support it, and I noticed that Rex Patrick's running for the Jackie Lambie party.
I was going to talk to you about that in some aspects about Jackie Lambie as well. I know she can be loose cannon in certain aspects of it, but this is an area that she has an interest, but she also has a media presence. So it may be worth reaching out to her as well.
Yeah, can I just say that the cost, it was a really interesting thing that Annette put on about the forward Senate estimates. That cost is now $762 billion forward Senate estimates to just 2030. If you Google and say how much are the Senate estimates for defence up until 2030, you'll see that figure has blown out to 762 billion. So what they're now doing is buying drones and missiles and all of these other things that they're having. If you translate that back and divide it, that is now $209 million per day. Richard Marles came out to Western Australia last week and generously offered the local TAFE at Rockingham $14 million of that $209 million to give apprenticeships to kids so that they could get jobs building houses for all of the AUKUS people that would be arriving in Rockingham. Like it's ludicrous. When people talk about billions, it's really hard to get them to come back. That's why I loved your suggestion about relating it back to reparation for Defence Forces. You've got to ask the question in a way that it refers to an individual. I don't know whether you ever remember the State of Address in America. They have individuals in the gallery, and the president goes and says, Bill Bloggs, whose legs were blown off in Afghanistan, we've kind of repaired him and given him a new house. That's what you've got to do in a sentence. You've got to relate it back to an individual. And I love your suggestion about that. Really good.
I'm going to have to run and grab some lunch and a quick break. I've got your question.
Keep writing them down, and Jonathan, I'm sure, will collect them all, put them into one document that he can send to all of us, saying Senate questions. Then we can take those questions to our individual members of Parliament. Like once we've got those, say, 10 questions and we polish them, then we go back to our members and we say, ring up your local member of Parliament, go there. Or the other thing that we can do is if there are meetings about Meet Your Candidate, we can take those questions to a Meet the Candidate meeting. So I think there's a bit of a priority on this, Jonathan, if you can.
Sure, look, absolutely. Yep. There's multiple uses for them. Absolutely.
Yep. Okay.
Well, I'm going to have a quick break.
Lunch. Have you had breakfast? Has Barbara given you breakfast or not? Hey, have you had breakfast or do you want breakfast? Is that what you want? You want some food? Barbara given me any? Oh, told you to get me bread the other day, Bob. Hey? I said, can you get me some bread? I said I was out of bread. And with the kids coming, so we're on our lunch break now. If there's any noise that you want to make. But only until 10:30. So it's going reasonably well. I managed to get a few people pulled into order.
Are you feeding the dog or feeding yourself?
No, I'm feeding myself actually.
Oh, okay.
I was about to
That was a bit mad, huh?
I was about to feed the dog. I put that on. Now I'm looking for one. I think we've got oh, that'll be yummy.
Colin, would you like to mute yourself because we can all hear you? Can you hear me, Colin?
He's left his computer, so I don't think he can hear.
Oh, hang on.
Colin, it looks like it's only you and me that are still at the computer. Have you had some lunch, Colin Mitchell?
I'm here, Annette. You just can't see me.
There too.
Okay.
And me, Annette, you just can't see me either.
All right. I
Diana, I owe you an email too, so I'm sorry about that.
You do? I didn't know anybody.
Yeah. I've had a few. I don't have a computer. It's a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, well, I thought I might share the questions that Bevan has sent off to David to when other people are back might be helpful to see what he's put forward. Where is it? Yeah, this is it. I was wondering about questions on notice or in estimates that might relate to what was I thinking? Oh, the Bushmasters.
Friends up in Townsville at the moment.
Townsville.
Major flood.
The Bushmasters and other material that's being ordered. But did those of you that are listening, did you hear that Australia's agreed to pay a lot of money for some more Bushmasters?
No, I didn't.
Yes, sigh.
Can I just, I'm sorry, I should have put my hand up. Can I just make 2 points? Number one is, in the discussion around AUKUS, it's often said that the submarines that have been ordered are not fit for purpose for shallow water activity. Has that been confirmed anywhere? I just wonder if David Shoebridge could ask a question related to that matter, which I think is quite important.
Yeah.
I can write that out and send it. And the other thing is, I have noticed that the UK, the Guardian is reporting today that the UK, there's been some judicial review, I have no idea how that came around, reviewed that the UK must, I'm trying to open it now, judicial review must be heard on how UK can sell F-35 parts to Israel, judge rules. So my understanding is that in spite of the denials from people like Miles, that Australia is providing parts
to Israel.
Yeah,
and
I think we definitely are. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just wonder if we can somehow cite that case in the UK and devise a question around that. I'd need to think about that a bit more. But if people were agreeable to that, I could do that after the meeting and then just circulate it. And then I'm sure Sam will then go, well, yeah, that's not useful or that is useful sort of thing.
Yeah, that's right. So my question with the Bushmasters is, we gave most of ours away to Ukraine. Why are we ordering more? They're land-based vehicles. Are we anticipating an invasion onto Australian territory? So what do other people think about that?
Jobs.
Greg just said jobs.
Yeah, that's what they're banging on about. Whoever the person is in the Victorian state government was there, and I think someone from South Australia said the maybe was it Renfrey said the South Australian government is gung ho about the military industry. I think they caught that bug off Cameron Dick, who since 2018 has been banging that drum in Queensland.
Same up here, and it's getting worse now with this.
So we're going to make a what do you call it? You know, when you register your car, what's that? The number plate was going to say the car key state in Queensland. I believe
Oh,
it does.
really? Oh
Yep.
my God.
Well, that fits, doesn't it? Yeah. A khaki colour.
Yeah, well, I think, you know, like the issue of jobs with all this, you know, weaponization of Australia and the businesses that are, you know, making these parts or whole things, then we need to really explore just how many jobs are involved in all this and how long they last, and you know, where does that fit in with
They last as long as war does.
defense of Australia goes, you know? Yeah, that's right. It's an industry that's self-perpetuating, isn't it? While ever they keep what's going.
We need also to draw more on the experience, for instance, of Guaham, where oh, I can't remember her name. Isn't that terrible? The lady who came to the conference in Western Australia,
Lisa,
yeah, talked about what a scam it is when the US military says jobs, jobs, jobs.
Can I just butt in here? I'm not really part of this, but if I was attacking the military industrial complex, I mean, the fact that they're living off public monies, it's taxpayers' funds, it's not productive. So those arguments are ones that I would be tackling them on. So, you know, they will tackle people who live off security benefits and other things, but what in the hell is this?
Well, this is the public-private argument, though, David. I mean, you know, this is
public money and private.
That's right, and it's accountable when it's public money and it's when it's spent on public purposes. But when it becomes public-private, then you know it's unaccountable. It's not. There's no accountability, and it's. I mean,
we can't talk about it.
That's right. Well, you can talk about it, but you don't get anywhere.
Well,
I mean, the answer to that again is just jobs, jobs, jobs. And as Greg said then, and they're not really local. Even if they were local jobs, that would be something there. But you know, they always find an excuse. It's kind of a Trumpian government here in the NT, but they still find an excuse to bring in people that they want for cheap labour.
They may find an excuse, but all I'm suggesting is that is a vulnerability. They are living off the public teat.
Oh, of course it is.
So that if rather than taking them head on, my thoughts are that we should be actually addressing people that the people who are exploiting public funds and public taxation to support their own industries. And I'll shut up now.
Yeah, well, is everybody aware that we now have a bill before the House up here for an NT coordinator? And that NT coordinator is probably our little minor NT version of Elon Musk. And it's kind of very interesting that, again, this is what they're doing more and more. Why you know, I put in this, my objection to this was, why have a government? Why have an NT government? You know, we have so few people, then we can just get rid of that, because if we're going to have, you know, administrators and things who are not elected, then, you know, we don't need them.
Trump would absolutely agree with you, and so would Elon Musk, yeah, and probably Dutton.
Yeah, well, we're going to get rid of Dutton, aren't we? Even if I have to come down there and help.
Yeah, can I come back to all of these kind of arguments about AUKUS? I really think that they are being prosecuted extremely well by other people. We've got a very strong anti-AUKUS coalition here in Western Australia. So the idea is that, you know, submarines are not suitable for Western Australia. They cost too much, or, you know, the nuclear safety. That's not the issue. The issue is how to translate that into a campaign that the public actually take notice of. When we are totally isolated. We're not allowed to get on to talkback radio because we're cut off as soon as we ask those kind of questions. We don't get any public press. We cannot get an opinion piece into the West Australian. We cannot get on to the channel news stations and so on. So I would come back again to trying to say to people, look, our job with IPAN is to give expert knowledge and opinion. For example, I wrote a paper on the health safety of AUKUS and the question of, what do you do for first responders, and have they got enough equipment, and how do you evacuate kids from preschool areas in the local area if there's an accident, how do you get rid of aged care people, all of that kind of stuff. But it's not up to us to prosecute that argument, is my argument, because we haven't got the resources to that. We don't have the thing. So I come back to David's point. I think we've got to broaden the idea of our ideas, and we can produce the fact sheets and so on. That's got to be our number one role. How we distribute those is, I would say, through our, for example, if we can get contacts with the unions or whatever, offer to come and talk to them or whatever. So in other words, our job is not to fire the guns. Our job is to load the weapons.
Military analogy there.
Yep, absolutely.
Well, I know what you're saying. You need a broader campaign, but I think we have, this is the thing that we're in that document about, how to build a campaign, all the different terms you use. They're terms that have meaning though, and if you have a goal, that a goal can be a lot less specific, and it could be just what you're talking about. But if you want to build campaigns that flow from that goal, and I say campaigns, either one or more, then I think you need to be targeted so that you've got something specific that you can work with underneath that specific target. And I'm gunning for the, I use another military term, gunning for the to have the campaign on cancelling AUKUS and the FPA.
Yep.
With giving 1 year's notice. Now that may not be successful, but we could have a sort of a target within that we aim to have enough energy in the Parliament from Independents and the Greens to hold a parliamentary inquiry into how AUKUS was developed and why the new government, when it was new, rubber stamped it. I mean, building on what Andrew Fowler talked about at the conference, just how manipulated this whole approach to developing AUKUS was. And I do agree, somebody brought up the fact that the submarines and the cost of the submarines would also fit into that. The waste from the submarines would also fit into that. So, there's areas where different groups and individuals can be active, but coming under that one campaign around AUKUS and the FPA. So I was going to say about the submarines still being in the public's head as being ridiculous amount of money while they are struggling with the cost of living or, that sort of thing. All right.
Yeah, well, I agree with you. I mean, as you can see by my tweets, I always ask the question, can't afford your groceries, can't afford to pay your rent, can't afford to go and visit a GP, blame AUKUS, and then I post the photograph of the AUKUS submarine acting as a fire bomber as Australia burns. I mean, I think you're right. That's the tactic, because what we've got to understand is that 90% of the population are totally disengaged. Like they don't even have an opinion on AUKUS, all right? And then we've got, the 5% of the military type people are pushing, and the other 5% are people like us protesting. But
Yeah,
the
thanks,
question
David.
has got to be how to get
Yeah.
to that 90%.
That's right. I think Barbara has had a hand up for a while.
I have, and I was just going to say that on the issue of the media, there's been quite a few pieces in the chat about social media. So we really need to think about how, and I've seen it in emails over the past couple of days, we get ourselves up the social media, you know, the hierarchy of how results sort of come out on Google. But the other thing is someone in the chat put in podcasts. I think podcasts are very powerful. They're very popular, and that might be something that IPAN has a look at, and that will partially help. You know, it might only be another 5%, Colin, but it probably will reach people that wouldn't be reached otherwise.
Thanks, Barbara. And Bevan's next. I'm taking over in your absence, Margaret. Can't help myself.
Back to the last person who spoke, IPAN has done some 40 podcasts. They're on our website, and it's just that we can't get them onto YouTube or get them more widely known. Put them into voice. They are virtually broadcast on 3CR, community radio, but if we could get them onto YouTube and more
get them onto YouTube.
I just don't know how to do it, but we make about a dozen podcasts a year, myself and Andrew Gordon on the program here today.
Just for your information, Bevan, they are on YouTube on the website. Ross puts them on YouTube, and we do have a YouTube channel, which we get people commenting on. So it is getting out there, not greatly, but to a degree.
Shamefully, I didn't know about that. Sorry that we had a YouTube channel. So
we do.
That's great. Annette, this was supposed to be a discussion about questions for Senator Shoebridge. And I had one that we might ask. We should ask him to find out when the Pine Gap agreement is being renewed, right? I remember reading every 9 years or so they used to come up for renewal, but we need to know when that is, because at the time of renewal or the lead up to it will be a great time to campaign against Pine Gap.
So this is another one for you to ask. You're putting forward.
Sorry?
Because I'm sharing the ones that you've already sent to.
Oh, well, if you're happy, I'll put that one forward too.
I'm just jotting it down here, Bevan.
Bearing in mind, everyone should listen to this. Yeah, bearing in mind that the Whitlam government was dismissed 1 month before they had to make a decision on renewal of Pine Gap. And Whitlam had previously said, our attitude to foreign military bases is we support the ones that we have, but when they come up for renewal, we will not renew them. And we will not accept any new military bases, foreign military bases. He'd made that statement and he was dismissed 1 month before they had to make a decision on whether or not to renew the Pine Gap agreement.
Did you want to add anything, Colin, before we go back to Margaret and the meetings?
Yeah, I was just saying for all those who have joined the meeting, and we've had this conversation on what questions we're going to be sending to people like David Shoebridge to ask in any parliamentary inquiry on AUKUS. We will make those questions available to all of our members and ask them to contact their own new member of parliament, or they could take these questions along to a Meet the Candidates meeting and choose to ask the kind of question that we are giving you. Now, obviously, we're not going to ask 10 questions at a Meet the Candidates. So you choose the one that fires you up and that you want to speak to. But this exercise is not just theoretical. It's got a real purpose that we'll be able to distribute to all members so that they can contact each of their own individual members of parliament. And then, of course, anyone has the right to go and see any senator in their state.
Raising peace is making a parallel list of questions.
Right. What was that, Andrew?
Raising peace is also developing a list of questions. Same
Oh,
idea.
That's great. Well, it'd be good to share the questions with them as well. Yeah. Yeah, Raising Peace is a good group.
Seeing as we've got a gap, the other thing that I would like to point out to you is that the change in media that the Australian Jewish Council, is it? That's the kind of pro-Gaza, anti-Zionist lobby group, the girl Schwartz. Now, for 12 months, they were not given a voice on Australian media, even though, you know, at least 50% of the Jewish diaspora is not pro-Zionist, but they are now getting a voice. One of our aims should be that our erstwhile president should be the voice of IPAN on radio. And so whatever our campaigns are, our media strategy has got to include the fact of, can we please get an interview to explain why we don't have to rely on America, or why we are saying that there's a different way of doing things, or why. I mean, I think getting a spokesperson into mainstream media is got to be a clear aim of our actions.
Yeah, we certainly have had that aim, but it would be good to have a recognised person, but I suppose it takes time if you just keep plugging away. We've approached Kelly Tranter to act as a spokesperson, Alison Branowski, quite a number of people in our media releases, but it hasn't really made much difference who that person we put forward has been, other than we get the pickup from radio, you know, small community radio, etc. Yeah.
This sort of comes down to, how do we change public perceptions?
Mm.
And maybe there's a couple of sites which I've come across which are talking points addressing individual issues, and it's a Q&As, the talking points. But it maybe we should also be rating like ASPI, for instance, who I assume we all know about ASPI and the revolving door and whatever else.
Mm.
But
Yep.
maybe we should be, like The Conversation publishes an article by someone who is from a research think tank, which you find out was formed out by 3 people out of ASPI, and so on. So that sort of information is, and the biases of the people who are talking to, when the ABC interviews people, who are they? Why are they expert in their field? And that sort of information. Now, yes, promulgating it might be a problem, but rather than individuals doing that, if we can start putting that together, that would be a start. And then the issue would become, out of that, is to balance these views and then to offer up speakers.
Yeah, I think someone put forward the need for a communications working group, which we actually do already have. I suppose it's media working group that we do work collectively on media releases, but there's no reason why that couldn't, you know, it naturally fits, doesn't it, to have a communications and media working group.
And that information should be public, it should be on a web, it should be a resource that people get access to. So if we can do that in a way of, you know, like fact check type issue, like putting people on a bias score or whatever else, that sort of thing. If we can get a status there as being providing balance, then that may.
Yeah.
So it's really hard for me to break into this conversation because it's so interesting, and I think it's really worthwhile to give people time and space to just chat among themselves about the topics that they really care about. I will say though, just picking up on the last thread, that for a while I was the ABC's go-to person for weapons as toys as weapons. And that all came about because I was horribly misquoted by the Sydney Morning Herald, and it turned into sort of headline news about expert on international weapons systems says that toys and weapons are the same thing or something, and how childcare was ruining the world and everything. It was fascinating. But anyway, that got the ABC onto me, and I became their go-to person for interviews and things, which was great fun, especially around Christmas time. But we do still have quite a bit of business to do, and so I do want to turn our attention back to that.
Yeah, I think so.
In this time, what we need to do is take a look at the list of the ideas that we had listened to the pitches for. I think Jonathan's just screen sharing the list. Can you, I'm not sure how to do that, Jonathan, but can you just make it a full page if possible so we can see all of them at once? We thought what we might do is kind of go through them, and some of them were identified in the previous session as ones that aren't really a campaign in its own right, and so maybe could be done in a different way, not necessarily as the campaign for this year. And other ones could be kind of collapsed together and are actually already being done someplace else in IPAN. And I do want to, I'm trying to find the comment that Annette made to remind us that we're here today to work on the national campaign for IPAN. So it's not to take away from anything that the states and territories do, and it's not taking away from the bread and butter things, the everyday things that IPAN is responsible for, but to identify, here it is, what we're deciding today are the campaign or campaigns that will be led nationally. This is not to undermine or ignore what's happening in state or local activity. Ideally, the agreed campaign would complement local activities. So what you need to do now is to sort of, maybe we could go through, and some of the things we've already decided aren't really campaigns, or they're campaigns that are being run by someone else, and we can be supportive when the need arises, and then start narrowing it down to the couple, one or two that we want to do this year. Jonathan, I assume you're sharing this. So do you have your what's the best way to do this? Just to delete the ones or to highlight the ones that we think can be done by someone else, like the Stop Israeli Occupation and Genocide of Palestine, I think is being really well done by other groups. I don't know. I mean, what do others think about? I don't want to have conversations on each of these, but I think some of them might lend themselves to being put in a yellow highlight or a delete or whatever you want to do, Jonathan.
A couple of people with their hands up.
Yeah, Bevan.
Number 6 goes with number 1. They can be put together.
Okay. So I'm just going to wait for Jonathan to do his magic. There we go. So those two go together. I think that sounds reasonable. Colin?
I would argue that the Israel-Gaza campaign should never disappear off our list, but that it is actually part of our campaign for peace. So I'm not sure. I think number 6 should be the heading.
Yeah, the only concern that we have with that is...
Oh, hang on, can I finish, please?
Oh, my apologies.
My argument is that the whole argument for peace is we support a partnership for peace with countries in the Pacific. That then joins number 7, build the broad peace next
So they go together.
campaign. And then number 10 is the IPAN peace campaign. And I think that putting all of those, and I still argue very strongly that the campaign about Israel and genocide is part of the peace movement because it applies to things like international law, joining the International Court of Justice, putting sanctions on. There are other ways to fight a war without using military weapons. So I'm open to leaving it there as a major campaign, but I would argue that the campaign for Palestine is very well run by the people that came to our national convention, and we should be supporting them, not the other way around.
Yep. Okay. So I think one thing, could I ask everybody who's not speaking to please mute themselves, just because we're getting a few conversations in the background that are making it a bit difficult.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yes.
Just make one point, which basically.
Wait, hang on a sec. Could we please go through the facilitator and not try to cross over each other? Because I know this is going to be really tricky to do, and people have a lot of things they want to say, but it does make it difficult to follow conversations and to actually hear people. And once you're done speaking, if you could just lower your hand. So right now, in my view, I've got Colin, Annette, and Derek. Okay, so Colin, was there something else you wanted to say? Okay, Annette?
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to what I think I said earlier on, that I think the number one, the campaign for Australian independence from the US alliance, is a goal that we have in IPAN, and we have had really since our formation. Well, maybe the alliance side of things initially was, touch and go, but I think you could say that is already a goal of IPAN. And I think if we're going to develop campaigns, they need to relate to that. And I would make the case for that campaign around cancelling the AUKUS and FPA agreements as flowing from that goal, and as something concrete, specific that we can work on, that opens up other opportunities to have sub-campaigns around AUKUS with nuclear waste, nuclear power, Indigenous rights. There's a whole lot of things could be sort of relate to this goal, this campaign around terminating AUKUS and the FPA.
Okay, so I want to put a pause there and let Jonathan catch up to us a bit. So what I'm hearing you say is that the IPAN campaign for independence from the US alliance is kind of the overarching goal. And then under that, you can have a series of campaigns around promoting self-defense, end of nuclear power. I mean, all the things that you guys have been doing for quite a while could fit under that.
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. Jonathan, do you want to scroll down? We'll see if there's anything else that can be captured under that. Okay, that looks pretty good. Okay, now I know Catherine Kelly's had her hand up for a while. So Catherine, Derek, I recognize your hand, but I'm going to head to Catherine and then back up to Derek.
Thanks, Margaret.
Catherine.
Thank you, Margaret. Yes, I'd like to endorse Colin's comments about the Stop Israeli Occupation and Genocide in Palestine, and also to support that it could actually come in if we took it with the Partnerships for Peace in the Pacific. I noticed that just recently, I just read today, that there's a group in The Hague, which consists of a number of countries, South Africa, but Malaysia is one of them, that are calling for more action on Israel and compliance with international law. So I think it would be really good if we did work with these countries like Indonesia and Malaysia on the Israeli issue. So that's one thing I'd like to say. I think the neutrality issue could perhaps go up under number one as well. Working towards a policy of self-defense and perhaps neutrality or non-aligned position. So I think that could go up there. I support Annette's comments about the First Posture Agreement and the AUKUS, that should be a major campaign. I think most of our members, certainly in the ACT, do want to campaign on that. But also the Israeli occupation genocide, I mean, that brings a lot of other people are tying the knots about the US because of what's happening in Gaza. That the US is the malignant power in the world.
Okay.
So
Okay. Yeah. Okay, thanks, Catherine. That's very helpful. Derek Brooke. You're muted. Sorry.
Thank you.
That's okay.
Yeah, no, I agree with all those suggestions of all those specific campaigns going under the sort of general umbrella of Australian independence from the US alliance, because they all do come under that. So that's how I saw it anyway, right at the beginning. So not just a campaign in itself, but all these other aspects to it. In regards to Palestine and Gaza, just a more practical thing. I think it's important that we do participate in that. But I think, like in association with the Palestinian solidarity movements, like in Adelaide, the FOPA, Australian Friends of Palestine Association, and supporting them like financially, and like, for example, in Adelaide with the Twilight Time film, we've asked Mike Kazam from FOPA to speak and be part of the Q&A panel. So doing actions like that are very practical things, and also maybe just approaching them. We're willing to speak as IPAN in support of their rallies. In Adelaide, we have rallies every fortnight supporting the occupied Palestine, and so I think we, if we're expressing support and if we can show it materially, just suggest we're happy to speak from the peace movement on their behalf. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Derek. That's a good suggestion. Justin.
Yeah, hello, thanks. Yeah, just a few quick notes. I want to endorse Kathy's comments about genocide, that it's been great to open up new space to discuss the role of the USA and answer the questions about why Australia has taken weird positions we have.
Great. Thank you, Justin.
I'm still...
Oh, you finished?
No, I'm still going.
Oh, sorry.
The next one, I'm really uncomfortable about lumping in nuclear power, which doesn't exist in Australia and probably never will, with weapons and waste, which are on our doorstep. I'm not saying we shouldn't address that, like I'm really interested in those issues. I'm just very much aware that Dutton's reactors aren't real, and we're already committed to the sub-waste. And finally, Talisman Sabre. Yeah, I get it. It's not the sort of thing we might want to take on and confront head on, but I don't want us to be on the back foot either. Just because there's other groups who do stuff around the war rehearsals doesn't mean we can leave it to them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Ellen Morrison?
Yeah, just on the topic of the AUKUS and what we focus on, I did have a query from I think she's the convener of the Stop AUKUS WA, Leonie, and she just was busy today, so she couldn't attend. They're a very active group, but just wanted to know, what the relationship will be. So yeah, what sort of part we're going to play to work with the Stop AUKUS groups in all the states, and that might be something to talk about today.
Okay.
And then just a side topic on the Palestine issue, I agree definitely that all the different Palestine solidarity groups are doing a great idea, but I think it's definitely important to keep that in our messaging, because this is the ugly face of war that people are seeing now, and especially, young people on social media. The scenes have been really disturbing, so that's something to really activate people into the peace movement.
Yeah. All right. Just wait a couple of seconds, let Jonathan get caught up here. Oh, excuse me. Okay, thank you, Ellen. Andrew Fullerton.
Yes, I'd just like to suggest that we make specific mention of the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence, which I think were first set out at the Bandung Conference in 1955. That we specifically include these in our aims and sort of popularize them. It's because it's sort of of course we already agree with them, of course, but just to set them out sort of specifically. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, that's a good point, Jonathan. So I guess it would be, we need to make sure we're clear on what those principles are. And I guess right now we do want to look at what a campaign might be. So I could see the principles of peace kind of helping to inform the campaigns, but not being a campaign on its own. But yeah, certainly part of a useful theoretical and principled part of the infrastructure about doing things. Derek, you keep rising to the top of my list here. Did you have something else you wanted to say, or no?
Beg your pardon, sorry.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to check. Colin.
Yeah, I'm not happy about number 5. The numbers have just changed, have they? No, number 5. The issue is that's a subcategory, the support of the Partnership for Peace with countries in the Pacific. What I am trying to put up is a headline that says peace, not war. And then as a subcategories of that, we've got the 5 definitions of peace. We've got forming new partnerships. We've got to somehow develop a narrative that is peaceful in orientation, not warlike. And so all of those other things that we talked about earlier, like Malaysia is doing, non-aligned treaty, all of that kind of stuff, is ways that we can develop a peaceful and safe. I mean, against that, we have got to recognize that the biggest threat to peace is the narrative that China is our biggest threat, and we could not possibly defend ourselves against a war with China unless we've got a US alliance. So what I'm trying to say is, yes, you can argue all you like at the top about a US alliance and having an independent Australia, but if you haven't also got a very realistic, and, you know, we don't want to go back to the Second World War and Chamberlain coming back from Germany with a little document saying peace in our time. It's got to be a very realistic process to people that can actually say there is an alternative. We can have an independent, peaceful Australia, well, South Pacific, non-aligned, etc. But to do that, we've got to do A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So that's why I think the heading has got to be a little bit different than yeah, I like that better, peace not war, and then put subcategories under that.
All right, thank you for that. Before I go to Catherine and then Bob, I just want to invite anybody who hasn't already spoken and wants to do so to please put up their hand, because you know, I just want to give people who haven't yet spoken the opportunity to do so. Catherine.
Yes, I'm wondering if we can probably delete the number 2, the election strategy campaign. But I'd like to see us do a report card for the election, which would touch on the issues that we're talking about here, as well as some others like climate. So I'm not sure whether David wants to keep that on there, but I'd be happy to draft up some questions for a report card that maybe any group that wanted it could then order them.
All right, that sounds like a very generous offer, Catherine. I'll let Jonathan have let his fingers work their magic. Catherine, could you put the details in the chat, please?
All right, okay.
Thanks. Bob.
Thanks. Two separate points. First one is in relation to the nuclear power point. While I would agree that a focus on the domestic nuclear power argument shouldn't be a major campaign focus for us, I think it would be an entire mistake to either delete mention of it entirely or to pretend to ourselves that the nuclear fuel cycle for domestic energy is in any way unconnected with the nuclear fuel cycle and proliferation of nuclear weapons. They are intimately connected worldwide, and we can't pretend otherwise. To say that the nuclear power stations that Dutton is proposing are never going to happen, well, maybe not. It's a bit like saying the AUKUS subs aren't going to happen, but we don't stop campaigning against them on the basis of their possible fantasy component. It's also a mistake to cut ourselves off from elements of the environment area who are deeply connected with the nuclear power issue and with, for that matter, Indigenous First Nations peoples who are engaged in struggles around that as well. No, I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thanks, Bob. Okay, Renfrey. You're muted. You're muted, Renfrey. Renfrey, you're muted. You're muted.
Okay, now how do we pose the question of getting out of the US alliance, this demand? I think we need to be as concrete as we possibly can. I think we should be putting it in these terms: no foreign military alliances or bases in Australia. And one point is that we should be enshrining this in Australian law and at a very fundamental level. So I rather like the idea of pushing for a constitutional amendment that Australia is not involved in military alliances with any other country, with Britain, with the US, whoever. And there are no foreign military bases in Australia. It's illegal at that constitutional level.
Oh, God.
What are we doing now?
Indeed, what's happening?
Have we lost our chair?
Oh, that might have been what happened.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
So Lee, have you got something to say, Lee Patrick? Can you?
Okay. Thank you. Can you hear me? I can't see anyone at the moment other than what's on the screen. So just a couple of things. You know, I'm listening to this and taking it all in, and all of it is wonderful. But before we can actually be effective, we need the Australian people to be on board as a majority. And the only way that we are able to get our message across is by presenting the truth as it is, which just engenders more fear, which stops people from actually engaging with that subject. That's on social media, that's on media, that's everywhere. But when we did our Sleepwalking for War in Perth, which was amazing, we had some incredible speakers from different countries like Guam and India and Philippines, etc., who were giving, especially India, that was giving examples of things that they had been able to achieve by doing it differently. I feel like if we can't give the people a message of hope to go alongside all of the horror of what's actually happening, we're just engendering Australia with more fear. Yeah, we need to be able to. And, you know, also a huge majority of people who go to, who write letters to, you know, politicians and do that stuff out, even the people who go out and do activism, a lot of them are retired. They don't want to go and look for, they're not going to wade through stuff on, you know, they're like person to person, you know. I just feel like there's a component missing for me, and that's that we are engendering more fear. We're actually pushing people away because we've got no alternative. But there are alternatives to this. We've seen Martin Luther King, we've seen Gandhi, we've seen those great people. I'm not saying we do all that, because we have to do all this too. But you're doing on IPAN at the big level what we need you to be doing, and it's powerful work. But if the people of Australia can't be brought with you, and if we can't give them tangible, hopeful alternatives, then, to be honest, we're a little bit fucked.
Okay, so powerful thoughts there. I guess that's where things like the Communications and Media Working Group come in, to help build messages that are strong and hopeful and positive. And we see examples out there from quite a few organizations which are either taking fairly neutral lines or very hopeful lines as part of their communication package. And I think that's really good. So I think if it's all right with everyone, I'll go Francis, Sheila, and then maybe Colin and David. I might skip the two of you for now because to give somebody else's voices, Barbara and Burton Marg, and then come back to those. I'm also keen to start putting a bit of a line under the discussion so that we actually have time to come back. And the most important thing is to decide which 1, 2, or 3 of these campaigns that we've been formulating, you guys have been formulating, and Jonathan's been working up, are our goers for the year. Jonathan, do you have a procedural thing you want to pop in now, or can I go ahead to Francis?
No, I just had a general comment in response to the last speaker. I can't see the screen.
Lee.
Lee, sorry, but yeah, later on.
Okay. So Francis, I think that brings us back to you.
Okay, number 7, the militarization of education could go in next to where it says build broad peace movement across Australia, collaborate with organizations across country, for example, MAPW, and then put it in there. So not for example, but or including or something. So that doesn't get lost, but it doesn't have to be a separate kind of thing. And my other sort of suggestion, I know it's not specifically campaign, but a strategy, because Lee's words spoke to me very much, is could we have some kind of workshop at some stage in how to communicate by speaking? I mean, I'm in a peace vigil once a month, and we stand in King George Square in Brisbane, and we talk, well, people come up and talk with us. So it'd be lovely to talk and listen to what people's fears are. I'm very much in favour of what Lee says on a one-to-one basis, but I might need a little bit of help in communicating some of the facts if someone was going to listen to me. Thank you.
So that's a really good example of something kind of to tuck in the paddock for to help as a project to help move forward pretty much all of your campaigns that you're identifying here. Sheila.
Just unmute myself. Right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, James.
Oh,
on
sorry,
behalf of-
James.
Yeah, that's all right. I need to get my own login, but you can feel us this time. Yeah, look, I think a big focus would be the upcoming elections. I think that there are probably amongst all in different electorates, there are probably a few candidates that are probably anti-war and support good policies. And what we have to do is try to, as far as we can, promote those candidates that stand for the things that we do, so that at least they get as high a vote as possible. Ideally, hope they get elected. Hopefully, we get a few more people that are not other than the major parties into the House of Representatives and into the Senate. So I think that should be a focus. And I think, yeah, years ago I had an article on my webpage, canbebetter.net. It said what candidates who are seeking your vote should support. We should have a list of policies they should support, then see if we can get responses from the different candidates and promote those candidates that agree with the policies and tell people to vote against. So that may be another focus that we can put on in the coming elections. Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you for your attention. Oh, by the way, yeah, I think I'm doing campaigning for Dan Duggan. This is a placard we get protest each Thursday outside the Attorney General's office. This guy is an Australian citizen. He's been locked up in solitary confinement for about 20 hours, and the Attorney General, Mark Dreyfus, is trying to have him extradited to the United States because he apparently broke some US law back in 2011, even though he was an Australian citizen there. So it's outrageous. So that may be of interest to some people here. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, James.
Margaret, can I say something?
Yeah.
It's Ron Bear. I just wanted to say something. I don't know why I put my hand up, but it doesn't seem to have registered.
No.
Anyway, the important thing that I wanted to say was this. If you look at the actual, and I suppose it's a question of interpretation, but what is IPAN? To me, IPAN, the first two words or the first two letters represent independent and peaceful, right? Now, to me, if you're talking about independence and peace, you've got to focus on everything we can do to ensure peace exists in our region or in the world, okay? The government goes in the opposite direction. It does everything actually to promote and provoke war. Now, if we want to be more independent, we want to be peaceful, we've got to find a mechanism or a way to get through to the Australian public effectively to let them see that this is important. I think the barriers we face, to me, are things like the mass media, which is blatantly pro-government or pro-Dutton at the moment in terms of these policies that we believe are fundamental. We've got a lot of people who are fearful of China, who regard China as an aggressor. That's part of the media that promotes that all the time. There's constant media talk about Chinese aggression, China's the aggressive country, without defining exactly what that means. We've got a crisis amongst a lot of ordinary people in terms of their living standards. All these factors are affecting us. The lack of resources that we have as a relatively small organisation goes against us as well in terms of doing anything effective in getting our message across. So I think, to me, we've got to focus on what we think. Number one, we have the resources to address this issue. And number two, what do we think would resonate with the public more than anything in terms of our policies? And I go back to the AUKUS issue because it's very clear that with all that money to be spent on AUKUS, which will effectively deprive, as I said earlier, money being spent on education, money being spent on health, money being spent on all sorts of infrastructure that we need in Australia that is being denied to the public. I think that is something that can be tapped into the public, which would resonate with a lot of people in Australia. That's just what my thoughts are.
Okay, yeah, thanks for that, Ron. Sorry, yeah, your hand doesn't show. I think this is a theme that I've heard over a lot from all of you today is the cost of living, the cost of AUKUS, the competition of mainstream media, and the need to get a different voice out. So I think we've got those messages pretty clear. And, you know, I'm keen to make sure we hear others as well. Now, James, do you want to, is your hand up for a reason, or did you just not lower it yet?
I've got to put it down again. Sorry. Yeah,
That's okay.
all right,
That's okay. Okay, someone else I haven't heard from. Barbara.
I'll mute myself now.
Thanks. I just very quickly wanted to say, well, I very much understand what Justin's saying about we really need to pick and choose our battles, and waste is sort of much more an imperative than power. I really agree with what Bob Makinson said about the absolute connection between weapons and power, and they're sort of inseparable. So even though we might profile things like waste, I think we can't put power out of the mix. That's the main thing I wanted to say. And just on the issue, I think it was Lee who said we're fucked if we, you know, can't give people a message. But when we did the, what do you call it, the inquiry, part of the process was to try to go and have conversations with groups in the community. And I think Francis said it'd be great if we did a workshop on, you know, how to talk to people. So maybe, you know, I certainly think Francis' suggestion is useful, but IPAN has tried, you know, has in the past used that sort of face-to-face with real life people approach quite successfully. That's all. Thanks so much.
Okay, thanks, Barbara. Now, the next person I've got up here is Burton Marg.
Hi, it's actually Marg. Because
I'm just going by what I can see. Sorry.
No, you don't have to apologise. It's us that have to apologise. Bert's actually gone off to a meeting to support one of our allies in our rural area in Gippsland, who's talking about AUKUS to a group of people today in Wonthaggi. And that sort of leads me to what I was going to say. I actually heard a comment of Annette's when we first came back on after lunch, and it was about the nature of this gathering, which is looking at national IPAN and what the issues are for national IPAN. And it seems to me, as somebody who is very involved in grassroots issues, that I really like the fact that you've been pushing some of these ideas, 1 to 14, together that fit in under IPAN goals rather than campaigns. I actually think a national IPAN is able to offer really good things, like Catherine Kelly's suggestion of points on a report card to go out to states to help with national campaigns. I think that campaigns around things like nuclear power, and by the way, I'm really pleased that there's some people on this at this meeting that are really convinced that nuclear power won't happen, because if you lived in my part of the world, where we've had so many people from the nuclear industry descend on all the towns throughout the Latrobe Valley and surrounding Gippsland areas, telling us why we need it. And whilst we're aware of the fact, well, people like myself are, that what they're trying to do really is keep us with coal and gas, but at the same time, they've become quite convincing. But we also see that there's a very good campaign has started up in this area about that. And I'm always of the opinion that campaigns are good because they make people think about the broader issues, and you always get allies out of them. I was very much involved with the coal seam gas campaign here in Victoria. And out of all the years that I've been campaigning, it's the only one I've won or been involved with winning. We got many allies out of that. So I think, you know, there's several things to campaigning. I think IPAN nationally, though, it's where the policy is. It's where that good opinions on what we need. One of the things that I think is important is that I agree with people that have said people are frightened of China because of the terrible media campaign and propaganda against China. And people at the same time, whilst they're a bit rattled about Trump, they also think that the US is our big brother. That's why I think a campaign based on that non-aligned movement in Asia and the Pacific that Annette talked about earlier on, you know, I think that's something that maybe you could campaign around to defocus the idea that we're dependent on the US as big brother. To actually say we can be independent and we can become more reliable and more reliant on our neighbours, I think would be a bit of a way to do that. And we're not always going to agree with them on everything, but it's one way of shoving the US alliance away from us.
Okay.
Anyway, that's it.
Great, thank you, Margaret. So now I've got, the ones I have in front of me are David and Andrew and David Perkins. So Higginbottom and Perkins both, and Colin Hughes.
And Colin, thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
And then after that, I think we're going to have to draw the line on conversations and start looking at what we've got in front of us. Jonathan, is there a procedural thing you wanted to add?
No, just the comment. I had my hand up about 15 minutes ago.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay.
And
all right, and Shirley, so can we agree to go on this conversation until about 2:35 or so? So that we get, I've got Colin, David Higginbottom, Ron, Andrew, David Perkins, Shirley, and Jonathan. Jonathan, if you could keep your hand up, I won't lose you as easily, thank you. All right, does that sound okay if we go till about 2:35? Does that sound good? Okay.
just so that my hand takes itself down. I don't know why, sorry.
Okay, well, Jonathan, let's start with you since you've got the disappearing hand, and then I'll go across in my list in front of me. Jonathan? Yep, there you are. Jonathan, there you go.
Yeah.
Now,
I could sort of pick up on what Lee was saying about a couple of things. One was about we need the Australian people on board to be effective. I totally agree, but I also see that having effective campaigns is one good way of recruiting and encouraging the Australian people to be on board. So I guess I see them as happening kind of concurrently. And I like what Lee also said about giving people hope. And I think that's where kind of the framing of a positive vision of, you know, particularly around, say, the Pacific Peace Network for me comes into that. We've got to actually give people hope around what the alternative is, not just what we're against. And look, just a broader question, partly related to the election strategy. I'm interested in whether that's kind of a tactic/strategy that fits probably under one. But I'm just interested in, have we started to nut out exactly what that election strategy will focus on? And related to that, the Australian Conservation Foundation have recognised that cost of living is, you know, the biggest issue facing Australians, and so it's forcing them to really think about when they campaign, how do they link the environmental issues with the cost of living issues? And I think for us, as people have talked about a lot today, that's probably a really useful angle, and particularly with the election campaign, that we can link the AUKUS with cost of living, etc. I think in the report cards would be, or in our promotion of what we're wanting out of that election campaign, I think cost of living should be front and centre, because it speaks to pretty much all Australians.
Yeah.
That's me.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jonathan. Okay, Colin.
Okay. First of all, I like the idea of, trying to get some major things like constitutional change, but I would ask that you remove that from the discussion today, because it complicates the whole of that first section. The guy that promoted it, I think, should prepare a full paper to our regional committees at our next meeting, and then progress the idea from then. But it is too big an issue, too divisive, and is doomed to fail under Australia's current constitutional law to even include it. So I would request that the mover of that remove it. Secondly, the question of the elections, the gut feeling that I get is that there's not a lot of support for doing election strategy, and yet at the same time we all have a gut feeling that we should be doing something. I, in fact, had posted previously on the chat that we should actually look at only limiting that to number 3, which was targeting the key elections of Dutton, Albo, and Hasty in Western Australia. I belong to Doctors of the Environment. I was formerly head of public health, and I know a little bit about media and marketing. And the Doctors for the Environment have bought an electronic board in Kate Cheney's electorate to say a very simple message, that more people die from the emissions from coal and gas, well, from gas, than die from smoking. We have bought that board for 4 weeks. We get 10% of the time. So for 2 minutes, every 20 minutes, our ad appears. And that goes on for 4 weeks, and it costs us $5,000. So it's not a huge cost. And I would argue that it is far more effective at doing 2 things. One is, we should be able to get brand recognition if we put IPAN on that. We should be able to get interviews on local media, ABC Local and Channel 9 Local and Channel 10 Local to say it. And it really is a far better use of everybody's time and resources. It would take a little bit of money to actually do the artwork, which I'm happy to donate to. We would have to do a fundraising, but here's the catch. We would go to AUKUS and the other groups, because I think that the message should be what people have been saying. Worried about cost of living? Do you know that your government is spending $30 million a day on AUKUS? And if that message goes up there, co-funded by the anti-AUKUS people, Medical Association for Prevention of War, and IPAN, we get maximum exposure during the election for comparatively minimal effort. I urge everybody else to go and do whatever they like, hand out leaflets at their local electorate or whatever, or go to questions, but I really question us putting a lot of resources into checklists, even social media, because our penetration will be very, very minimal compared with the millions of dollars that they're going to be spending on social media, etc.
Exactly.
From the big companies.
Yeah.
Lots of really good ideas and tactics and actions in that one. So thank you very much, Colin. Okay, David Higginbottom.
Okay, I'll try to be quick, but looking at the election coming up, which Scuttlebutt has as April, it actually might be worthwhile combining that, or having a policy which is non-contentious, a peace policy, if you like. So certain actions which people can't disagree with, and getting some sort of score thing for people to sign on to a policy. i.e., that was the suggestion that I had. There may be others that are better, but the suggestion of a minister responsible for pursuing that, the supporting bodies and so on, non-contentious things, but it is actually elevating peace as an objective within government. So can we think about the possibility of having something where we put up a policy and ask candidates to sign on to that policy?
Thank you, David. That was really, really useful. Now, Ron, is your hand up to speak or just by accident? Okay, Ron, is your hand up to speak?
Are you talking to me?
Well, your hand is up. So did you want to say something, or is it just now it appears? Now when you don't need it, now it's there.
I think I said my piece earlier.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure.
Thanks, Margaret.
Andrew from Queensland.
Yeah, so from look, I think those are good ideas. I think the $30 million a day resonates with people. Even something similar to the gambling ad where it says, imagine what you could be buying instead. Healthcare, Medicare, all of those types of things, something that people can latch onto. It's all of those other things that we're doing are really important about creating an independent. But if we've got an opportunity in election time, we've got an opportunity at a point in time to define something that's there that people, no matter what they feel, can latch onto and say, I want to find a little bit more about this. It's like a hub, and then spokes come off it with information that people can find. And putting IPAN branding on it is brilliant, because even put a QR code where people can click on it, send it somewhere to where we can get some information, where people can get more information.
Love it.
Thanks for that. Just a reminder, if you're not speaking, can you please mute yourself so we don't have cross conversations going on? Thank you very much. Thanks, Andrew. That was really useful. David Perkins.
Thanks. I actually don't think that we can ignore the election. I think that we should, I think the report card is a good idea, based either on or both on responses from candidates and analysis of their platform. I think the report card should be almost like an old school annual report on subject matter. You look like AUKUS, China, nuclear weapons, autonomy, consequence on public welfare, etc. So a bit of care needs to be directed there. I think there should be a series of press releases put out by IPAN during the election period based on the subject matter of the report cards. And thirdly, I think that local groups, whether in Fremantle or the Latrobe Valley, or whether should be free to campaign in relation to those issues that are particularly relevant there. That's it. Oh, and Palestine should be a subject matter as well as a report card.
Okay. Shirley. Can't hear you. You're muted.
I came in a little bit late to this afternoon session, so I might have missed the beginning. But I think that there's some fantastic ideas. All of the ideas that people are bringing up, suggestions, are really important. I think it's difficult to prioritize them. It's like, I think that we should look at this, you know, there's a saying, a Chinese saying about let 1,000 flowers bloom, to create, you know, create environment for different initiatives, for lots of initiatives, different creative ways of developing a campaign. So I'm not really sure when we're talking about prioritizing, what, 3 or 5 of these items. Are we talking about the coordinating committee, or are we talking about sort of imposing it on all of IPAN? Because I think that, and I think, you know, this has come out in this discussion, that every state is different. And there are local issues that are really important in the local communities. And some are more important in one area than they are in another. For instance, in West Australia and South Australia, the nuclear submarines are absolutely critical, as is the nuclear dump. So I'm just think that we need to be careful about how we don't restrict. We should create an environment where we encourage each state and communities to develop campaigns against AUKUS. And AUKUS is the central in this period between, over the next how many years, that AUKUS, which brings in all different aspects of Australian society, that some aspects are more need greater emphasis in one area than in another areas, and we shouldn't be restricting there. I think that the coordinating committee does need to have sort of like maybe three main general issues, like AUKUS and the cost of AUKUS, the militarism of AUKUS, and I mean, in my view, that the question of independence is integrated into those issues. And the way that the question of independence is raised is dependent on the particular sector that we are working with. So in some sectors, there is greater awareness and consciousness about independence. So obviously, the way that we approach and raise it would be different in areas where, there's still a bit of caution and resistance or irrelevance about the independence. So I guess what I'm saying is that that we need to be careful not to confine ourselves and confine IPAN to just say 3 issues. And if they are, they've got to be really broad. So they're broad enough to encompass all those points, all those 7 points, and people in different states and areas and unions take it up in ways that are appropriate in the area, because it's all part of that same river. It's all part of that same flow that's moving, in a campaign against AUKUS. The other thing that in what Lee has raised, and we in Victoria have had this experience for quite some time, we've brought out fact sheets, and I think it was about 12 months ago, we've got a really great, well-designed fact sheet on the cost of AUKUS. At that stage, it was 368 billion. And we've been handing it out in communities, but we're handing it out in all our rallies. So we went through a period where we had a lot of rallies. And the incredible response that we received from the community and handing it out at those rallies in the cities and in local shopping centres, it was that the cost of the 2 issues, and they were the cost of living and the cost of the nuclear submarines and war. And they were the 2 main things. And we were able to, and I agree with Lee, that it's a one-to-one conversations that are absolutely critical. And it is in those conversations that we then link the 368 billion with the militarism, and in some cases we've raised the issue about that we're just following the US, or our government is subservient to the US, and in many cases people agree with us. It's a known fact. The problem is people feeling powerless, and what can we do about it? And I think IPAN and AAAC has the skills, has the equipment to be able to garner that sentiment, the wide sentiment, in a way that allows people the freedom to create and initiate their own activities. Like Margaret was talking about in Wonthaggi, in Gippsland. We've got in the other side of Victoria, southeast Victoria, we have a very strong group that are organising around AUKUS outside Miles's office around Palestine, and they're developing their own creative ideas that are relevant to their communities. So I think we need to be kind of really big-minded, broad-minded, and be very encouraging of people to take initiative in whatever area they feel, you know, they're going to get the response which resonates with communities, resonates with workers they work with. So I mean, that's all I'm going to say. So I'm just trying to say, look, you know, we should be careful not to narrow ourselves, but we should look at broadening ourselves out and do it in such a way that we just have maybe 3 main themes, very broad themes, and then encourage the states and communities and unions to initiate struggles that are relevant to their areas. That's all.
Thanks, Shirley. So that's a good reminder to all of us that you guys, IPAN is an organization that's got state people involved, you know, state bodies as well as affiliate organizations, and that across the country there are some topics that resonate more than others. But one thing I heard, and I think you would probably agree with me on this, is that a topic that resonates everywhere is the cost of living, and especially when it's balanced against the cost of AUKUS, but to have those discussions in such a way that empowers people rather than instills fear in them, which is really important. I do want to come back to the point that we're here today really to help to come together as a group to identify 1, 2, or possibly 3 campaigns for national IPAN to initiate, which would not change other business of what the organization does. You know, you'll continue to engage with the Pacific Peace Network, and you'll continue to write submissions and all the other things that you do. But these are just, you know, 1, 2, or 3 sparkly things that you want to put up. Okay. So when I was doing another job, we used to call them bright, shiny things. And they were bright, shiny things that we knew would be very attractive to the public, or they may not like them, but it would draw the attention of the public. So in a way, that's kind of what you want to do today, is you want to find a couple of 1 or 2 campaigns that you can, as a national body, help to kind of drive at least, you know, for 2025, if not beyond. Campaigns, of course, usually go beyond 1 or 2 years, but this is a part of how you're looking at it. So I could really do with a really short wiggle break, just a couple of minutes, just to kind of stretch in your chairs or as it is. And then we're going to come back to this document that we've all been fiddling around with. And Jonathan, thank you very much for doing the tech stuff. And we need to not get broader, we need to bring it down. Okay, so do your wiggle break and your stretch and bring back your narrowing down thinking caps. Jonathan, are you there?
Yep.
Yep. So I just, because I'm not really sure how you want to do this. Do you guys want to vote on these things? How does, it's not like us where we sit and wait for God to tell us what to do, although that would probably work for Francis.
We can do that, but I think I've got the answer. I think we've already voted.
Oh, okay.
We've condensed currently to 6.
Well, I don't want to get too much into it now because I don't want to make it feel like we're having that conversation with not the broader group. Just to
make the point, I think 3 of them, we've kind of said there's other groups doing them, like Talisman Sabre is not a campaign, but we can still support. The nuclear weapons is already, you know, ICAN led, certainly nuclear weapons, and there's an effective movement on nuclear waste dumps. And we recognise the Stop Israeli Occupation and Genocide in Palestine. There's other groups doing it. So we've kind of got 2 main things plus the election strategy and election strategy. So I'm happy to kind of take on it, or your take on it.
Yeah, no, if you could do that, that would be great. So we'll come back after a bit of stretching. And I do want to draw everyone's attention to David Higginbottom's comment in the chat.
Yeah, and I guess what I'll say is that there may be a push to have a separate group work on the election strategy, but I think they need to work closely with Group 1 to align with messaging, like,
Okay.
well, and both groups really, but yeah, happy to stretch for a minute, come back. All right. Back into my office because I've got a meeting till 4:30.
Okay. All right. So, yep.
I was just going to say, I think the 4-minute video will be a nice little break when we do watch it, just to give people a break from a different meeting.
Yeah. So do you want to do it after the?
I think after before the breakout rooms. Yep.
Yeah.
Now,
Okay.
Ross back because he had to do some stuff at home for a bit.
Okay.
Or because he was then going to get me to do the breakout rooms, but I prefer it's him.
Yeah. Yep. Well, there's no picture there.
Winifred, you can mention, is also a member of Just Peace.
Okay. Just Peace.
Well known to Barbara and Annette and Ross.
She sure is.
Hello.
I am here.
Yep. I'm just trying to ring Ross. Hey Ross, we're just on a stretch break and then we're going to finalise the priorities. I think you're back. Yeah. I think we'll end up with 2 or 3 breakout rooms. I don't know what we're going to do about.
I always like being in the room when the tech stuff or the coordinators are having conversations. It always makes me feel like I've pulled the curtain back and found the Wizard of Oz, and I know where the buttons are and everything like that. I think that's great.
Yeah.
What? A pillow, Annette?
It's actually an IKEA chair.
Oh, lovely.
I moved from the office, so
Yeah, I noticed the difference.
yeah.
Well, my husband decided to clear out his office a while ago, and he was going to get rid of the chair I'm sitting in, which is actually my chair. And I inherited it from someone who served in the state legislature for many years from my home state in the US. And it has a little bit of sentimental value for me. So I said, no, I'm going to move it into what we call the Nook, which is just kind of a communications area everybody uses. Just between us, it is the most uncomfortable chair ever. I do not know how this person and all the other people who were state representatives in our state government sat in them for so many decades. It's just, it looks really cool. It's of the time, it's, old. I mean, this goes back into the 40s, very well made, really uncomfortable. So I now understand why he didn't want to keep it. Before we start, Derek, was there something you wanted to raise?
Well, actually, it's from Ruth.
Hello, everyone. I've just got an idea following on from conversations. Why don't IPAN put a press release out? Independence, not peace, not war. Australian government spending 30 million per day on AUKUS. Don't you want this money spent on health, housing and education? I think that would be a good promotion.
So can you put those words in the chat, please?
Oh, all right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if you could pop your hand down, that would be great. So we're now going to go into the work of identifying what we're doing, which of the campaigns we're taking forward. And Jonathan has so kindly offered to take us through this part, which I really appreciate. And again, thank you everyone for all your comments and your thoughts and your contributions to this. I really appreciate it a lot. Jonathan.
Where's he gone?
Yes. Yep. Just. So I think we've done a pretty amazing job of condensing things naturally and pulling things together. The way I see it, we've ended up with, if I scroll down, with really 6 dot points. And the 3 I've highlighted in yellow.
Sorry, Jonathan, can you make that a bit bigger? I can't read that.
Yeah, I think you'll only see one at a time, but
okay.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, thank you.
Is that better? So I think we've come down to really 14 or 15 has become 6, the way we've grouped things. And look, a quick note about number 1. I mean, I know there was a call to pull that reference to constitutional change out. I wonder whether it can remain. It doesn't have to be public, but it can still be part of a longer term focus for that group, even if it's not identified as a goal for 2025. So I guess we don't want to lose it. So my suggestion would be that it can still sit there, but it may not be front and centre in public at this stage. Then we've got 3 groups in yellow: the Stop Israeli Occupation and Genocide in Palestine, which we've recognised there is a well-run movement happening out across the country and that IPAN will continue to support, but doesn't need to lead that. I'll jump to number 6, Talisman Sabre. We've recognised doesn't require a separate campaign. Wage Peace and others are doing that, but IPAN can keep supporting. And then number 3, again, partly, number 4, ICAN obviously leading the campaign to put an end to nuclear weapons. And there are lots of other groups across the country fighting against nuclear waste, including kind of linked with the anti-AUKUS movement. So my suggestion would be that those 3 kind of self-select as not being major campaigns for IPAN, but I'm happy for comments on that. And that we've really identified 3. The IPAN Campaign for Australian Independence and US Alliance, the Peace Not War broad kind of campaign, and then the election strategy, which I think probably sits with both of them, but we may still want a separate breakout group to work on it. But I think the messaging needs to be consistent with what's happening elsewhere in IPAN. So yeah, I'm just wondering whether we need a vote or whether we kind of have already bottled it down to the 3 standalone things that IPAN wants to work on separate to what we're already doing.
Annette? Annette?
And my phone just rang at the very same time. Can I just, I guess we agreed earlier on that the IPAN working towards independence from the US with all those precise areas where we want to see change that were outlined in what Derek and Bevan put together is a goal rather than a campaign, and that campaigns flow from that overall goal, whether we campaign specifically on ending all US bases and facilities in Australia, or whether we campaign specifically on having the AUKUS and FPA terminated with 1 year's notice. To me, that's, I guess my thinking takes me that way. So if we were wanting to isolate specific campaigns flowing from that overall goal, I think that the policy, developing a policy around neutrality or self-defense or both is, and we do have a working group that's already been active on that. The campaign to terminate the AUKUS and FPA agreement, sort of, it has the benefit of it already being an issue in just about everywhere. So we're not taking away from anything that people are active on locally, but we're giving it a specific focus on a national level. And, you know, it is achievable. It might not be very achievable, but it is achievable to have enough pressure at some point in some circumstance to see those agreements terminated. So I won't say any more at this stage. Yeah.
Okay, so just to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying, Annette, is that the campaign would be to achieve AUKUS agreement and FPA termination with 1 year's notice. That would be the campaign towards the bigger goal.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. All right. Jonathan, could I just ask you to maybe highlight that second dot point under number 1 as in a different color or something, so we have that easier to find.
I guess can I just query, I guess, what Annette was saying. I mean, for me, I mean, every campaign needs what, Margaret, you'd call a big, hairy, audacious goal, which I would see as Australia's independence from the US alliance. So that kind of meets the definition of a goal for a campaign. I mean, I wonder whether it's about people interested in working in a broad area, then prioritising, you know, how they then work on that, which of those issues that they would prioritise first, whether it's ending the agreement, whether it's neutrality, non-alignment. I'm just not sure, Annette, what you're suggesting we do with all those points.
Well, I would say that that neutrality and non-alignment needs to have a specific focus. So what would we be aiming for? As a campaign, you need to have a target.
Oh, absolutely. But
You know.
I think at the moment we're just trying to get the issues, aren't we? And then this afternoon we move into that specifics. So I'm just, yeah.
Well, I thought that this afternoon we break up into working groups. We're going to be looking at specific campaigns.
Yeah.
So, you know, if we looked at the AUKUS FPA as one, if we wanted to look at what was one of the other ones that has come up with a specific target. it could be, yeah, the more generally on no military alliances with any other country. You know, we've now got, you know, Singapore, Indonesia, Japan, and the United States. They're all training for war on our territory now. So that, in fact, would be an opportunity to really let people know that, you know, that's something we can aim for, is to see that end, which fits in with our formation ideas of IPAN.
All right, let's hold those thoughts. I've got a couple of other hands popping up, so I'd like to hear from Barbara.
Sorry, thanks. I just want to say that for me, it's very hard to divorce point number 4, put an end to nuclear weapons and nuclear waste dumps in Australia, etc., from anything to do with AUKUS. I see they're inextricably linked. So I just want to put that on the table, that's all.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, so it could then be part of number 1, noting that there are these other issues that surround that. So I just want to kind of remind people that we're looking really for a couple of campaigns for 2025 that may go further. So we're not saying these other things are not important, or that local groups can't engage with them, or you can't engage with them, or we're not trying to control people's things. We're just trying to get a couple of things for IPAN to focus on in 2025.
And I think that is part of AUKUS. So
yeah,
even though the second pillar's gone, you know,
yeah,
where it wants to.
Yep. So maybe we can put it up to it, link it with 1. Andrew.
I think that what Annette was talking about in relating to the Achieve AUKUS agreement and FPA termination within 1 year's notice, that feeds off a whole heap of stuff. It feeds off that cost of living issue. It feeds off what we want the final outcome to be, which is to terminate AUKUS agreement, which is the money, but also terminating that forced posture agreement, which is around us being an aggressor or part of American aggression. So I think it captures quite a lot of what we're talking about in there, and by nuance rather than by words.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Andrew. Colin Hughes.
Yeah, look, I'd like to fully endorse the comments there of Annette. Wearing my public health hat again, there is no point in telling people to stop smoking. You have to tell them why. So the policy or the target of the campaign is to end the AUKUS agreement and the FPA. Absolutely, 100%. The next 3 dot points are the why. We can develop an independence. We can develop a neutrality with our Pacific neighbours. We can do all that kind of stuff. So don't remove them from the thing, but just put that little one up as sub-point 2 underneath the IPAN campaign for an independent Australia. Make that the headline campaign. All those other things go with it as the way of examining it, because when we have a public health message, we have 1 point that comes out and we have 3 dot points to explain it, because people are incapable of remembering any more than 3 dot points. So, yep, I think that it's slightly dishonest in the sense that Dutton's campaign for nuclear power is dishonest. He wants to put the discussion on nuclear power, and we all know that it's all about maintaining gas and coal and ignoring climate. So that's what he's doing. We can do the same thing back to him. Well done, Annette.
So sorry, what were you suggesting I move, Colin?
The campaign, just make that the first point underneath the IPAN campaign for Australia. Just, yep. Leave that highlighted and then leave the other ones there. Because that's how we will persuade people to achieve the AUKUS agreement. I mean, you can give them, you know, all technical advice, but that doesn't the question, as we've said previously, can't afford your groceries, kill the AUKUS agreement. Pretty simple.
Thanks for that, Colin. Eileen?
It's just a quick comment. When we get down to working groups, this was why I suggested a national communication working group so that the state representatives could get together once a month and discuss these campaigns on a national basis. That's my 4 pence.
Thanks, Eileen. Now, Barbara, did you have something else you wanted to say, or is it just a spare?
I did, but I'm just reading the AUKUS agreement. It's about the 1 year thing, and I read that agreement very closely. And even though it says, do I have it here in front of me?
Take it off.
I know I've gone to the top of it, that any party can withdraw with 1 year, because Australia is, like, I think the UK and the US are originating parties and Australia is a recipient party. I think it's much harder for us to get out of it in 1 year than that clause is really there for the other two. That's what I think. That's all.
All right. Thanks, Barbara. Derek Burke.
Oh, hello, it's Ruth with Derek.
Hi, Ruth.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Look, following up on someone else's idea, I think IPAN could put out a press release saying independence, peace, not war. Australian government spends 30 million per day on AUKUS. Don't you want this money spent on health, housing and education? People need to know that there are things that they'd rather have their money spent on, and I think that would resonate well. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Ruth. And it's also in the chat if you haven't read it already.
Thanks.
Yep. So, Barbara and Ruth, if you're finished, could you take your hands down, please, so I don't get confused?
Yeah, Derek's gone away and I don't know how to do it. I'm pressing lower hand.
It's okay. It's okay, Ruth. Not to worry about it. We'll sort it out.
You just ignore it. Oh. So I'll try and get him.
Okay. Jonathan, back to you, I guess.
I don't think my hand's up.
No, but do you want to, is there anything more you want to talk about these ideas, or so are we, does this mean that we have 3 campaigns, or
3 areas?
Yeah, because it sounds like we've got the campaign to achieve the AUKUS agreement and FBA termination with 1 year's notice, taking on board Barbara's points. An elections strategy campaign, which would be more time limited, and a peace not war with a heading in of work in progress with the things under there.
Okay, just to comment on that, peace not war.
Okay.
3 points come sub points to campaign for the government to do those things.
Sorry, I'm not sure I got that.
In fact, I'm not sure if you've got it further down, but I think we should campaign for the government to have a minister. Sorry, it is there. Okay.
Yeah, I just didn't. Yeah, rather than putting it, but I can put it back in. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's actions for the government to take. We could campaign for.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that. Right. Okay. Annette.
Yeah, very briefly, I think the election strategy falls under the campaign rather than being a campaign in itself. It's a strategy that we would use for the campaign.
Which campaign is that?
Well, it could be, I mean, I think we've got that overarching campaign that's we've highlighted the, you know, cancelling AUKUS and the FPA, and as Colin indicated, that any of those other areas can fit under it. The elections is a strategy for us to, you know, make those campaigns, to act on those campaigns, or the campaign.
Okay. All right. So maybe, Jonathan, we could leave it as election strategy and then get rid of the /campaign, just to make it really clear that this is a strategy, and that it could fit pretty much any campaign you all decide to do. And I also acknowledge that someone has suggested that there be a IPAN election campaign working group be established for the period of time needed. So not an ongoing one, but one to help drive that, or to drive it, basically. Ross.
Yeah, just to refer to that, return to point 1 there, where you've got the highlighted campaign around AUKUS. I just want to hear from the people who, there's a few people, Bevan and Derek and Shirley, who've focused on independence, and which I fully agree with, which I see coming out of that campaign, if it's the headline is walking out of AUKUS, but I want to just hear from them that they feel that's also valid, because there's been some strong views on either way with that. Which one is the campaign, in other words? I hear what Annette said about the campaign for independence from the US alliances is a goal, but I could also see that as a campaign strategy, you know, that we get, that is our headline. We are trying to actually make but I think we do need to sort of clarify what the feeling of us here is about the difference between what is the main campaign focus.
Okay, but is that, so keeping in mind that this is not the overarching goals of IPAN, this is the highlighted one, is one to focus on for the year. Bevan, do you have any response to Ross's question, or whatever else you were going to say there?
I think you have to have something specific to campaign towards the goal that is heading. Right, you can't actually campaign to have the US alliance terminated because it doesn't even exist in writing. It's almost like a belief, right? And if you take AUKUS, the FPA, Pine Gap, you can talk about the manifestations of the alliance physically, and you take one of those or two of those out, you probably finish the alliance anyway. I think Annette said that before. You take AUKUS out, take the FPA out, that's probably the end of the US alliance. But I have no worries about that. I'm happy to have the campaign focus on AUKUS and the FPA, but within the general umbrella of that heading, then we'll be mentioning in our literature why it's important to get out of the US alliance, and how these AUKUSs and FPAs are all what we have to suffer because of it.
Okay. All righty. Great. All right. Thanks, Bevan. That's very helpful. I think I'll take Catherine and Kelly as the last comment, and then we'll just firm up a few things. Catherine.
Yes, I'd like to agree with what Bevan's just said, and Annette's approach to it, that the specifics should be about the AUKUS and the forced posture agreement. But I wondered what had happened to the bit about peace, Gaza and Palestine. It was down the bottom in yellow before, but it seems to have gone. I think that could go up under the Pacific, you know, partnerships for peace in the Pacific or in our area.
Just let Jonathan do his magic.
Yeah, I'd probably say regional rather than Pacific, because that's how we described it initially, as IPAN having a working group to establish regional peace, the Pacific peace.
Pacific peace, but we'll call it regional peace.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, well, it could be go under there as a topic with them because
Yeah, put it,
those countries like
redundant to call it
Indonesia
Pacific
and
peace.
Malaysia are very concerned about Gaza and the occupation.
Well, wait a minute. Jonathan, does it go there or does it go under the one that's got the Pacific Partnership piece?
This is the Pacific Partnership.
Okay. Okay.
Yep, it's all kind of.
Okay. Oh, yep, yep. I see it now. Yeah. Sorry.
And I think, look, just to respond to Annette and Ross, once people start looking at the campaign template, it's quite clear about how the goal should relate to the broader vision. And, you know, I think that'll help people kind of nut out what's the difference between a campaign headline and the kind of specific goals and objectives. But yeah, I kind of agree with Bevan. You've got to have something very specific that you're working to in that campaign.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Bevan, was there anything else you wanted to say or?
Look, just briefly, can I issue a word of warning about the way we phrase the costs of AUKUS? It's correct to say they propose to spend on the average 30 million a day for every day in the next 30 years on AUKUS, which is 368 billion. They are not spending 30 million a day at the moment. You just have to be a bit careful we don't get picked up on this point.
Yep, it's a good point.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. And as someone who would have spent quite a bit of their time finding those points and putting them out there, yeah, good reminder. Okay, last comment, Shirley. You're muted, Shirley.
The question Ross had asked and Bevan replied. I just think that the way that we need to phrase the alliance, and I think the US, sorry, to phrase the independence and also the alliance, it should be seen as in putting it in a context as an alternative, as a viable, sustainable alternative for winning peace in Australia. So I don't think that any of us are talking about like putting Australian independence and US alliance in bright lights, flashing bright lights, and you know, replacing all the other demands. It's integrating it into those immediate demands, and it gives the immediate demands explanation of why we're in a situation the way we're in now, and also what the positive alternative. So people talked about earlier about, you know, having, we need to be positive, give people positive alternatives, hope, you know, hope for the future. We've got to have, you know, just sort of saying terminate AUKUS agreement and FPA, that in itself is not, and we know that in itself is not going to end the alliance necessarily, because something else will come up. And that's been the history in Australia. There's all the time new agreements, new alliances, new names for alliances with the US or Britain have been formed. And I think that all that we mean about the independence and independence and the alliance is integrating it into those demands as giving, you know, raising awareness, but it's part of education. It's part of empowering the people to understand why Australia is in the situation that it's now and what is the answer or how we can get out of it. And it's that empowerment that's really important. And that's, I think, how most of us see that whole question of Australian independence. So just for clarification.
Thanks, Shirley. I do want to remind people that there's interesting conversations going on in the chat. Not that they're running separate to what's going on in the main room. a lot of support for each other. Eileen brings up the point that a lot of Australians support the alliance with the US, so you have to have some good arguments to change those minds. Lots of good commentary, but again, contributing to what's going on in the room, not running in parallel or in contradiction. So, which I must congratulate one and all in doing that, because sometimes you find out that the two spaces are having very different perceptions of what's going on. But you guys are doing a really good job working them all together. Okay, so Jonathan, could I ask you just to kind of talk us through, do we now have 3 campaigns or 2 campaigns? In the number 2, do we have a clear campaign topic?
Well, I mean, I think in a breakout room, we can probably make it clearer, but I think
we can just leave it at that and let the group work it out. I think that's probably a good idea. So the idea that we had, and you'll all appreciate this because you've all been here with me and you've had these amazing, passionate, respectful, incredibly productive conversations. But our idea was that this part would be done before lunch. And then the afternoon, so we would have, the breakout groups would have 3 hours to nut out a general framework for a campaign. And then we'd come back together, share the basic ideas, and then do a couple of other little bits of things. Obviously, we've had much more useful conversation than anticipated, which is great. I think what I'm suggesting, and I'm really keen to hear from Jonathan and Annette and others who actually manage this organization, is to go ahead and go into breakout. We've got a film we want to show, which will kind of help get things going, and a couple of other little bits, and then put people into breakout rooms. Ross is chomping at the bit to put people into breakout rooms. Give you a couple of hours to do what you can in that space around putting together some structures for campaigns, and then come back together and share those ideas, and then maybe leave it at that. And any other tasks, we had a couple of other things that we wanted to do. We wanted to go through the working groups, and Annette has that look like, no, we need to do those things. So we wanted to go through the working groups and see which ones were the most how they were all, not how they were going, but which ones were needed and which ones we need to add because of the big campaigns, and some ideas around what the webinars in 25 might look like, and some key dates for IPAN. So kind of administrative things at the end. So Annette and Jonathan and others, does that sound pretty good if we go into the video now and then go from there into the breakout rooms?
Can I just ask how many breakout rooms how many campaigns have we decided on? One?
So,
Two.
Jonathan?
Two.
Okay.
3. No. Sorry, I'm sorry, I'm not then. Aren't we doing 3? Isn't there going to be an election one and then 2 others?
Well, we did decide that election strategy flows from the campaign around AUKUS and neutrality and all those things that came underneath the AUKUS and FPA. So it's more of a strategy, but in some ways I agree. I think there's a benefit to actually nutting out what we can do specifically in the pre-election period. So
we could have a third breakout room for
That's the problem. It means another meeting if we're going to talk about election strategy.
Well, what we could do, and I think what Jonathan was trying to say there, was that we could have a breakout room that dealt with election campaign strategy sort of stuff that then could feed into all the different things that people are doing. Because the suggestion has been made that there be a working group on that. And so that could be the third breakout room. So we can have 3 breakout rooms.
And I guess they'll need to tag team with the other 2 groups in terms of messaging that it fits.
Can I just, sorry, I haven't put my hand up, but I wonder whether we might be better off summarising what we've done, handling it by email, refining it, and then having the breakout sessions. Apart from anything, those breakout sessions overlap. So, you know, depending on which one you're in, you might end up with totally different positions.
Look, I mean, I understand. So I would suggest that the benefit of us starting to nut things out together. I mean, today's the start, not the beginning. There'll be many, many meetings that are going to be required from here. It'll be a missed opportunity if we don't start thinking through, you know, some of the next steps and mapping out who are the key stakeholders to have around the table. And so I think there's a benefit in beginning the process, but recognising it's step one, not the final today.
Yep, I agree with that. I mean, it's you all only come together once a year, so we kind of want to maximize the time that we do have together. Yay!
Margaret, can I say something?
Of course.
Just a nitty-gritty thing is that once we are in the breakout rooms, we won't all have access to that document Jonathan's been working on. So I suggest Jonathan saves it and sends it round the group, and so that then people in each breakout room can share it if they want to use that document at all, or if people are happy with just the title of the.
And I think best to have it. I mean, I can send it to as many people. I obviously don't have everyone's email right on my.
Can't you just put it in the chat, Jonathan?
Yeah.
It'll be a big chat, but yeah, I can.
Yeah, no, I think it's better off people to be able to share it in the breakout room.
Yeah. So can people see chat once?
Well, the alternative is if the 3 breakout rooms identify at least 3 different people that are going to be in each of them, then send it to just those 3 people, then they can share it.
I think actually only that if you send the document, it appears as a document, not as words.
So not as.
Yeah.
Here's another idea. Is if you put the link in the chat and people open up the link and then save it on their desktop. Yeah. And then that way you'll have it. The same thing if
Google Doc.
Yeah, you should be able to do a save and put the link in the chat, maybe. Maybe that won't work.
As long as people can access our Google. I mean, I presume Kathy's going to be in the election strategy group.
Yep. Yeah, so that's a good idea. I mean, if you know somebody who's going to be in each group.
So I think if I send it to Derek, Bevan, Ross, Annette, you, Margaret, and David Higginbottom, and Kathy, we should cover everyone. I think it's in the chat as well, but it can only be shared by a link if everyone can access our Google Drive.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought it was just in a Word doc.
Unless I'm not smart enough to do it any other way.
Okay. The other thing that you might want to see if you downloaded and still have access to is the campaign template that was sent out earlier. That's kind of a table with prompts.
So, Derek, I can do this while we put the video on, Margaret.
Okay, so this is a short video. Let me just find my notes here, which is great because it gives us a chance to engage with our visual signs, not just our verbal and oral signs. What is successful collective action by Professor Winifred Lewis. I think many of you might have already seen this, which is really great, but it's a perfect timing to have another look at it before you go into your session and before we go forward. Thanks, Jonathan.
What is successful collective action? Part of the reason that's so hard to answer is because there's more than one goal and sometimes no goal at all. Before you know whether your action's been successful, you have to have a vision of what it's designed to achieve. But what we've seen in our research is that activists and scholars tend to focus on different goals, and different activists, different people within the same movement sometimes look at different goals from each other. We found it helpful in our work to look at a framework which we called AVIASTA. Yes, another wonderful acronym. It's illuminated in our book, The Psychology of Effective Activism. The model talks about how there's different time frames, audiences, and outcomes of collective action that organizers and activists can focus on. For example, your movement might be thinking of the long term, stopping climate change. You might be thinking of the medium term, transition to a fossil fuel economy. Or it might be thinking of the short term, trying to persuade a particular bank not to take action for a particular mining project. In addition, your movement might be focused on different types of actors. It could be that some of your activists are focusing on themselves. I just need to take action for my own emotions to do the right thing in this context. Some people might be thinking of supporters as a group, and others are political opponents. And some people are focusing on bystanders and third parties and growing the movement towards them. And that's important because potentially these different audiences have different needs and preferences. The same kind of rhetoric and language that revs up the supporters might alienate third parties and bystanders and might enrage and provoke opponents. Some of the specific outcomes that we focused on in our research and that other scholars have too, look at what we call mobilization outcomes. There are 4 that are very important. One of them is raising awareness, another one building sympathy for your cause, generating intentions of people to act, and generating actual actions once the intentions have been formed. Now, those goals, again, can be at odds with each other. Some of the actions that are best suited to raise awareness of a cause, like stunts and even some forms of property destruction or violence, they alienate people. They don't build sympathy, they undermine it, and they can reduce people's willingness to join the movement and to act. Then there's 3 other categories of action that we think are important for success, and these include sustaining your commitment to activism over time, because some movements take decades to achieve their goals or centuries. Building your coalition so that it includes not just people who support your cause, but other people in the community that might have other motives, and ideally people that are close to power holders and policymakers. And the third factor is avoiding counter-mobilization. Successful collective action that avoids counter-mobilization is more likely to be sustainable than action that achieves a temporary victory, but at a cost of creating a backlash that in the long term undermines what you wanted to do. So short, medium, and long-term goals designed for different audiences, self-supporters, opponents, bystanders, and third parties, and the specific mobilization outcomes, raising awareness, building sympathy, generating intentions, and creating action. And then the outcomes we call persisting to power, which is growing your coalition, sustaining your activism in the long term, and avoiding counter-mobilization. So those are the elements of successful collective action.
Trying to turn it off, And just let people know, Winifred's part of Just Peace, has been for quite some time, so well known by Barbara, Annette, Ross, and others, I think.
Thanks, Jonathan, for that. I thought that was really, really good. So now we've got 2 breakout groups for 2 campaigns, 1 for each campaign, and 1 breakout group to talk about campaigning, about the elections, whatever that means in that sense. Am I right, Jonathan? And then that's right. Okay.
Yeah.
So now, Ross, what's the best way for people to identify what they want to, where they go?
Well, I think this will work. Once I set these breakout rooms up, I can give them 3 names. One name will be AUKUS, one name will be Peace Not War, and one name will be Election. And then each person will be asked to nominate where they want to go in the breakout of those 3 breakout rooms. And once you click into that breakout room, you should automatically be part of it. And then at the end of the time, you'll have to have a sort of set time when you finish, and I will, because then the breakout room will just stop at that point, because I'll stop the breakout rooms and we'll all come back together. So we have to have a definite idea on when the breakout rooms will finish, and then each of you will be able to actually choose which room you join.
Okay.
I hope that will all work. I'm sorry.
I must say,
I'm
it sounds
expert on this.
very, very, very well oiled. So I'm very impressed.
Margaret, were you going to go through kind of the expectation, what you're hoping the group will work through in the next hour? I'm just emailing the template, but you've got it.
Right. Yep. So I think the in the next hour, it's really doing what you can do around the key points, which is to look at things like goals. The goals need to be smart, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time bound. What you want to accomplish, because you're practical people, getting into the tactics would be really good. And then look at things like media and communication, coordinating across campaigns and with the national organization, what you need to do, if there's any key dates, if there's any key financial needs or other resources. Don't expect to get this all done today. I mean, this is something we're just starting today. So just starting to have those conversations about which ones of the things you want to really focus on, how you see this going, finding out who among you really wants to be involved in this and how you might come back together again to work. And again, using the templates can be really useful. I will stay in the main room, and I think that's really the main points is to have some discussions around what you want to do. So at the end, if you can get a bit of that template filled out, that's great. If you don't, then make sure you have a way forward. Even if you do get it filled out, what you come away with. At the end, we'll bring everybody back together again. And there'll be a bit of time to share the highlights of what you've done. So within each group, you'll want to identify a facilitator and you'll want to identify a scribe to take some notes for the group as well as for others. Keep in mind, is there anybody else you want to pull in? You might decide that in your campaign, there are some allies that you want to bring in, or you want to partner with other organizations to make something happen. But you still need to have some clear outlines of what you as that group really want to do. It's not as though you've got whoever's in that. I'm so sorry about the talks. It's the butterfly apocalypse. So I think that's all I'm going to be able to say, because evidently somebody's breaking into our house. So Annette, if you want to facilitate for a bit, I really have to find out what's driving them crazy. Sorry.
Yeah, sure. I just had a coughing fit.
What is going on?
So we'll just mute Margaret wherever she is.
What's going on?
Kathy has her hand up.
Okay, Kathy, go for it.
Yes, we were going to use a template, I think.
I've just sent it around to you, Kathy, and Derek and Bevan and Annette Ross. So there's it should have been in your inbox about 3 or 4 minutes ago.
No, it's not, but I'll just check.
It's okay,
No.
I've already got it, so don't worry about me.
Yep. Yeah, so it should be there in a sec. And it was in the documents that Peter sent around as well, but I've sent the focus areas and the template. Hopefully it won't be too long.
So, Margaret, are we right to go into the breakout rooms now?
Margaret's just offline for a minute, Ross.
She's talking, but she's muted.
I'm back. I am back. I have to say they're little Bichon Frises, so they're not, tiger dogs, and I'm the only one home right now. Everybody else is backpacking or in Darwin or in England, and they're begging for attention. So my apologies. No, I think going into the breakout rooms is great.
Okay, I'll just try and set them up now. So
Yes, mate, can I ask a quick question? Very quick question.
Sure.
Is there an afternoon tea at any stage, or is that something I've ignored? The only reason is because my iPad is running low on power, and I need to be repowered. Otherwise, we'll go through and I'll miss the remainder of the day. Right. Well, I think it's really up to the groups to do it, because we're going to go until, I think the working groups will go till 5. The 3 breakout rooms will go until 5, which will give you at least some time to do this. So within that space, if the group can decide when it needs a tea break, that would be really good, rather than me determining that for everybody. Look, I have to. Or maybe plug yourself in while you're. Yeah, I have to get it plugged in again. Yep.
So Margaret, it's 5 p.m. when I'll close them down.
Because that'll give us an hour to share the highlights from the different groups, and to also do some other things that we need to do.
Okay, so I'm gonna hit open all rooms now, and hopefully you'll all get an option to join one.
Catherine?
Yes, I just wonder if we could. I'm going to have to leave early. I won't be able to stay till 6.
Right.
So,
okay.
Do we need that such a long time for the breakout room?
I thought an hour would be plenty.
An hour? Okay. All right. I think it's because we had 3 hours allocated to do this work. That so all right. So an hour. Be back then at 4:45. Is that better?
Yeah.
And a key thing will people working out when they next meet, so that doesn't fall into the ether.
That's right.
Okay, so we'll close them off at 4:45, and I shall now open them all. So
Okay.
hopefully you've all got something asking you which room you want to join.
That says room 3.
No, I don't have anything.
Okay. Has anyone got something asking them to join a room?
Yeah, you just click on join a breakout room and you get the 3 options.
Join a breakout room. Where the hell is that?
Click on join a breakout room at the bottom.
At the bottom.
Yeah.
No, I don't see
You've
that.
got 3 options.
I did see it, now it's disappeared.
All I see is edit next session broadcast and close all rooms.
Is that in the emails, or is that on the?
Okay. At the bottom of your screen, where the ribbon is, that has like where you raise your hand, is a little square box that says breakout rooms.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
If you click that, then it will pop up and it will show you AUKUS, peace and war, and election. And then to the right are 3 blue boxes, and you just click the box that works.
Very good, Margaret.
So on my screen, the breakout rooms is between show captions and reactions. So the button that I would click to raise my hand, right next to it on the left, is a square box that says breakout rooms.
I haven't got that.
I can see some people have joined each room. There's still 8 people who haven't. I guess that's those of us who are sitting here.
So Shirley, where do you go to click the button to raise your hand?
Yeah, I've got react.
Okay, so next to that, do you see a box that's 4 little boxes?
Square with breakout rooms.
That's on the left and share on the right.
And then keep going along to the right. It should be along there somewhere, I think.
Yeah. And I've gone into more and it's not there either. Oh, yes, it is. Sorry. You're right.
That's okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay.
Rita, are you okay with that? Ron hasn't got it yet. David Perkins hasn't.
David,
I can't find myself on the list of the unassigned. My name's not there.
No, you don't need to look for your name. You just need to look for the breakout room.
So if you go down to the bottom of your
options
page,
well,
where do you go to raise your hand, your electronic hand?
Oh, I see. Okay.
There should be
React.
Okay, somewhere on that ribbon
Yeah.
should be a breakout rooms. It's a little square box that says breakout rooms under it.
Or it could be in the more with 3 dots in it, which where Shirley had it.
Yep.
Nope.
Ross, can you move David? Or he has to, is there?
Maybe I can. Oh, yes, I can. So which one do you want to go to, David?
Election.
Say it again.
AUKUS, or is it AUKUS? I think is the election.
Well, you've got, no, there's 3. AUKUS, peace and war, and election.
Elections.
Okay, there you go. Ron, where do you want to go?
You're asking me?
Yeah, which breakout room do you want to go to?
Sorry, could you run them past me again, please?
AUKUS, peace and war, or election?
I think I'll go for AUKUS.
Okay. And Rita, are you still there? Elliot Taylor, are you there, Elliot? And Sheila Newman. So
I'm here. I'm James Priscilla.
Sorry, who's that?
James.
I'm James using Sheila's account. Hold on a minute. There we go.
Oh, so do you want to go to one of those breakout rooms, James?
Oh, how do I do that again? Sorry, yeah, sorry. So where do I go to breakout group?
I can assign you to one if you like.
Well, election, please. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So now, Margaret, do you want to join one?
No, I'll sit here for
I
the
better
hour.
not. I better not either, because I might never be able to get out of one.
Well, or if somebody gets lost, or they want to bounce out of the one that they're in.
So there's peace and war's got 5 people. Elections
Yep.
got 6 people, and
AUKUS has 12. Yep.
So
Okay.
can you see that little white box with all
I
the
can.
breakout rooms?
Yeah,
Maybe everyone can see that too.
Well, if you click the breakout room icon on the
Oh,
bottom
okay.
ribbon, then that's what pops up.
That's what. Yeah, it just stayed popped up for me. Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that would make sense. Excellent.
Rita,
Well,
are you there, Rita? No, maybe not. Okay. Oh, that's a lot of. I don't envy you, Margaret. You've been very busy today. It's trying to manage a lot of discussion and a lot of passionate people.
it is, but I think it's I think it worked out well. People have been so respectful and so patient, and I think they do listen to each other, and I think there's just so much goodwill and good energy in the group, and I think they're bringing all of that to the table, and it's a long day. It's a long day to be in front of a computer, and it's a long day to and for most of us, we it's not how we cut our teeth on whiteboards and butcher's paper and that kind of stuff. So shifting to the technology is really different.
Yeah.
Hi, Diana. Where would you like to go?
We've got breakout rooms, Diana, 3 of them, and we can assign you to any one of the 3. AUKUS, peace and war, or the election strategy one. Oh, you've frozen again. Can you hear us there, Diana? Hello.
Can you hear us, Diana? You're muted.
You're muted now. If you unmute yourself.
There we go.
Can you hear us now? Yeah, maybe turn your video off, Diana.
Been doing that, Ross. It's
Oh, we can hear you now, so we can assign you to one of those 3 breakout rooms if you like.
Yeah, just let me make sure that this is going to keep working, because that's what happened before.
No.
I took advantage by going out to have a dip in the cool.
Oh, lovely, lovely. See, that shows a person whose priorities are in the right order.
That's right. Yeah.
That's the way. That is a balanced life. You are
Yeah.
my inspiration.
Now,
Absolutely.
It
Yep.
says, just a minute. I've got to. No, look. I'll have to try the other one again.
You're working there with us, okay, there, Diana?
Yeah, it's. I think it's doing the other one. Yeah. Right. Okay. We're there.
So do you want to go join one of those breakout rooms?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
So there's AUKUS one, there's a peace and war one, or there's the election strategy one.
I'll try the peace and war.
Sure. Okay. We'll see you soon.
Yep.
That should have worked. Ah, that's funny. Everyone else. Oh yeah, Diana's there now. Yeah. You can broadcast, I can see, so I might be able to broadcast like 5 minutes before they finish.
Yeah,
So
I think a lot of times groups do, hosts do that just to say we're closing in 5 minutes, wrap up.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, so.
Oh, yeah, well, I think this has been a really good thing. Apart from getting some strategies up, it's been a really good bonding sort of exercise. And
Oh, good.
I think that's what we've found in those past strategy meetings too. And they've been in person, and you get this fantastic feeling when you actually meet people in person, don't you?
It's a real energy, isn't it? Yeah. I agree 100%. But it's just not always possible, and really glad that we've got the technology to enable us to do stuff.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, I might just go and do a bit here because I had to exit for a while before my son was over shifting stuff, and I had to go and help him, unfortunately. So I'll go and see if I can clear it up there.
No worries.
But
Don't go too far. Don't go too
I'll be
far in
back.
case
Yeah.
somebody gets lost.
Yeah, no, I'll leave the audio on. So if you or yell out.
I'll scream.
Yes, just scream loud.
Okay. Thanks for your help.
Okay. I'll just turn the volume up too.
Great, thanks.
Hey, Margaret.
Yes, yes.
Got to go downstairs. So I'll have my phone with me. So if I'm not within earshot, if you give us a quick bell if something happens.
I don't have your phone number.
Well,
What's your?
my phone number is, have you got a pen there?
Yes, I do. I do.
0408
0408
782
782
983.
983. Okay.
Okay, thanks, Margaret. Yeah.
Hey guys, what's new? Huh? What's new, little puppy dogs?
Okay. Hey, Margaret.
You're back.
No, I'm not, because now my wife needs me to do something up the street. So I will be like literally 10 minutes.
Okay.
But you can
All right.
still ring me and I'll
And you'll be back before 4:45.
I'll be back in 10 minutes time or so. Yeah.
Excellent.
But
I don't mean to sound paranoid, but
yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah. Okay. Well,
great.
I'll be back soon.
No worries. Okay, so Yeah, okay. Well. Let's see. This, but it's the second one under there. Oh, I know, little dog. I know you guys usually get fed by them, don't you? But I need you. Yep. Hi, Bob. Hi, Bob. I know I'm not talking to anybody, but I can't go away. No, I'm still working hard. I am. I am. Oh, I cannot go anywhere. No.
Back again, Margaret. No other problems?
Nope, no problems.
Yeah,
Eileen.
I'm just going to have a cup of tea. I'll join you. G'day, Eileen.
Hi there.
Do you want to join one of the breakout rooms?
Not particularly. Mentally worn out.
Worn out. Okay, that's right. That's fine.
Stand that.
I had to be far away, so I've come back. Just how long are the breakout rooms going on for?
Another quarter of an hour.
Okay, I'll have my lunch.
Okay.
Okay. See ya.
Cheers.
Okay. Actually, it's a good number of people came along to it, really, didn't it?
They did, and we've kept almost everybody. I mean, a few people had prior commitments or
Yeah.
they couldn't stay for the whole day, and they said that early on. You know, I can only stay for this period of time, or I have to leave early. So, no, I
Yeah.
think that's pretty good. I was just going to see if I can find your email address, because I thought for this next thing, it would be really useful to have the list of the working groups in front of people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
So,
you've got something you can email me and I can share. Is that what you?
yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm just going to.
Do you want me to read out my email, please?
It's ross.gwyther. Is that
Yep,
you?
that's
Yeah,
me.
at Gmail.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Just go and get my cup of tea, which Cheryl's made.
No worries.
Did you get to email that document?
Yep, I did.
Okay, so working group list. Okay.
So I've done one save of the chat, but I would assume that you or Jonathan would do a save of the chat at the end to capture
Yeah,
all
at
of
the
it.
end, I think Peter must have started the recording, and so the chat gets recorded
Oh, does
automatically
it?
in
Oh, I didn't know
the
that.
Zoom
Oh, okay.
in our Zoom account. Like,
Okay. Well,
yeah,
that's great. Because there's so many good ideas and so many.
yeah, it was very vigorous discussion.
Mm, mm.
Okay, well, I got that Word document ready to share when you need to. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yep. Yay.
And I probably should soon, a couple of minutes, send a
Send a little reminder.
broadcast out. Is your time?
It's according to me, it's 4:37.
Yeah, so I'll give it a couple of minutes and then tell them there's 5 minutes.
Yeah, I just go by the computer because pretty much everything else in the house kind of has its own time vibe for some
Yeah,
reason.
that's true. Yeah, no, I can see 37. Yeah, yep. Yeah, I have a watch which is a nice watch, but it's one of those ones that's self-winding, and when you shake it, it's not electronic.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's not as good, not as accurate as the electronic ones.
Yeah. Well, mine's a kid's wind-up watch.
Oh, okay.
Because I've got really small wrists, and it's amazingly good for something that was like, I don't know, $50 or something. I mean,
Yeah.
very.
Do you have to
I've had
wind
it
it?
for years.
Do you have to wind it every day? Do you?
No, it actually does pretty well, but as the battery slows down, it kind of loses time, and I'm not aware of it. So
yeah,
I just have to be aware of that. Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, well, I had a digital one for a long time because we were doing earthquake research was the area I was in, and we had field stations in the United States that would transmit up to a satellite, so we had to have precise timing. So that's when I first started using digital watches in the 80s.
Oh
but then then that eventually that died long after I'd got out of that field, and Dave, my son, said, "Oh, you need to get one of those really nice Seiko." It was a Seiko, so he said, "I'll get you a Seiko, but I'm an
Wow.
old-fashioned one that you can that just winds itself by you moving your wrist, basically,
Yeah.
which is really
Yeah.
nice. But yeah, so
Yeah.
I'm used to it again now.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll
Yeah.
put this broadcast on now. I think it says broadcast message all rooms. There.
Doing very well, Margaret. Keeping everybody in line.
Oh, you're very kind, Eileen. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I was saying to Eileen, I was saying to Margaret, it's a very difficult job she's got.
Absolutely. I think it very well.
And you've done a
You're
fantastic
very
job
kind.
of it. Yeah.
Oh, you're very kind. I must admit, everybody is being just, well, as I was telling Ross, just incredibly respectful of each other and listening really well, and yeah, and doing wonderfully. So
we try to be grown-ups.
yeah, it's hard though when it's something you're really passionate about.
Yeah.
You know, and it's it can be really, really hard to do that, you know, to be catch your breath and things. But I always like the idea of, you know, we have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. You know, we listen twice as much as we speak.
Yeah.
But really, we're talking to the converted here, so you know we're all of the same mind. But one of the speakers, lady, I can't remember her name, said how careful we have to be when talking to other people who don't share our views. You know.
No, exactly. That's really, really true. And there's a real talent to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there was the same person who suggested that the IPAN puts together some sort of peace communication workshops, which I think would be, you know, sort of that non-violent conversation about how you have those conversations with people you disagree with. And what I've always discovered is that it's not always clear who that is, because sometimes people have had a change of heart, or they, you know, something different in them, and they hear things differently, or but not to assume that whoever you're talking to is wrong and you're right, because it could be that they present you with a whole different narrative that I'd never heard before. And I thought, ooh, yes, well, that does change. You know, for that person, I can see why it's happening that way.
Yeah.
So it's good to have those conversations. My favorite conversations are always with people who really, really disagree with me, because I find I learn so much more from them. Yeah. Our son does that. He likes to take the far right angle when he comes to dinner and stuff. And the thing is, he's really, really smart. So he does his research, and yeah.
Keeps you on your toes.
He does keep us on our toes. And
is that his reason for doing it?
Well, you know, we have to be a little bit mindful, and I do nudge him. He sits next to me at the dinner table when he's home, and I do nudge him because he knows his sister's soft spots. And I can tell when he's launching an offensive. He'll start very subtly, and then he gets this glint in his eye, and he just kind of slowly escalates. And I can tell by watching her, she knows exactly what he's doing. And she, these are people in their 30s, so we're not talking about children, but they've done it ever since they were kids. And she waits patiently and tries to be very respectful. And then at some point, he just pushes the right button just at the right angle, and she just goes boom,
blows up
and blows up at him. And he doesn't say anything. He just sits there and goes, and and she gets so frustrated because once again he managed to get her. But it's funny, when they were kids, it was funny to watch. Now they're adults, it's more interesting to watch.
Devil's disciple.
Yeah, that's right. But it's good. It's good fun. All righty. So Ross, we're going to bring everybody back, and then we're going to have about I think a few minutes, 5 minutes for each group to, at the most, for each group to talk about their key points. I don't think we'll need 5 minutes for each, but about that. And then I might say a few summarizing sort of things. And then I am going to unexpectedly ask Annette to talk about what people should be doing next. Do they send all their notes and minutes to Jonathan or to Peter?
Okay.
What do they want to progress to do that?
Yeah.
And then hopefully that'll be until about 5:15, and then we'll have just a stretch break. And then we'll go into the IPAN working groups, which is where that document I sent you comes from.
Sure.
And I think what Jonathan and Annette, well, the CC committee wanted to do was to kind of look at the working groups and to see if you need them all, do they need to be strengthened? Do they need to be any more? And there's the 2 new ones, the networking and communications one, and an IPAN election campaign one.
Yep.
And so that discussion hopefully won't take much more than 20 minutes. And then at about 5:40, we've got a bit of a common space. So Jonathan's going to talk about IPAN dates for the coming year. Bevan's going to talk a bit about his webinars on US grip on Australian policies. I'll just mention that the peace clock is out there, the one that you sent around, and also the Sync the Sub song, because those have been circulating and sort of put them out there, but not to do anything with them. I think, were you after getting IPAN to support the peace clock, or was that just kind of sent around for information?
It was really just for information's sake. But I think it's a pretty good idea. If people are very keen on taking it up, we should probably think about supporting it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I don't know if you realise, but the bulletin has really been taken over by pretty right-wing people now. So that it was in the past a very progressive body, but now, but not that says anything necessarily about the doomsday clock, I guess, except it is, when you think about it, a pretty disempowering thing to see, especially when it gets very close to midnight.
Yeah, well, I've read some really interesting articles by the people who actually created the doomsday clock, and they said even right after they did it, they thought this was such a mistake. But
we should probably open these rooms now, eh?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just close them all. It says.
Thanks, Ross.
Close all rooms. I don't know what happens now, but
well, they should all
it gives
right
it a minute. It says all breakout rooms will close in 51 seconds. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we probably should have done it a bit
They should be all coming back, back into the room. You're home. You're coming back. I mean, if it had been just Ross and me for the next, until 6 o'clock, that would have been fine too. And Eileen, that would have been fine. We would have had a
Andrew,
lovely time.
I hope that's not whiskey you're drinking there. That's what we need at this time of the day.
It's an apple juice.
That's okay. I would certainly understand, though. That's right. Jonathan, that's okay.
We've got a good apple juice up here, Andrew. It's very alcoholic, but
well, there we go. Look at that.
Sounds very good. Sounds like that's a
in mid-sentence.
Yep.
Coming to partake.
It's actually from WA, but
well, close enough. All righty. Well, it is absolutely wonderful to see all of you back. And I can tell you all look excited, energized, and a little bit exhausted. And so we will try to balance out the rest of this meeting accordingly. What we thought would be really useful to do right now is to ask each group, someone from each group, to briefly share the highlights of what you got up to, what your milestones might be, where you think you're going, just in about 5 minutes, no more than that, just so we can kind of hear what the other groups have done and gotten up to. So if we can start off with group 1 around, it was listed as the AUKUS group. So I'm not sure who's talking from that group?
I'll do it because I took all the notes, and we certainly didn't stick to the template. I'm sorry. So I just sort of summed up with the group, which was, we had some really good discussion. It was great, lots of ideas. But the first thing we did was look at the objective, the overall objective, as we know, about terminating those agreements. But then we looked at what might be objectives along the way to achieving that. One of which we looked at as potentially having success in seeing a parliamentary inquiry into the origins of AUKUS and the full implications of it for the Australian people. So that was one. We realised that that may not be something that happens tomorrow, but in the process of kind of agitating for that, we would be raising the issues that we want to see discussed and dealt with at an inquiry, including the risk of nuclear war, including the risk of nuclear accidents, radioactive contamination, etc., sovereignty, all those things. So we'd be agitating in the lead up to making that inquiry happen. Other sort of, and these would be achievements, something that we could say, yes, we've had success at that. Another one, and we didn't get too far into it because we were all tired, but potentially an Australia-wide petition specifically calling for the cancellations and getting large numbers of people and having that presented to Parliament. That might be a lead thing for the parliamentary inquiry. Another idea was to have a joint statement which we could have published in various free media, or having something on billboards or newspapers or whatever. So they're sort of sub or smaller objectives along the way. The other thing we looked at were who are our allies, and we had core allies, which include the AAAC community, Labour Against War, IPAN members, unions, Quakers, medical, academics that we've worked with already, media that we've already worked with, Michael West, P&I, Independent Australia, etc. Other groups that are not in IPAN like WILF and Mayors for Peace. So they're the sort of core allies. And then we looked at peripheral allies, which might include the Chinese community that Bevan and the FPA group have already reached out to. But there could be other ethnic communities that may become an ally if we establish the sort of relationship and partnership with them. People who work in schools or parents, organisations or people who are working on the economics, which might include the Australia Institute, who have a strong focus on economics. Richard, what's his name? It'd be good to connect with. Cost of living crisis groups that include housing, small parent, single parent groups, food groups, the Anti-Poverty Network, environmental organisations, and looking at that change.org petition as a peripheral set of allies with 40,000 plus people having signed that petition, and it's still being active, still being able to connect with at least a proportion of those people that signed on there. And then we looked at messaging, initial sort of thinking and brainstorming about messaging, which would be around all the issues that we've talked about today during the day. So I'm not going to go through all those, but one of them that didn't come up in our talk today was the whole sort of deliberate demonizing of China, the threat of China in some way, either invading Australia or being a threat to Australia. So that's something that we haven't really talked about during the day, but is worth thinking about. The other thing that just came up is, again, context in which we operate this campaign. And one of the major contextual situations is the election of this far-right government in the United States, and how that will both impact on Australia in negative ways, but also open up opportunities for us to be engaging more widely in the community. If the tariffs come in or all of the various other things that Trump's announcing left, right and centre. So I think that's a sort of summary of what we talked about today, and I'll put that into a document so it's more clear for everybody.
Thanks, that sounds like you guys really were able to get well progressed on it. Well done. That sounds really excellent. Group 2 that I have is Peace Not War. So it was the second group. I'm not sure who would like to speak to that.
Yeah, I'm just going to share and others can help me work through it. Just got to, open a document.
Jonathan had the misfortune of taking notes.
I don't mind taking notes.
You do it well.
So we were fortunate to have had David have prepared a number of very thorough points prior to today. So here we are. So look, I'll just work through this very quickly. There were 7 of us in the group. We've kind of got a preamble that describes what the group's on about, being to provide focus and additional support. Sorry, the name of it being working towards peace within community. I'll go back a step. Our overall goal is for peace to be elevated as a major focus issue for the Australian government. And kind of our preamble is around working towards peace within community, states, nation, and internationally, strengthening international relationships with a focus on supporting Australia's contribution to international agencies working to achieve peace. We believe we do not need to change other policies. Instead, we create a progressive agenda that has universal appeal and take the focus off AUKUS, alliances and other issues. Without strengthening the work on the global systems for peace and pursuing international harmony, it's always going to be difficult to maintain harmony within Australia. And historical conflicts and value differences are often important, and these impact on social cohesion within Australia. So that's just a bit of a backdrop. We've got a couple of very short-termish goals. One is or an objective being that this election being a vote for peace, and that we would have a tactic of approaching low-hanging fruits, so politicians that already are on board with the peace message of IPAN and others, and that we have some kind of messaging or slogan that they buy onto, take a photo of themselves with that poster and post on social media, and we kind of gain some traction and some publicity around this desire to see a longer term journey towards peace for this country, and also focusing on what is it going to cost us in terms of war versus what does peace cost, and looking at the impact on earth care, healthcare, welfare, housing, etc. of all the expenditure on war at the moment. We also have an objective for peace, not war, and sharing alternative visions for peace to be the theme of the next IPAN conference. We reckon we might be able to tick that one off in 2027. And then David had outlined pre the meeting 5 kind of key objective areas. One is around working towards the Australian government appointing an assistant minister to the foreign minister who'd be a minister for peace, that we see an expansion of funding towards diplomatic efforts to pursue peace internationally, supported by a new branch of DFAT, that we encourage government to provide grants to research avenues and methods to pursue peace, that government supports or provides or increases support for regional summits to pursue a peace agenda, and that government actively support international bodies that already exist or foster their creation to work towards further peace. We've started mapping out, certainly not exhaustive, other organisations we want to approach to be part of this kind of campaign. Alternatives to Violence, Pax Christi, unions, Quakers, Lawyers for Peace, First Nations groups, faith and cultural groups, and that list can go on. And we talked about developing some fact sheets or resources to portray our message. So wondering if others want to chip in, make any comment?
Okay. Another really successful working group session. Are you all finished, Jonathan, or do you still have more you want to?
Yep.
Can I just add that we also discussed that it looked beyond liberal democracy or liberal, which is concentrating on the economy, and that we are social democracy, etc., and look at that sort of concept as far as peace and that goes. So that was part of it too. Yeah.
Thanks.
Can I just add something in there as well? We actually really went more into the relationships and being able to reach the people of Australia who are the voters in a way that it's going to be concise and it's going to speak to them in a way that impacts into their lives today. So something that's really short. Andrew had some really good things that he had to say, but it needs to be, you want to have peace. We've got to bring in, Andrew, you need to take over. Have you gone?
No.
Andrew, will you take over?
Andrew's on mute.
Yeah, so it was in relation to some of those when you're talking about, it was more in the election stuff, which will come up in the next one, but it's about that vote for peace and highlighting people who are already there. Our allies need a leg up as well. Rather than going out and trying to find others, let's give those and strengthen their resolve to continue that journey with us. And the vote for peace, I think, is really important. But highlighting and stop the AUKUS $30 billion a day, the money going towards that, $30 million a day. What could you be spending on instead? So healthcare, not warfare, all of those kinds of things that you can bring in with that. But it was also about creating that common ground with voters. So if we've got flyers, getting to yes was what we talked about in union parlance. That's where you talk to people about, do you agree that it's wrong for 7-year-olds to learn about death and killing rather than saving lives? STEM, and then coming down and saying you would agree that peace should be an objective of our government. And you're getting people to yes by getting them to say yes to things that they can't disagree with.
Alternative vision.
Yeah, vision. Yep.
Alternative vision. Yeah.
Great.
Does that sum it up, David?
Yes,
David,
I think that's. I really don't have to say anything.
All right. Well, listen. Thank you, all of you, Lee and Andrew and David and others. That was really good. Yeah, it sounds like it was a really interesting gathering of the clan, so to speak. So that's great. Group 3 was about the elections. So I'm not sure who's speaking on that one.
Okay, I'm speaking on that one.
Okay.
I had the just trying to get. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yep.
Right. We've got the objectives left there. Discussion of peace, independence, sovereignty, and AUKUS to educate the public, re-parties and candidates' policies, promote the candidates that have most peaceful policies, to develop a brand recognition for IPAN and its aims and objectives. Main tactics would be a peace report card that would send questions to parliamentary leaders, senators, and main independent candidates in selected electorates, which would depend on the local people which people want to do this in the States. We did discuss some questions. The questions are going to be really critical. These ones that we've got here, we found problems with them. So we're going to have another meeting next week and hopefully our group will send in questions to me and we'll discuss them again. Certainly need to do more. We're targeting specific electorates, maybe Rockingham and Perth or Hastings electorate, but state members to do their own thing. The other tactic was an electronic billboard about AUKUS, which Colin is going to do the initial work around. I should have this down there. And we'll fundraise to organise that. Other tactic was questions for Senate committee for people in candidates' meetings. I think the IPAN secretary is coordinating that. And we talked about media releases and to stagger them before the election on the main issues, but we need to coordinate with the other two campaign groups as to what are the main issues that should have media releases put out about them. And others might like to add something, Colin or David or Rosalie or James, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, one of the things we said was, can the chairman of each of the other two groups perhaps contribute to the questions? Now, there was a great question, do you think peace should be a government objective? Things like that. Because if we can get a couple of questions on the report card from highlighting the issues from the other two groups, that would be really helpful. Secondly, those other two groups should be part of any media releases leading up to the election. We thought that we'd probably try and have one media release per week federally, based on the most important issues to the two working groups. So again, that'll have to be coordinated between the media group and the chairs of each of the two subgroups that are meeting at the moment, plus our own individual questions that we might add into that. So the idea is that we'd have a 4-week campaign leading up to the election. There'd be national press releases. We would publish the report cards, but the report cards would also include the questions that we're kind of asking in those media releases. So try to coordinate all three things together.
David, you had something to add?
Yeah, just a couple of points. I raised the issue about the use of images to convey a feeling or a complicated idea. It's rather than long text. I think an image that's hard-hitting carries a message. And the second thing was we should look at the use of humour. And I used the example of the ScoMo in a Hawaiian shirt. He undermined his credibility. And so we should need to look at both image and humour to fortify the messages we're trying to put across.
Thank you. I think that's all from us.
Oh, wow.
No, we did add a little bit of social media. We're going to investigate the cost of social media, like how much it is to put a booster on Facebook, for example. Once we've got the messaging that we want to have in our press releases, it may be worth putting something like a booster on Facebook.
Thanks all.
Well done to the third group as well. I mean, I think you've got the added incentive, I suppose, of a time frame that's not too far away, I suppose. Annette, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just think it might be a good moment to, for those who don't know, we've been talking about employing someone to do social media, and I would suggest that it would be an ideal time in the lead up to the election to try somebody out that's well recommended to take that role on.
Yeah, I think that's a really, really good idea. Some years ago, we ran a multiple day lobbying workshop, and then we took everybody up. We met with about 75 different politicians at Parliament House, and my daughter happened to be home. This is a classic generational story, and she was only in her first year at uni, and she was our social media person, and she was there for the whole lobbying thing, and she just ran stuff the whole time, and it was amazing. You know, the responses we got were really impressive, and she was out there everywhere doing it. So it's not to say anyone could do it. I don't mean that at all, but we were really surprised at what a difference it made to have a dedicated person doing the social media and the interviews and doing all that stuff instead of one of us trying to do it on top of everything else. So yeah, definitely. David, was there something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I agree entirely with what Annette's just said about that it being timely to do that. And my question is whether people think it would be to any advantage to make a special fundraising appeal to specifically fund that position in the context of an election.
Ross?
Yeah, I was just going to make a comment as the treasurer relating to what David just said. David's suggestion, I think it was last year, as we asked people to make regular monthly donations. That's been a really successful project, and we now have almost 20 people putting in enough to just about pay Jonathan's wages for a year. And so a similar project to try and fund that, I think, is very doable. And it's great that some of the people on this webinar have been putting money in, and it's great to see a suggestion like that come to fruition. So thanks, David, for suggesting that last year.
And just on that, we have a email going around through Voice, and that's calling for donations for both my position and for the creation of a media position. But potentially, if we're doing something just for the election, we could tailor that. So it's already there. We could shrink it and tailor it specifically with an election message.
The other thing that's worth knowing for everybody is that apart from those regular monthly donations, there's been quite a number of larger, you know, like $1,000 plus from some people who, it's just an indication to me that IPAN is important, that we are filling a particular role that that's not being filled off anywhere else. And I think people are seeing that and they want to support us. Maybe it is just through financially. We hope for other support than that, but it's certainly a big help if people do put money in to IPAN. And as I said, it's an indication of you know, how valued IPAN is as an organisation.
Just if I can jump back, and we got a 3,000 donation into the general IPAN fund by a very generous person in Alice Springs the other day. So that could potentially underpin an election, you know, employment of someone with social media.
Yep.
They also chipped in towards the fund for my position as well. So it was very, very generous.
Excellent. Well, that's really good to hear, and I think too it's timely to have these discussions when you're all together and you've got new campaigns in front of you, which is pretty exciting. So now, Annette, do you want, or Jonathan, do you want everyone who took notes to send them to you as just for your record keeping
That would
things?
be great. Send them to
Peter.
Okay. And I'm just wanting to the other groups note who was in their groups. I'm sure they did, but just to double check that, and that everyone's got email addresses for everybody.
Yep. So I see that there's a little bit of email exchange going on in the chat. And Catherine, you may want to note that James has added something into the chat, something he meant to raise during the meeting to promote the idea that there could be meet and greets for candidates in each electorates, in the relevant electorates. So that's pretty good. Okay, Rosalie, I'm aware that you asked for a refresher on the 5 definitions of peace. Was that one that was raised earlier by someone? So maybe we can get that out at some point. Was that the definitions of peace that you were thinking of?
Oh, Jonathan mentioned it in his report back.
It was the 5 principles of peace, yeah. The Bandung Conference.
All
5
right.
principles of coexistence.
Good.
Peaceful peace.
So where are they listed?
On the Bandung Conference.
Bandung Conference, I can send it, or Andrew, who raised it, Andrew Fullerton, we could send it to Peter. forward to you or whatever.
Okay. So maybe if that gets sent to Peter and then it can be distributed, and I'm sure Rosalie, you're on the distribution list though. Ross.
Yeah, can I just raise one thing, because Shanez, I don't think is on this anymore, but she raised the point about Mother's Day, and I think that's an absolutely fantastic part maybe of that Peace Not War campaign, where Mother's Day was established during this American Civil War, and then it took on a new character after the First World War, and people are totally unaware of that. And it's something that just about everyone in Australia has something to do with. So it seems to me that thought should not be lost.
Yeah, it's my favorite discussion to have with people about it was not Hallmark who created this. They might have exploited it or amplified it, but they did not create Mother's Day. Okay, we are going to go from this part, and before I do that, I do want to say my biggest congratulations to you guys. You should be so chuffed. Big pat on the back to each and every one of you for accomplishing something today that was really, really amazing. You know, from nothing to what you've got in front of you is really impressive. So you guys have done a great job. We have a couple of interesting things to kind of bring us home to 6 o'clock. But before we start any of those, I do want to suggest a short wiggle break, and then we'll come into talking about the IPAN working groups. You might want to check the chat. Ken Blackman has put up a thing about the working group discussions and some of his thoughts. So that might be worth having a look at before we go into the working groups, where we're going to talk about, do we have the right ones? Are they all robust and healthy? Are there any that should be laid down? Do we need any new ones? And in the list that we have, which when we come back, Ross will put up, there are 2 new ones, which you'll be aware of. Okay, so just a couple minutes to stretch, get the wiggles out, the kinks out of the back.
We want to have a photo, a group photo.
It's up to you guys if you do group photos.
Yeah, some people do them, and it can be good just to have as a.
Sure. Well, it might be good to do it now before we jump into the next task.
Yeah, well, I think we'll probably lose quite a few people, and we've lost 10 people since the beginning. We started with 37 and we're down to 26 now. I know everyone's really tired. I am.
Yeah.
And I don't think we should necessarily go through till the projected end. If we're finished in time, we just finish up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm happy with that.
So a group photo that is just a screenshot, but you want us all to know you're doing it. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't know how to do it. Someone else would have to do it.
You do Windows and print screen.
I'm too tired to learn.
I can do it, but we just want to make sure.
You do it, Jonathan.
We want to make sure David's finished his mouthful.
Yeah, and
everybody needs to put their camera on.
And then
Yeah, maybe everyone put their cameras on.
But that's right. And we're going to have to do two
BHA.
pages, won't we? We have to do 2 pages because we don't all fit on.
Only just, it's on 1 page at the moment.
Is
There's
it?
21 of us.
Yeah, I've got a smaller screen, so
We've got to wait for Doctor Who. Barbara, are you there?
Yes, yes, I am. Yes.
You can't appear by photo.
Sorry?
But you can't turn your camera on?
No, this is a new computer. I used to be able to, but I'll have to get some boy to come and do something with it.
Eileen, there's no way you can put your photo up?
No, I'm afraid it's beyond.
Sorry, Jonathan. Yeah.
I've got to get it fixed.
Sorry, how do you do this? How do you put your camera up?
Your camera's on, Derek.
Yeah.
We can see you.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So Ken, Colin, everyone's going to smile. I'm just going to click.
David.
But Renfrey's not here.
No.
He's gone, has he?
Oh, never mind. We'll just get whoever is here.
I'll take one. We get Colin's looking. Everyone looking to the front. Big smile. 1, 2, 3.
I am smiling, Jonathan.
And you can see your smile. I can't see anyone else's, Eileen. Smiling. Great. Okay. I can Photoshop Renfrey from earlier. You all looked amazing.
Oh, good. Excellent. Well, thank you for that. It is nice to flip back and see things in the past.
Yeah, I don't look at you anymore.
Can I ask everyone to once again mute themselves? And we'll do this, and then we'll see where we go from there. I do want to point out that I think Jonathan or someone from IPAN has put up the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence in the chat. So you're welcome to have a look at that. And someone's added a heart, which I appreciate. I think one of the last things we'll probably do is go through the IPAN working groups. And the reason we're doing this, as I understand it, is for the group to decide, do we need them all? Do they need strengthening? And do we need to add any more? And as I said, there are 2 new working groups that have been added, one on networking and communications and one on the election campaign. So Ross, if you could please screen share the little document.
Yep.
And I just add those 2 new suggestions are just suggestions.
Yep. Yep. So I would really appreciate it if someone who's part of who is involved in the working groups or who maybe is on the CC could speak to this, because I don't know, they all look good to me. And I just wonder what some of the conversations have been around the working groups.
Nice, just say that the regional peace group is not there and should be.
Okay.
Regional peace or okay.
Asia Pacific regional peace.
And the utilising the IPAN inquiry report can come off.
The Force Posture Agreement Working Group extended its scope to include other US military bases in Australia.
Okay. So it's now the Force Posture Agreement and other bases and other US bases.
Other US military bases in Australia.
Okay.
Other or all?
And
all. And all.
And all.
And all. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Ross. Okay, David Perkins.
I went on the merchandising working group last year, and then I got sick and it never happened. But I actually think that should be reformulated as a fundraising group with including merchandise. I have some really clear ideas about pushing the regular subscriptions in a much bigger way and outside the boundaries of our existing membership.
So does the fundraising and merchandise working group fit that description then? Yep. Okay, Bevan?
Oh, yeah, there's my hand up. The China working group, I tried to put a different emphasis on it. I wasn't able to get much support for it, to make it a truth for peace working group. So I felt the truth about the propaganda, rather to combat the propaganda, false propaganda and the war propaganda, not only China, but more generally, was a better basis for the group. But I haven't really got much support for that at the moment. So I think we just leave it at the China working group.
Okay.
Sorry, did you say delete that one?
No, I didn't say delete it, but I think there's a need for it. But I say the attempt to reform it on a different basis didn't really get much support.
Okay. Eileen?
Yes, my new suggestion was actually National Communications Working Group, not networking.
Okay. So maybe Ross just changed the networking and to national?
I mean, it will network, but I just wanted it to be called national. Thanks.
Andrew Gaines.
To reverse what Eileen just said, I was the one who proposed the Networking and Communication Working Group, and I'd like to explain it in a few moments. All right, I'll do that now. There's been a lot of talk today, which I appreciate, about the importance of the general public being with what we're doing, and they're definitely not. We can whinge that they don't know enough. Very few people are really concerned about this. I am, and we are, but I think most folks aren't. So the idea of the networking and a communication group would be to, and we've talked about this today, bring in many players who are not primarily focused on peace. And the AUKUS breakout group just trained a very large number of potential people. Just to give some numbers to it, the ACF has about 700,000 people. GETUP apparently has more than 1 million, linked in some way. And then we have all the others, ACOS and lots. My thought is to find a way for all these groups to make common cause, not about peace. Well, to generalize it, peace and the environment, or one way to put it would be to evolve a compassionate, that's the peace side, sustainable society. And the way to reach people I'm proposing in this working group, and we'll think it through, is to inspire the members of these groups
Margaret, I want to say something like
to be what might be called citizen communicators or citizen educators, and give them tools to not transmit messages. We need the messages. Somebody mentioned cafe conversations, informal but purposeful conversations to help people connect the dots to the system that drives our destruction. So that's what this working group is about. I've talked about the ideas with a few folks, Bevan for one, David for another, indeed Eileen. And I hope we can get this up today. I think it's a new approach beyond what we're already doing.
So what do we use it as the National Networking and Communications Working Group then?
No, I would call it the Networking and Communications Working Group.
Right. So you don't want the national part in there, because I said National Networking and Communications Working Group.
I wanted to go back to the networking one.
Okay, so just networking and communications.
Yes, please.
Okay. All right.
But Eileen's point is to the point. It will indeed be a national.
Yep. Yep. Okay. Annette. Annette?
I just wanted to say that, we do have a media group. So it doesn't mean that networking and communications working group isn't necessary, but it's not effective, not essential. It's not called a working group, but it is a committee within IPAN where we work on media releases. The other thing to tell you is that Ross wants to say something. He couldn't raise his hand.
Oh, that's right. Okay, Ross?
Yeah, I was going to say that I think if as well as the election campaign, the other two campaigns we just talked about would seem to me obviously need a working group around them for them to actually proceed. So I would suggest you actually need two more working groups. One question to Bevan might be that do you actually want to fold the Forced Posture Agreement campaign into a more general AUKUS and Forced Posture Agreement campaign? But if Bevan is not in favour of that, I think we do. If we're going to have those campaigns working nationally, then I think we'd need a working group at that level.
Can I just jump in if there's no other hand? I mean, I totally agree. I'm wondering whether they should be called campaign groups. I mean, our group who met today, we're going to have to continue, like it goes without saying. But I wonder whether we badge them as campaigns, and I mean, there'll be working groups kind of behind that. But in terms of, if I was someone looking at our website and I could choose between joining a campaign or joining a working group, I'd join a campaign. So I just think it's how I'd probably badge it separately to these working groups.
Yep.
That's a different meaning, isn't it, Ross? I mean, Jonathan, campaign and working group?
Well, I guess I'm saying to a degree it is, yes. I mean, we've got specific campaigns we've agreed on today that need a working group or a campaign group to underpin them. But yeah, they do take on a slightly different life to these other working groups.
So I think this kind of gets to something that Ken Black, I'll be there with you in a minute, Bevan. Thank you. I think this kind of gets to what Ken Blackman had written in the chat and he probably wants to raise. Ken?
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity, Margaret. I'm just arguing for a really hard look at the diversity in number of working groups, permanent working groups. I'm in favour of experimenting with a couple of prominent subcommittees, which would leave the major committee of, I assume there is one, of IPAN National, to take a wholly strategic view of the organisation's progress and welfare, leaving all the hard work to the subcommittees who, apart from the possibility of a couple of functional operations kinds of groups like fundraising and media, all the others really need to take their business through one of the other subcommittees, foreign policy and defence policy. You can put most of the stuff we're doing under those heads. And my fear is that we get the sensation that we're doing something by beavering away and being busy and occasionally hitting home, true, in working groups, when really what we need to do is to narrow things down and hit the major targets for the present period or the imminent period. That's all I want to say.
Thanks, Ken. I think that is something, for everybody to take on board. Now, I'm not sure who was first. Eileen, did you want to say something else, or Bevan?
Yes, I just wanted to say, because this was my idea, what I'm hoping for is that all the state representatives can meet as a national working group to discuss campaigns. That's what is in the back of my mind, as
Okay.
Jonathan mentioned.
All
So
right.
I'd like to talk to it when we actually talk about the working groups.
Well, this is what we're doing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's to plan simultaneous protests across the country with not only IPAN affiliated organisations, but with others such as Conservation Council and like groups, because although our priority is peace, unless we start addressing global warming and getting these other organisations involved, it's going to lead to anarchy anyway. So I just wanted to see IPAN have a national approach to campaigns, so that we, in each state, we actually have a day of protest that is simultaneous to have a bit more effect. That was my thinking.
Okay. So that might be something, again, to take on board when the campaigns decide an action they're going to take, is to make sure it's clear across well in advance, so states and territories can also start thinking about what they might want to do in their area, kind of like the National AUKUS group tries to do. Bevan.
I think we've got a proliferation of groups here that which might be a little bit unnecessary. I mean, the End the Forced Posture Agreement, etc., is a campaign group. And I think AUKUS should go into that. End AUKUS and the Forced Posture Agreement and all US military bases in Australia. I think that should be one campaign group. Bring AUKUS up into that one.
Okay, so Ross, can you move the AUKUS group?
Well, just on that, but we've just
Okay.
started a campaign group today on AUKUS to run that campaign. I would have thought it to go the other way around.
Okay.
But I mean, but Ross, Bevan might have different ideas on that.
Bevan, are you happy for this one to come down into that as a campaign group?
Yeah, fine. It's fine.
Okay, let's.
I'm not really, because
okay.
the End the Forced Posture Agreement and the military bases applied more relevantly to up here than AUKUS, etc. So, I mean, my interest in that, and having been in most of the meetings, and that is because of what's been happening up here and Western Australia and Northern Queensland, sort of like top end in that sense.
Okay.
And so that's
all right.
Yeah.
Well, let's leave them apart for now.
No, can I just ask a question? And it's, I guess, if Ross simply called that group AUKUS so people knew where to go. That's not really the name of the campaign.
Yeah.
So maybe that campaign name needs to be reflected, because it's much, much broader than, like, it includes.
Yeah, I've just put those down as topics.
Yeah. So that's so I'm just looking up the title of it. So what I've got is the campaign to achieve termination of AUKUS agreement and FPA. So I'm not sure if that's what it stayed out or if there's something more in that space.
No, just to terminate.
Terminate, yeah, just to terminate.
Okay. That's right.
AUKUS.
And FPA.
Why is terminate?
Stop
End. You know, I mean, to me, just keep the word simple.
Okay. And that's fine. Alrighty. Okay. Again, can you please turn off your microphone or mute your microphone? Great. Okay. I've got Annette and Derek and then Barbara. Annette?
Well, very briefly, one of my concerns is now we've got these campaign groups. I think, you know, we're going to have to think about the importance of them kind of interacting because they are not separate. No, they're all kind of interrelated. So I'm not saying I've got the solution to it now, but I think we need to have a mechanism in place so that there's interaction between the three campaign groups.
Wouldn't they have to report?
That's a really good point. Yeah, indeed. Derek?
Yeah. Look, my understanding is a little different. when these working groups were established, they were there to come up with policy formation for IPAN, not necessarily to campaign. So I do see them a bit different. Whereas these campaign groups, this is today's strategy, and we've come up with these campaigns that we want to focus on for the next 12 months. So I do see them a bit differently. I see these working groups sort of ongoing, and these campaigns may continue for 12 months and end, or they may continue on. But I do see them a bit differently, where the working groups were developing policy positions for IPAN, and the campaign groups are going outside of IPAN and getting out into the community and carrying out a campaign about those issues. Thank you.
It's a good distinction. Good distinction there. Barbara.
I think Derek's just said what I was going to say. I think they're different. So I'm not sure how we go forward from that. Thanks.
Okay. Jonathan.
I think some are different. I mean, the China working group probably fits in the same category as the Alternative Defence Policy group. Would that be a fair assessment? I mean, obviously the other ones are less about policy, fundraising, communication. So I guess the question still comes to Bevan: does the End of Force Posture Agreement and other US military bases agreements need to remain as a standalone policy group, like Derek was talking about, or will it be subsumed under?
You will see, as Derek said, the Alternative Defence Policy Group was about policy, not about campaigning, whereas the End of Force Posture Agreement was about campaigning. Otherwise, why did we gather 4,000 signatures and present them to Parliament if we weren't campaigning for terminating the FPA? So it's a campaign which I'd be happy for it to go under. Campaign to end AUKUS and FPA down there. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. And look, the other point was Ken's made a point about how many working groups we have. My comment was going to be, unless we've got a dedicated, committed coordinator, we don't have a working group. So I'm not sure whether people started putting their hands up, for example, for the China working group. And I had a question for Ross about peace and justice, a union business, because when I was ringing people who were responding to the call out to join a working group, a lot of people ticked that, but I actually didn't know if there was a group that met that I could refer them to. Is there an active group, or it's more that in Queensland and Vic there's lots of work that IPAN does kind of with unions?
Yeah, look, we started a working group which did not continue as a national working group, but there's certainly quite a lot of interaction with unions, certainly with some unions, and so that topic I think should be right up there as one of the things that IPAN still works on. And
but does it need to be a working group as such, given that we're...
I think it probably does. Andrew might want to speak to it because he's just in the business of actually sending material out to people to ask them if they want to get together to progress that whole issue. So it's sort of we're at a point of actually reinvigorating that as a working group, I would think. If Andrew's there, he might want to say something about that. I can't see.
Yeah, so after the conference last year, I spoke to Ross about identifying a way that we can find those areas of union activity and bring it together into one. So using the peace and justice as union business, but more so using the strength of what we've already got within our union. So there was about 50, I think, either current or former unionists who attended the conference last year. I've got about 34 names. I want to email people and also any other people, any other members of IPAN who are union members, to identify what's within their former union or current union. What do they have a peace group? Are they willing to set one up? One of the things that we've done in Queensland since the IPAN conference is actually set up a peace and social justice subcommittee of our union. We're going to have our first meeting in a couple of weeks' time, but we've done some planning around the issues that are going to be at the forefront for electrical workers, nuclear power, nuclear weapons, working on these things that we've got a ban on as a union, the ETU's got a strong history. So what I want to see is what's already out there, so that we can better use that. But I think Peace and Justice as union business should be there, and we feed that information into it and make it a little bit more robust.
Okay. Okay, so what I've got in front of me is Bevan and Andrew Gaines and Shirley and David Perkins, and I think I'm going to draw the line there. I'm not 100% sure we're going to be able to actually solve this today, but we can certainly work on it a bit more. I'm conscious that it's 5:45, and we are quarter to 6, and we did say we wrap up. I think if we go at all past 6, we're all going to drop like flies on a hot summer's day. So Andrew Gaines.
Yeah, Bevan, I'm thinking that if I understand your concern about China correctly, that would fold very easily into the networking and communication group, because the point of the group is to have fairly complicated conversations, one line of which might be getting people to think about US imperialism, not just China, but how we relate to Russia as well and all that stuff. The idea that China's modus operandi is mainly diplomacy and economics. And therefore, well, not therefore, but China is not our enemy. Get people to think that kind of through. And also with the implication that, you know, if we pursue in this line, we could provoke China into becoming our enemy. So the point of the communication part of what I'm proposing is to create context where people can think in more depth about all this stuff and to provide tools for them.
All right. Thank you for that addition, Andrew. Shirley? You're muted, Shirley.
The confusion that's arising between working groups and campaign groups. So I'm not quite clear about the purpose of it. I agree that the working groups were set up. I think they were actually set up in 2016 after the IPAN conference. And my understanding at the time was that they would start develop a policies, because there was a lot of discussion about China at the time. There was discussion about how we engage unions more. But it was also an avenue through which we would engage people who wanted to join IPAN and were not involved in their own groups, their own organizations' activism, that this would provide them an area that they would be involved in. But I think it's evolved, things have evolved much further now. And I'm just wondering, rather than calling this campaign groups, there is already on the website, there is a campaigns kind of, area. Why not just slot it in there? So people who are interested in what campaigns IPAN is initiating or is engaging in, just have the list of those campaigns that we've got there with one contact person for each of them. I mean, I'm just not sure what people plan to do with in what relationship is relationship between the campaign groups and the sorry, I'm getting really tired, and the working groups. I think all the people need to know for internal clarity on the coordinating committee. Yeah, that's fine. So people know that we've got those groups, those campaign groups, and everyone knows which members of the coordinating committee and others are involved in. But there's no need for it to sort of to then project it publicly on the website or whatever, because I think it'll just confuse people a lot. And I just think that under the campaign section on the website, just list all of those campaigns with the contact number. The other, the Peace and Justice, a union business, I think you really need to maintain that. The Peace and Justice, it goes up and down. When it was first established, we had lots of, in Victoria and in other states, We had a lot of members. There was a lot of activism at the time. Since then, I think it's had periods of going up and down because a lot does depend on the external conditions that the unions have to deal with. And most unions, majority of unions, are very much engaged in battling with their employer, battling their EBAs. So a lot of that sort of, takes away. So the peace and justice, a union business becomes secondary.
Yeah.
So I do think it's important that we maintain the peace and
Right.
justice business as a working group.
Yep, I think that's a point many have made. Okay, David Perkins and Jonathan, and then that will be sort of the end of it. David?
I'm just going to indicate in terms of the discussion about the committees, I'm prepared, if no one else is, to pick up where I dropped off a year ago and do the fundraising with a sort of subsidiary interest in merchandise. And I simply note that 833 people out of a population of 27 million donating 33 cents a day gives us 100,000 per annum.
Ah, good numbers there, David. Thank you. Jonathan?
Sorry, two quick things. I'm not sure whether someone said it, but I think we need to leave today with a name attached to every group. And then, someone needs to really take responsibility for running each of these working groups. I do take the point that I think Ken raised about how many groups we have, and notwithstanding, we also have a governance subcommittee and the media working group. So some of us are already on 2 working groups apart from any of these. And I just think we need to be mindful of what we take on so that we do have the energy for the campaigns.
Yep.
And also notice, Ross, you've got Enforced Posture Agreement as a working group. Is that remaining and as part of the campaign group?
Well, I was going to suggest that I remove that, and I think it'll still satisfy what Diana was saying in the Northern Territory, because that campaign in the Northern Territory can focus on military bases and on Forced Posture Agreement. So as long as Diana's happy with that, I would propose deleting this blue bit here.
And the campaign group today, did they talk about other bases apart from
Military bases.
It would mean those 2 groups would have to merge. In other words, Bevan has a number of people who have been working for quite a few years over it, had lots of webinars on it, so they got quite a bit of experience in that.
about whether the campaign group wants to extend to all US bases, because that obviously adds.
Okay.
But
So
I think we need to clarify that before I finish this document.
maybe check with Bevan on that score, because my guess is that the Forced Posture Agreement, a formulational policy has been set. That's been delivered, and we've got a fact sheet already. So that group could possibly now end and then go into the campaign group. That's my
Okay,
thing.
so
But
I
check
think
with Bevan.
it sounds to me that this is a question for Bevan and the group, well, in particular. Are you comfortable with that then, moving the Enforced Posture Agreement and all US bases down into the campaign group where Ross has got the cursor? Bevan, is that-
Well, I am, and I think the people in our group would be too. I don't think we need to have both of them. As long as the campaign group is prepared to also include all US military bases, otherwise we miss that part out.
Okay. All right, so that sounds like it's okay to put those 2 together then?
So should I delete this one? Whoops. Oh shit. Should I delete this one here?
Yeah, I think so, Ross.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, great. So Jonathan,
you can delete me too from it.
Sorry.
So you can delete me too.
I don't know.
Not sure what you mean, Diana.
But Diana doesn't agree with that.
Mike's
absorbing it into the campaign group. Diana doesn't agree with that.
Okay.
Even though it will focus in Northern Territory could easily focus on
Diana,
military
you're
bases.
muted. Yeah, Diana, you're muted. So you
Why
don't think
do
that?
a basis working group?
All right. My suggestion is we just turn it back. Sorry to do this to you, Ross, but if you just go back and yep, just put it back. We'll leave it where it is for now. I'm really conscious that Shirley, was there something you wanted to say, or do you have a? Okay, could
Sorry.
you lower your? That's okay. No worries. So, Rosalie, what did you want to say here?
Sometimes formality is good, and maybe even to spend a little bit of time doing terms of reference for each group so people know what they're getting into and the goals and structure is clear from the start, especially if they're going to be advertised on the website, rather than us wondering what all these groups are going and wondering what their relationship is.
Right. So a lot of these groups have been going for quite a while, and a lot of them do have their terms of reference and things like that. So it's a good point, though. I mean, I think that originally we had planned for each of the working groups to be able to pitch their stuff a bit, but that didn't happen. Jonathan has asked us to, or asked you really, to put a name against each of these working groups, someone who would be kind of the point of contact. We have 5 minutes left. So I'm just going to work my way through them, and hopefully someone will volunteer. So who should we put against the alternative defense policy for Australia? I'm sure
Derek.
somebody's Derek.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. The Enforced Posture Agreement and all U.S. military bases in Australia. Is that you, Bevan?
Bevan.
Okay. Peace and justice or union business. That sounds like an Andrew thing to me, but I could just be throwing a name out.
Just been elected, Andrew.
Fundraising and merchandising working group. Derek, did I hear you take that one on?
David.
No, it's David.
David.
Perkins.
Okay, sorry, David. China working group.
It's me.
Me
Bevan.
who? Bevan?
Bevan, it was me. Yeah.
Okay. Networking and communications working group.
Andrew Gaines.
Gain. And okay. Asia Pacific Regional Peace.
Annette.
Annette. Thank you. Okay, campaign working groups, campaign to end AUKUS and FPA and all US military bases in Australia. Who will be the contact point for that?
Well, I don't think we can decide that.
Okay.
Right now. I think we need to have another meeting of each
Okay.
of those campaign groups and for people who are on it to nominate who should be the contact person.
Okay, so we'll
I'll
leave
put, I'll put question mark around that part there because maybe they don't want to include that.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, that's good. That's something for the group itself to work out. So that is really great. Very impressive. Now, 3 minutes to go, people. I want to thank each and every one of you for being such a dedicated, passionate, respectful, caring, kind, and wiggle happy group of people. It's been really, really excellent. I think you've done an amazing job. I really appreciate all your time, efforts, and patience with me and with each other. Colin. Yes, did you have something you want to say? You're muted, friend. You're muted.
Sorry. I was just trying to tell Andrew that Alan would be quite keen to co-chair the union group.
Okay.
Good. So Ross, if you could
I'll add that in.
That would be great. I want to, before I get to Jonathan, I just want to give a really big thank you to everybody who's been involved in organizing, the committee who put things together, the CC who also did a lot of work, to Jonathan for his incredible patience while I was backpacking in Tasmania, trying to get hold of me whenever I could find a working Wi-Fi, and thank you for reading all the messages written by phone, which were completely chaotic and crazy. So thank you for your patience for that. Yeah, Jonathan.
We did jump over the last two campaign groups because I think David Higginbottom would be a fantastic coordinator, facilitator.
Yep.
for the second group, and he's not here to say no. But
I actually am here, so
well, you are.
I've just turned myself off.
You're very clever. I'm caught out. Yeah.
I think Catherine Kelly put up a hand for campaign too.
Yes. For the
Sorry, which one are we talking about?
The electoral campaign.
Yeah.
David Higginbottom?
Well, no. Catherine for the election.
Catherine Kelly for the election put up a hand.
And David Higginbottom for the Peace Not War.
Yep.
Are you happy to accept that, David?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Oh, good.
That'd be great.
Excellent. Yes, there's always something scary about not going to a meeting because you know you're going to walk home with lots of stuff on you.
Well, I don't want to put my hand up as being the go-to person for the campaign around AUKUS. I know someone else should be the key person, for that.
No,
which I think we can decide at the next meeting. We have, and we haven't decided on a date for that, but it should be within the next week or two.
And it could even be someone outside IPAN if we partner with other groups, that we don't have to do put the burden of everything on all of us.
Yeah, you don't, because you like most civil society groups right now, you've got a small group of people who are sitting on multiple committees doing a huge amount of stuff, and that's just one committee, one organization they're part of.
Can I butt in at this point in time and ask everybody to put their hands together, thank Margaret for a wonderful contribution that she's made here today. It was a big challenge and it took a lot of time, and you're such a valued partner and friend to IPAN.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Thank
Great
you.
job, Margaret.
Thank you very, very much.
Thanks, Margaret.
All right. Well, everyone, I really appreciate all your time and all your passions and everything. I hope you have a lovely evening. Get that cup of tea, glass of wine, gin and tonic, whatever your poison is, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
And to
Thanks,
you.
everybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
Everybody, well done.
Well done, Margaret.
Thanks.
Really
appreciate it.
It's a
Well,
challenge task.
Look, everybody was just so respectful and so, so wanting to participate in everything. So it made the job much, much easier. So I really appreciate that a lot.
I'm glad. I know you had a little bit of, lead up.
Lead up anxiety. Yes, I think that's probably a fair thing to say. But I think I really appreciated everybody's contributions. Thank you, Jonathan, for your patience in grappling with me in motion. I really appreciated that very much. So, yeah, and for being on the other end of the phone through COVID and everything that you've been going through. So thank you so much. All right.
Ring-free, if you look up and smile, I can add you to the photo that you missed out on when we did a screenshot before.
Yeah.
Big smile.
Excellent.
No worries. We'll see how that turns out.
Okay. Bye, everybody.
I'm sure we'll chat again the next few days, but I'll let you have a break.
Okay. Thanks. Take care, everybody.
Bye.
Minutes pass.
Okay.
Who's going to turn this off? The last person. All right. Who was turn it on? What was it? Oh, I guess I'll leave.